Alrighty. What's good, everyone? Joining up the live right now. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully, everyone is having a fantastic and mighty day so far. Hopefully, everyone is doing good today. What's up, everyone joining in the live right now? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing today? What's up, everyone joining in the stream? What's good? What's good? What's good? If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. What's up, Emily? How you doing? What's up, Katie? What's up, Tina? What's up, Jay? How you doing? What's up, Sims? Super Science, how you doing? Winter. Jay, how you doing? Kylie, how you doing? What's good? What's good? What's up, Luke? What's up, Lupe? How you doing? What's up, Tree? Good to see you as always. What's up, Courtney? Good to see you. Good to see you. How's everyone doing tonight? Hopefully everyone is having a good night tonight. We're going to start getting the debates going here very, very quickly. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen here on TikTok. We're going to start getting some debates up here very, very soon. Very, very soon, everyone. How's everyone doing this lovely night? Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you so much, Jay. Really appreciate it. Because there are W's for Jay in the comment section. W's for Jay. W's for Megan. What's up? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining in? Good. How you doing, Parker? I'm doing great, Sergio. How about you? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen here on TikTok. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Mila, how you doing? What's up, Nurse Susan? Good to see you. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, and we're going to get the debates and everything going right now. So only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why did you touch my pee-pee?
What is going on? Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do support Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
I was born in 2006.
2006. And you said you're how old again? Sorry.
I'm 18.
And what month?
September.
Sure. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I just think that he's really good, for dealing with foreign leaders and, foreign wars, if anything were to ever take off. Can I ask you a question on why you may not support him?
Mm-hmm. Like just in general?
Just a general question I kind of tend to ask most, liberal/Democrats. How far can you squirt?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006,
What month?
August.
What day?
August.
What day?
Today's the 25th, so before that.
Okay. All right.
Is that okay? I'm
yeah,
19 now.
That's good enough. Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
In general, I think, he's a better president than Kamala would have been.
And why do you think that?
That's for several reasons. But for a few main points. One, his immigration policy is much better than what Kamala would have been.
Why?
And, he's much more about protecting the country from, a large-scale immigration, pattern that has been going on with the past Democrat presidents. And, I'm not completely against immigration. I think it's okay in the legal way. However, I think it's very unfair to people who do it the legal way for so many illegal immigrants to cross the border and just take advantage of a situation that has been presented through Democrat president's policies. Um, I I support him for a few other points, but I'm not sure if you want to debate about that first one.
I'm confused why you say specifically that it's unfair for undocumented immigrants to come to the country undocumented when they don't even go through the line, meaning that it doesn't affect how
No,
long the
no.
line takes. When it is the case that Republican legislators are the one that made it long in the first place, in order for people to go through the line, they made it harder for people to go artificially, right? So you understand that that's incredibly important for you to take into account. And if you're going to say it's unfair for undocumented immigrants, there's no basis
No,
for
no.
that. You should be actually
Not
saying
for
it's unfair
undocumented.
for Republicans that are literally making it harder for people to get into the country, right, through a quick and safe mechanism.
Okay,
Along with the idea that like
can
you
I
thinking
explain
that
what I meant? I don't
sure.
think you understood I meant it's unfair to people who are going through the immigration system the legal and right way for so many undocumented immigrants to cross wherever they'd like in the border. Did you get my point?
No.
It's unfair to people who do it the legal way. Does that make sense?
In what way?
In the way that our country has established a legal system, I understand that it's not the best and it's not, completely fair to everyone, but there is a legal pathway to
Wait, but what
permanent
is the
residence
reason as to
and
why you're
citizenship.
saying it's unfair for the undocumented immigrant, right? Specifically, or not or for the undocumented immigrant to do this. Why would it be unfair on behalf of like the legal immigrant? Like, how is the undocumented immigrant making it worse off for the legal immigrant?
No, it's the other way around. It's
What?
unfair for the legal immigrant.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to clarify. So, what makes you think that? How do you think that the undocumented immigrant makes it unfair?
I mean, because first of all, you're breaking the law of the United States, and secondly, there's a long line of people from all over the world who want to come into the country, and then by crossing illegally, so many people make it harder for the legal
No, it
immigrants to
doesn't.
come in.
Nope, not at all. It doesn't.
Yes, it
It
does.
doesn't make the line longer. How does it make the line longer?
No, it doesn't make the line longer, but
Okay.
it
Then
undermines
then it doesn't take
it
longer for people
undermines
to
the
get into the
point of
country
the legal
legally just
system.
because people came undocumented.
It undermines the legal framework that exists.
So all you're saying is it just breaks the law. I mean, you voted for a convicted criminal though.
Okay,
You
that
must not care about like breaking the law that much, huh? How do you feel about the people who
no.
broke into the Capitol on January 6th? Do you think they should be still in prison?
Um, I mean, if they broke a law, I think they should be held accountable.
They did break a law. What do you mean if they broke a law? They broke into the
Well,
Capitol.
yeah, the people who did, then yeah, they should be held accountable.
Okay, and you disagree with Donald Trump pardoning not only them but also the violent rioters that beat police officers on January 6th and were convicted of it?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Okay, so why isn't that a bigger issue to you than undocumented immigrants coming to the country because they're not making it a longer line for anyone else?
I mean, it is an issue. However, I think I mean, that was one incident, and immigration is a constant thing that's going on that has been happening throughout the history of the country.
Immigration has happened throughout, yeah, and so why is this level of immigration that we saw bad? I think it's actually really good. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw a massive increase in GDP, specifically from the immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration, and it will continue on. The Congressional Budget Office indicates that it will add $8.9 trillion to the economy by 2034.
I mean, sure, you can make whatever you want out of the data from any study, but
That's not me making whatever I want out of
the
it. That's me
point.
looking at what the analysis was of the Congressional Budget Office, which is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government.
Okay, are you in support of illegal immigration?
Am I in support of one? I think that you should be given a pathway to citizenship if you're undocumented in the country and you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. And I don't think that people should be punished if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. I see no reason to do that. Now, if you think that
So,
means I
okay,
support
so only
undocumented
violent
immigration,
crimes.
well, then you can say that. But like, that's what my view is.
So only violent crimes can be punished and held to justice.
Violent crimes and crimes that are so bad insofar as that someone should be deported. Yeah. Yeah,
You know,
that's
there are
that.
a lot of crimes that are not violent and you can still go to jail, you know?
Uh huh.
So then why only violent crimes? Breaking into the country is a crime itself. That's kind of the
I
definition
don't
of a
care about
criminal.
that crime. I said bad crime specifically, like
Okay, so
a kind of crime that is
so
so
you
bad
just pick
insofar as
and
that
choose
someone
whatever crimes are bad.
absolutely. I don't think all crime should mean that someone should be removed from coming to the country.
Okay,
Like
then
for
you don't
example,
care about the rule of law. You just use that as a point when asking about Donald Trump and whatever happened on January 6th.
me believing in the rule of law, right, is compatible with me disagreeing with how the current laws in the books operate. That's not going against the rule of law. Do you know what the rule of law is?
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think an open border is good, like having no immigration enforcement at all?
I just told you, anyone who comes to the country undocumented who has committed a violent crime or bad crime should be deported on the condition that they'll be put
Okay,
in a prison in another country. So there's still some immigration enforcement, except they will specifically have a easier time identifying anyone who come to the country in nefarious means because they're not trying to deport people who are in the country who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and instead they're worried about people who are literally committing violent crimes and bad crimes.
I mean, sure, but you know, the way you're coming across is I don't care whoever comes into this country, they can come in, get citizenship. You know, don't you think there
If you
should be at
haven't committed a
least some,
violent crime or bad crime, what's the point of restricting them from coming to the country?
because countries have borders for a reason. Every
Wow,
single
thank you
country
for
in the world
telling me.
has
Really?
every single country in the world has an immigration policy for a reason. It's not just like an imaginary line.
It is just a line that we decide to construct, but that doesn't mean that we
No,
can't
there
have
is a
any type of.
fence.
Wait, I agree that there's some type of immigration enforcement, but what you're not understanding is that the way that you think that we're enforcing the law is not a good way to enforce the law. And just because around the world countries have certain type of immigration enforcement does not mean we should operate under that immigration enforcement. There are plenty of things that have happened around the world throughout history that have been normalized that we disagree with. I don't think that's a good argument as to why you think that it should occur.
Okay, listen. Just to get my position across, I'm not against immigration. I'm in favor of immigration when the person coming into the country will be a net benefit for the country and not just letting anyone who wants to come in through the border. If you just look at all over the world, if you just said you can come in, whoever it is can come in as long as they don't commit violent crimes, there would
Hold
be
up.
billions,
Hold up.
millions.
Athena wanted to say something real quick, so I want Athena to be able to
Yeah,
come in
was
and say
Dubai?
something.
Dubai was mentioned by the guest, right?
I think so. I
I'm
must
not
have missed
mistaken.
it. I must have missed it.
Did you mention Dubai user as a good example of immigration policy? A user?
I sent him an invite to unmute. There he is.
Someone muted me. No, I didn't mention Dubai.
Oh, okay. Because a lot of the people in the comments were saying you did mention Dubai. Well, my bad. Because I was just gonna say that Dubai is like the worst example for immigration because
No, I'm not.
90% of the
I'm honestly
population are
not. Oh,
immigrants.
What did you say at the end there? I think he cut you off there. I couldn't really hear you at the end.
Oh no, I was just gonna say over 80% or something like that of the population are immigrants. So the UAE is the worst example that he could pick because overwhelming majority of the country is immigrants.
Yeah, I didn't hear him mention like any specific country or anything.
Yeah, my bad then. You
Don't
continue.
don't
Sorry,
worry about it.
user.
I saw that in the comment section too. Don't worry. Yeah, user, did you
sorry.
you?
Did you mute me?
Yeah, I
I
did.
was okay. Um, I think what I was trying to say is my position is immigration should into the country is okay as long as the law is followed by the people who are coming in. And you can say I don't like how the immigration policy or law is currently in this country, and you can try to change that. I'm not arguing against that. If you disagree with it, then yeah, we could try to change it. But as the way it is right now, it should be followed. And there are millions of people around the world who would love to come to the country. And, just the fact that so many illegal immigrants are coming in kind of paints a bad image on everyone else who wants to do it legally.
How so?
Well, because it's just unfair. It's kind of like cheating on a test. You get 100% right, and someone else who did it the right way gets a lower score. It's kind of like,
So why are you so mad at, or like why are you so caught up specifically on how someone's breaking the law in this context, but not in other connotations? Like for example,
I
with the ones
am.
that brought up with Donald Trump, like him quite literally
Um,
being a convicted criminal himself. Why didn't you
no,
say that he shouldn't have
I
committed that
did
crime?
listen. I did tell you that I disagree with what happened on January 6th.
I'm
I'm not
not
in
just saying
support of
January
that.
6th. I said he's a convicted criminal.
Yeah, I know. What point are you trying to make? I'm
Why
not
are
sure
you
I
so?
understand.
So it's such a big issue that someone commits a crime when they come to the country, but committing a misdemeanor under the context of federal law, but not felonies. Felonies don't matter, but a misdemeanor does.
They do matter.
So then
You
why are you
never
so
say it.
willing to why are you so willing to support him?
Well, I mean, first of all, he's not in prison right now. He's a president. I think it's a very different situation than the one you're talking
So as
about.
long as a criminal isn't in prison, you're willing to support them? Undocumented immigrants, are they in
No,
prison?
I'm not. Some of them.
Well, many of them are not. So undocumented immigrants that are not in prison, would you say that they should be punished?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, would you say undocumented immigrants that are in the country, having committed a violent crime or bad crime, do you think they should be punished for committing a crime of coming to the country undocumented?
I think it's very difficult to do that. We have many millions. I'm not sure about the exact number, and I know people disagree, and it's just not possible to do it at the moment.
Wait, you must think it's objectively worse to essay a woman than to simply, like, maybe seek asylum in a country, right?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm asking you that question. Do you think it's objectively worse to essay a woman than to, like, seek asylum or to immigrate to another country?
What do you mean by that?
Like, do you think it's worse to essay a woman, or do you think it's worse to seek asylum or immigrate to another country?
I think say I think I know what you mean by that. I think that's worse.
So my question is, why do you not have an issue with a crime when it's being committed by Trump that you voted him into office, but you have an issue with, let's say, an immigrant or undocumented immigrant or an asylum seeker?
No, the thing is, you can bring that point on about Donald Trump and his charges, but I think he's a much better president than Kamala would have been.
So a criminal is a much better president than Kamala Harris. Even though you don't want criminals in your country, you are fine with a criminal leading your country as long as it's not a black woman. You notice how
No, I
messed up
mean,
that is?
no, first of all, the charges that were brought on against Trump, that was a very politicized and, media and
How were they
politically
politicized?
driven situation. Sorry?
What do you mean by like they were politicized actually? Like, do you mean that they were biased, politically biased, right? Or do you mean that like people in politics talked about the fact that he did this?
No, just the fact that he's like a very big target in, being a former president and, a very divisive figure in the U.S.
I mean, you're saying every single president is held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Is that what you're saying? Or every single candidate for president is held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
No, what I meant is that Donald Trump was president from 2016 to 2020. He has a lot of attention, has a lot of people who hate him, a lot of people who love him. he's a very divisive, character person.
Obama ran a second term as well. Did he get held civilly liable for essaying somebody?
I'm not sure.
No, he didn't. Also, so you just said you recognize
Listen,
that he's very divisive, right, Trump?
he was held civilly liable, but the Constitution as it is doesn't ban anyone with criminal charges from running for president. So he had, in that sense, I'm not sure what's wrong with him being president.
Whoa, would you be okay with Jeffrey Dahmer being president?
No.
Okay, so you agree that specifically just because the Constitution allows for an individual to run for president doesn't mean that they should be the president, right?
No, Jeffrey Dahmer is a very different person. It's.
And
I'm not sure how.
So
you
you're
can
saying
make
that if someone is
comparison.
excessively bad, you wouldn't support them. Wouldn't you say someone who has essayed a woman is excessively bad insofar as that you shouldn't support them?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I still support Trump because overall, the impact he's making is
Can I ask you a
much
question then real quick?
better than.
If Donald Trump were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child in that connotation, would you still support him for president?
No.
No. What is the relevant difference between the victim being an adult and the minor? That means that in one scenario they're excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't vote for them, but in the other scenario they're not. I would say both are excessively bad insofar as that you shouldn't vote for them,
No,
right?
the situation with that case was very politically driven. It's the point I was trying to make a while ago. He was obviously going to run for president again. So, it makes sense that Democrats would try to.
Wait, I'm just asking you a
blow
question.
up
If
his.
again, I brought up a civil liability case where the victim is a child. There's no difference in standard of evidence. There's no difference of whether or not you think it's politically motivated. The only difference is the victim's age. And quite frankly, that's not a relevant distinction as to why in one scenario you'd say that something is excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't vote for them, but not in the other scenario. In both scenarios, you shouldn't vote for them, right? Both scenarios, it's excessively
Okay,
bad insofar as
can I
you
ask you a
shouldn't support
question?
them.
To add on to, before you ask your question, I just wanted to say that over 26 women have publicly accused Trump of a range of misconduct as well, from harassment to assault that dates back to the 1970s, right? So it isn't even only like in one instance where he was held civilly liable. There have been multiple women who have come forward because of SA or SH.
Yeah, I mean, but that everyone can say that, so it's not credible. You know
He
what
has
I-
admitted it himself. He has admitted himself that he likes to jump into like the changing rooms of pageants, Miss America, if I'm not mistaken. So this is also something like some of the things that he was accused of were things that he admitted himself.
Yeah, but you're mentioning 26 women who came forward. Has he been held civilly liable or guilty?
Wait,
of
would you
any
accept that?
charges for
Would
that?
you accept any of those cases? You just said you don't accept the civil liability.
No, what I'm asking is, has Trump been held civilly liable or guilty for any of those charges by those women that came forward?
Outside
Yes,
of
E. Jean Carroll.
yes, E. Jean Carroll
Okay,
is
one.
specifically the case.
One out of 26. So those other
Not even taking
20
serious though.
all
So
those other ones
he's
are
saying
irrelevant.
wait, are you saying someone that's like found guilty of assaulting one woman, that's not enough for you to say that they should be punished?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then I'm confused what you're trying to say. Is
Okay, do you understand what civilly liable means? It's a civil case.
yes,
It's
I
not
do.
a criminal
Do you
case.
know what and what's the difference in standard of evidence?
In civil cases, it's more likely than not.
Okay.
In criminal cases, it's beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, you actually
Do you
know.
understand that difference? It's a
Yes.
very different
Yeah, but
thing.
like I gave you a scenario where the victim was a child and it was still in a civil court based upon preponderance of evidence, and you said that you wouldn't support him
No,
in that
I don't. I
connotation.
don't support. I don't support that. I mean,
No, I said you wouldn't support him in that connotation, correct?
well, I'm not sure. You're making a hypothetical scenario. I don't know the facts of that case.
And you
I'm
can
not.
answer hypothetical scenarios.
Yeah, but it depends. It's very different to
Depends
ask
on
that.
what.
It's easy to ask a hypothetical scenario when
And
you're
it
not.
should be easy to answer it too, right?
Yeah, but it's when something happens in real life, you have a lot of information with which you can determine, make
What
up your own opinion
can you just tell me
based
what
on
it
the
depends
facts of the
on?
case. You're making an argument just like if he was held civilly liable.
Can we also clarify that the only reason the prosecutors could not bring criminal charges forward was because the statute of limitations had expired? So
Yeah, and
that's the only
the
reason
statute of
why she
limitations
filed a
exists
civil
for a
lawsuit
reason.
for essay and defamation.
The statute of limitations exists for a reason, and every
Tell me,
that
tell me the
applies.
reason why it should exist in the context of SA cases.
Well, I'm not the one who made up that law. Or
No, I'm asking you. You said that there's a reason why they exist. Tell me what's the good reason why it exists.
it exists because when a certain amount of time has passed, it's very difficult to examine the facts of a case under
what way?
The equal. When you have a jury and you're talking about something that happened many years ago, and the statute of limitations has expired, the facts of the case may be different. They may be presented in a different way.
In what way? What different way?
Witnesses may have forgotten information. They may have been tampered with. There's a lot of things that could happen.
So okay. So you say at what particular amount of years would then people not remember anything that it would be inadmissible? By the way, if someone doesn't remember, then they wouldn't go in the court system anyway. They wouldn't be able to bring up specifically what they are talking about in court because they wouldn't remember. People who specifically do remember things bring those things up in the context of court, right? And that's what specifically what the jury then can respond to. Okay. So I mean,
Yeah,
that's true. Wait, by the way, people can forget a day after something happens. Okay, the idea that this is
Sure,
only
but
applicable
a day,
after a certain amount of years is a
one day is
ridiculous
very
idea.
different.
That is a ridiculous idea. Well, then okay,
So
then tell me how many years should there be a statute of limitations? Because you're saying prior to this limit that it's totally acceptable, but after this limit it's not acceptable. So please tell me at what point is that?
Well, it depends on the law.
I'm asking you, what do you think the law should be?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't think I'm qualified to make that.
And if you're not qualified to
determine
make that determination, how the hell are you qualified to say that the determination of the jury that indicated that Donald Trump was held liable of sexual abuse is incorrect?
I'm not saying it's incorrect.
You are. You're saying it's politically motivated, politically biased, and you're trying to say that as a reason as to why you can dispute it so that you can still support him.
No, but you're proving my point right now that
In what way?
the case was very politically driven when you're using it against me. It just goes to prove my point.
What prove what point? Go back over that. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Well, the fact that it was a very media focused, politically driven case just
So
because
any case
he
against
was
Donald Trump would meet that criteria, right? Any case against Trump.
No.
Then give me an example of a case that could be brought against Trump that wouldn't meet that set of criteria.
No, I was just what set of criteria?
Give me an example of a case in which does not meet that set of criteria. Given that, and by set of criteria, it's what you mentioned, that it's not politically biased or motivated, which is going to be any case that is targeted against Donald Trump.
I'm not sure of any other cases that have been brought up against him.
No, I'm saying, can you give me an example of a case in which could be applied against Trump that you would say has good enough reason to accept, right? Because
No,
apparently
I mean,
anything would be politically biased to you because it was applied to him when he was
no,
running for president,
I'm not saying that.
and because he's a
I
divisive
would,
character.
I would stand by whatever the jury decides.
Okay, you'll stand by what the jury decides. The jury decided that Donald Trump was
Yeah,
guilty
sure.
of sexual abuse.
No, not guilty.
Wait, what does guilty mean? Guilty means that they were held liable in this context. That's what I was meaning by guilty.
No, guilty means
Okay,
the
don't
jury has
don't
decided.
hyperfixate on the specific word I used. He was liable. Jesus fuck.
Okay, no, it's important. He was held civilly liable. Not
He's
guilty.
okay. Yeah. So then,
It's
do you
a-
accept that? That's a jury
Do you
determination.
understand there's a difference?
I already understood that there was a difference. We already clarified what the difference was. Why do you say this is a means to deflect away from answering my question?
No, I mean, if he was held civilly liable, then sure, okay.
He was. You said you would accept the jury determination. Why don't you accept the jury determination here? A unanimous decision of 9 people indicated this.
No, I'm not saying I don't accept it.
So you do.
Yeah.
Okay, if you accept it, then why would you vote for a guy that sexually abused a woman?
Well, because the context of the civil case is very different than a criminal case.
Wait. You just said you accepted it. Regardless of civil cases being different than criminal cases, that doesn't change whether or not you accepted it. You said that you accepted it. So why would you vote for a sexual abuser?
Listen, you can pick out things that politicians have done wrong in their lives.
Can you point to one thing Kamala Harris has done, right, that you could point to that would be can you give me one scenario where she sexually abused someone? No, you can't. You can't give me a single scenario. So can you tell me why, in this scenario, why you would support someone who's a sexual abuser?
I don't support him in that way.
So
I don't
by
support
support, I
him
just mean that
either.
you would vote for him. That's all I mean.
No, I did not vote for him at the time.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. So that's exactly what I mean by support.
Okay,
You support Donald Trump.
let me tell you why. I would vote for
Wait,
Trump over
why would
Kamala
you
Harris.
why would you vote for a sexual abuser?
That's
Given
what
that you have this
that's.
understanding.
I was just trying to tell you why I would vote for him.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Hold on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say.
I'm ready. I'd rather, the decision to vote for a certain person does not only come from the fact that they're a sexual abuser or not. It comes down to many things, and many people have different viewpoints on what matters to them.
So what matters
you know,
more to you than sexual abuse?
Well, I think his policies.
Which policies? Which policies are so great that it makes up for him literally being a sexual abuser?
No, it doesn't make up for it. You're
then,
trying to.
Then you wouldn't vote for him, right?
No,
By makeup, I just means gets you to vote for him. That's what I mean.
No, what I'm saying is my criteria for deciding who I vote for is not made up by whether or not.
So
they're a
what
sexual
policy? Okay, so
abuser.
let me clarify the question. What policies are so mighty fantastic that get you to support him?
I mean, everything. Kamala Harris would have been a disaster, horrible disaster for this country. I don't agree with everything that Trump has or will or is doing, but I think when you look at the greater, the big picture, he's a much better president.
So what are
than
the policies?
the
I'm waiting.
past.
What are the policies?
Okay, the one I mentioned before, immigration border policy.
Be specific.
Wait,
What
but you don't care
immigration?
about crime. Yeah, you don't care about crime though. We've kind of after this conversation, we've kind of like established that you don't care
No, I
about
do
crime. You
care.
only care about
I
no, you
do
only care
care.
about no, you only care about who's committing them. Because if Trump commits a
No,
crime
no, no.
or like a
I
misdemeanor
do care about
or
crimes,
whatever it is, you
but I care
don't.
more
No, no,
about my
no. But
country.
user, you don't. You don't. You just said right now that you understand that Trump was held civilly liable, but it's okay to vote for him because of policies. So you don't care about crime because you're willing to vote for a president who was held civilly liable. But then you care about who is committing the crime. Because when we look at, let's say,
It's
for
not.
example, right, overstaying a visa or seeking asylum or crossing the border, that is a misdemeanor, right? Like other examples of misdemeanors are like vandalism or shoplifting. You think that
Yeah,
people
one person.
deserve to
It's
be
millions.
deported? Hold on. You
It's
think
not one
people
person. It's
deserve.
very
I don't
different.
know why you're over talking me, user.
Overtalks every time. It's crazy.
You think that people deserve to be deported or detained and tortured over a misdemeanor, but you think a person deserves to be president over SA. So you don't care about crime. Like, you have to be honest. You don't care about crime. You just care about who's committing it.
No, I do care. I do care about crime and the law, and as I said,
But you don't care when
if he
Trump
was
is
held
who's
civilly
breaking
liable.
it.
No, I do care, but I care more about other things.
So then you don't care about the crime because you just said you do care, but you care more about other things.
No. That's not
So
the
what are
same
the other
thing. I
things?
do
You,
care
oh,
about
you
the
only
crime,
care
but
more
I care more
about
my country.
immigrants committing misdemeanors. That's it? You care more about immigrants
No,
committing
not
misdemeanors than you
only
care
immigrants.
about
I care
the
more about-
president of the United States sexually abusing a woman.
I care more about the American people. I care more about the American people than Donald Trump or any immigrant, illegal immigrant.
And again, you have yet to say how he helps the American people. Can you name one way how Donald Trump's immigration policy helps America?
Yeah, mass illegal immigration drives down wages,
Wrong.
makes many situations unsafer.
Nope,
It
wrong.
undermines a
Immigrants,
legal
no,
framework
hold
for
on,
immigration.
wrong. There's no good evidence immigrants reduce wages. No good evidence at all of that. Secondly, immigrants commit lower rates of
cheap
violent
labor.
crime.
It's
Immigrants
third world- it's
commit
third
lower
world
rates.
cheap.
Immigrants commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. Plus, there's a minimum wage, meaning no immigrant, given that they are under legal regulation. If again any undocumented immigrant was given a pathway to citizenship, if they haven't committed violent crime or bad crime, they would be under that particular pathway. They can't undercut you, particularly in terms of the market. They would only be able to do up to the minimum wage. So if you want them to not be able to undercut any more than that, how about you raise the minimum wage? That would be the explanation.
Then tell me why so many companies are paying for the cheap labor of illegal immigration.
Undocumented immigrants?
There's so many construction companies.
Yes, yeah,
trucking
companies profit off it. Do you want to hold those companies accountable
Because
for
it's cheap labor.
mistreating people?
Companies care about profit. If they
Yes.
find a way to pay
Well,
their
wait,
employees less,
you're disproving
will.
yourself right now.
No, I'm not.
You're creating these conditions by
Illegal
specifically creating the
immigrants-
wait, hold
Wait.
on, let me explain. By creating the conditions of undocumented immigrants continuing to stay undocumented because they have no other pathway, right? It is going to be the case that they continue to be put into these circumstances where it's either that they're going to be deported or have to leave the country, or they accept these particular wages in which we are again all agreeing are way too fucking low. So we should, one, hold the person accountable that is literally paying them those types of wages. Secondly, let's also provide a legal pathway to citizenship for any undocumented immigrant in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime so that they can't be mistreated in such a way, right? And then we can also address like some of the other concerns, but none of the solutions that you've provided to the table actually address anything in a meaningful sense.
How?
Again, mass
mean,
deportation doesn't decrease
don't-
crime. Mass
what I'm
deportation
trying-
increases crime. Mass deportation does not benefit the economy. It hurts the economy. Mass deportation does not raise wages. There's no good evidence at all of that. Name one way mass deportation is beneficial for our country.
Okay, look, what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure to how many countries other than the USA you have been to, but many of the countries illegal immigrants are
Can you
coming
answer my
from
question
are
though?
third world.
Can you name one way in which mass deportation is beneficial to our country?
Yeah, mass deportation would significantly reduce the amount of competition for jobs for American citizens, because illegal immigrants are much more willing to take low-paying jobs because it's much higher than they're getting paid in their own country. There's one way.
So actually, if you look at
Is that
legal
enough?
immigrants who are able to come to the country legally, there's no evidence at all that they have a reduction in how much they're willing to take comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens, especially in the long run, right? So if you want to address this, if we give a pathway to citizenship for anyone in the country undocumented, there would be no downward pressure, right, specifically on wages at all. Actually, you creating the conditions where people have to stay undocumented is what's putting that downward pressure, not specifically providing a legal pathway to citizenship. Mass amnesty provides that. Mass deportation does not.
But also, like, I feel like people forget that cities with larger immigrant populations tend to have lower crime rates than the national average. And on top of that, right, multiple studies, including FBI data and peer reviewed research, do show that immigrants, whether they are documented or undocumented, are less likely to commit crimes than native born Americans users. So what you're saying just does not make any sense. What you're saying actually could make crime even harder to detect and stop, because you have examples of like survivors of crime, especially if they're DV survivors or workplace abuse survivors. They may fear reporting it to the police because they think that the police are tied to immigration enforcement, right? So what you're saying does not make sense. It doesn't fix any issues. It actually makes things worse, especially when you break up families and children are left behind, and trust in law enforcement continues to drop, and it destabilizes whole communities. What you're saying doesn't fix
Okay,
anything.
Parker, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but you should also
If
address
you
what
were,
Athena just
if
said.
you,
Did you hear anything that Athena just said at all? Did you even pay attention?
yeah, I heard some of what
So then
she
why did you just
said.
completely and utterly disregard what she said to then try to ask me a question?
Because I thought I was gonna come up here to debate you, not
And wait,
whoever this
was
is.
someone not talking to you? If you're talking to someone in a conversation, another person walks up to you guys and starts talking to you, in that circumstance, would you just like disregard everything that that person says to you?
It's on who it is and what they're saying.
Let's say I was
Um,
talking to you,
would
and
you let anyone just
wait.
jump into your
Let's say I was talking to you, and
Okay, no,
and
that
I
doesn't
invite one of my
matter.
friends over to come talk to us, right? And you completely disregard what they have to say. Would that be disrespectful?
I wouldn't be friends with you. I mean, I wouldn't be friends with you in the first place.
I never
But
said we're friends. I said we're having a
it
conversation,
depends.
and what? I said we're just having a conversation. I never said we're friends.
Also, let's be real. I'm not really debating you. I'm silent most of the time. Parker's the one who's debating you. I'm like ad-libbing from like the side with like some, facts and stuff. So
What's your
you don't
name?
have to panic that a woman is talking to you, user.
What's your name?
Athena.
Okay, Athena, can I ask you that question since you're in the conversation?
I mean, yeah, you can ask us the question.
And also, in the future, you should
Okay.
not disregard what she said because clearly you didn't listen to it.
No, I did listen to it. She said that immigrant populations have less crime, and I disagree with that. So, but I'm not just, that's a
No, you can't disagree with
statistics
facts.
and
That's just
stats
facts,
issue.
though. Yeah, that's just facts, though. Whether it is according to FBI data, whether it is according to peer-reviewed
I know.
research, yeah, it's just facts. Like immigrants, whether they're both documented or undocumented, are less likely to commit crimes than native-born Americans. Like you can't just
Okay, but that's besides the point. Saying that even if it's true, the fact that illegal immigrants commit less crimes, that doesn't mean they should be just allowed in whenever they wanted to.
That's
that's
just
not the
not even a
point.
response to what we
Is-
just said.
Yeah, the point is you were trying to claim, like, you asserted that mass deportation decreases crime rates. That was one of the points that you made. And that just does not make sense because
I don't
immigrants.
remember saying that.
You did. That was one of the
I
points that you
mentioned
made.
I mentioned competition in the workforce, and
Prior to that, you did say decrease crime rates. You
Yes.
said decrease crime.
I'm not sure about that.
So you agree with us that
I don't have
it does not decrease crime?
I don't agree with you, but I don't disagree. I don't have the facts and the statistics on me, so I won't make an assertion on that.
You haven't had facts or statistics for anything you've said, so you can't make any of the assertions you've made on our live?
No, I have, not for this specific thing you're mentioning. Can I ask you my question now?
What facts or evidence have you provided on this stream at all?
Look, I was trying to ask you a question. If you don't even take questions, then I'm not sure why you're even on.
Are you going to
live.
respond to what I just had to say? Like, I mean, it's not just a one-way route. Like, I don't just respond to things. You've got to respond to what I have to say and what my co-host has to say as well.
What type of statistics do you want?
I had just asked you, was there any statistics specifically that you brought up at all in this entire conversation? Any facts at all?
I mean, I can mention the facts if you want and the statistics, but the main thing I'm saying is illegal immigration and illegal immigrants come from third world countries, and it's common sense.
What do you mean by third? What is third world countries? What does that mean?
Countries that are much less developed than the United States.
In what way?
In most ways, honestly.
Okay, so
have you ever been to India?
So all you're saying is developing countries. Okay, so specifically, what about developing countries specifically? Would you say that is considerably bad, right? About people coming to our country, right? Given that they're coming from a developing country.
No, let me tell you something. I was born in the U.S. I live in Mexico right now. I'll be coming back up in the U.S. in a few months, and I live in Mexico.
Do you have dual citizenship?
Yeah, I do. Let me tell you some of the things I've seen. I live in a pretty well-off area. If you go 30 miles east of where I live, you'll find people in poverty, people in very bad living situations. And that's the most of Mexico. Most of Mexico is very underdeveloped, poor, and can barely survive. Not most of Mexico, but a big part of Mexico, specifically rural Mexico, outside of the cities. And it's just not even comparable to the U.S.
Okay,
people who say they're in poverty in the U.S. are nowhere near the level of poverty that people in countries like Mexico, India.
Wait. So I just want to acknowledge, just because you could say that there is extreme poverty that exists in other countries that you could say is worse than what exists here in the United States, that doesn't take away from how bad poverty can be in terms of impacting people in the country. And if we have the ability to get rid of and eliminate poverty and make it so that people do not have to live into such conditions, shouldn't we try to do that? And now that we acknowledge that, can you name one Trump or Republican policy that has ever reduced poverty?
Can you name one Biden policy that has reduced poverty?
Yes, I can, right? The Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. We can point to plenty of things specifically that have actually meaningfully addressed these sets of conditions, plus the American Rescue Plan. For example, the child tax credit, right, had a $3,600 child tax credit for the first year or for the first 5 years of a child's life, $3,000 through them being 18 years old, right? And that was through the American Rescue Plan put in place through the context of COVID emergency spending, which reduced childhood poverty by 45% in this country when implemented, which Kamala Harris was advocating for extending even further, right? That would help reduce
You know,
poverty in this country. That is an incredibly good example right there, specifically. Now, name a single example that Trump specifically has advocated for or passed, or the Republican Party has, that specifically is meant to reduce poverty.
um, the hold on. 2017 was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Do you know about that one?
Mm-hmm.
Reduces tax rates,
How does that reduce
creates
poverty?
jobs. How is the PACT Act reduce poverty? Giving handouts is going to reduce poverty.
Well, I'm asking, how does that reduce poverty?
7 million people between 2016 and 2019 were lifted out of poverty.
Taken off of poverty, because it is the case that they changed work requirements in different states that are Republican-led states, is not the same as people specifically getting into better conditions, right, and then becoming into a situation where they don't rely on food stamps to take care of themselves.
No, I give you one policy. You asked for that, so I'm not sure what point you're trying to make.
That wasn't a policy that reduced poverty.
Okay, have any of Trump's policies reduced poverty, in your opinion?
Have any of his policies on a broad scale basis? None of his policies that I can mention off the top of my head have been targeted at reducing poverty.
Okay, so let's talk about Biden and Kamala's policies.
Okay.
What policies did you mention?
What? Say that again?
What policies by either Biden, Kamala, and their administration have reduced poverty?
Yeah, bipartisan infrastructure bill, CHIPS and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act, and then I also referenced like the American Rescue Plan.
Okay, how have they reduced poverty?
Increase the child tax credit, specifically if we want to reference the Inflation Reduction Act, the $35 cap on insulin for people who are on Medicare. We can also point to the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which helps out specifically with energy production in the United States, which will then decrease energy costs. That will also help out people, which in the long run, I think will be beneficial towards helping out people specifically who are in need, right? So there are plenty of things that we can point to. The infrastructure, roads and bridges, getting let out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water that affects everyone. We can point to the creation of more jobs. We can look at infrastructure or manufacturing investment under the Biden-Harris administration. There was a massive increase in manufacturing investment, whereas under the Trump administration, there was stagnation and decline, not only in his first term, but also since he's taken office as well. So if you want to talk about all the things that Donald Trump tries to portray that he cares about in terms of bringing back jobs to this country, he doesn't do that as well. So if you think that bringing back jobs specifically is what's also reducing poverty from a Republican perspective, who does that to a greater extent? Well, Democrats do, comparative to Donald Trump.
No, I mean, have you seen how California's doing?
Yes, I live in California.
Oh, okay. Do you like your governor?
I think he's better than a lot of other Republican governors and governors out there. But I mean, I have my critiques of Gavin Newsom, of course, but I think that he's better than Trump for sure.
Okay.
How do you like his redistricting? I like it. I think it's a good way to fight back.
Gavin
I think,
Newsom's?
Texas is trying to gerrymander so that they can get more votes, specifically in the midterms. Trump is asking them to do so, and then they, in fight back, specifically, are advocating to redistrict in California to make it blue, to make it more blue. And I support it. And they're also asking for our vote, and I'm voting on November 5th or November 4th. Sorry, for
Good for you.
for redistricting.
Also, there was I don't know if you read this, by the way, there was an Economic Policy Institute report that was released in 2024 this report like basically analyzed data from 1949 up until 2023, if I'm not mistaken. They did find that there was an annual real GDP growth of 1.2% like points, well, annual real GDP growth of 1.2 percentage points faster during Democratic administrations than Republican ones. The total job growth averaged 2.5% annually during Democratic administrations, while it was barely over 1% annually during Republican administrations. And families in the bottom 20% of the income distribution experienced about 188% faster income growth during Democratic administrations. This idea that Republic administrations are better for the economy or for families is not rooted in any types of facts. It's just rooted in like fifis.
I'm not sure I understood the last part of what you said there.
The economy does better under a Democratic like president, like under under the Democrats than it does under the Republicans.
Really?
Yeah, real GDP growth
Yes.
is higher. There's more job growth, like what Athena just said. If you listen.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that too, you're not mentioning any real statistics.
I did. I
What?
said the Economic Policy Institute report. I did. It's like an actual stat.
Real
There was
GDP.
like the total job growth averaged 2.5% annually during Democratic administrations, but barely over 1% during Republican administrations. I mentioned like the actual numbers.
Yeah, but I can say that as well for
GDP grows with higher individual families, like income growth was higher.
do you know what
Like
do
even
you
like
know what the
investment,
GDP
by the
growth
way,
was
business
under Obama?
investment, business. Okay, maybe if I make my voice a little lower, you will like listen to what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
Business investment was higher during Democratic administrations, with investment growth running at more than double the pace than it does during Republican ones. User. So the economy is better off under, a Democratic president.
Okay, tell me the GDP growth under Trump. If you're so good at your facts.
I was looking up overall GDP growth when it comes to Democratic presidents and Republican ones. User.
Yeah, if you want to look at real GDP.
Also, when we talk about
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. When we talk about like Mexico, by the way, I just wanted to go back to that one. I think it's also like disingenuous because when we talk about the poverty rates in Mexico and it
Have
being,
you been to
it's not
Mexico?
necessarily underdeveloped, it's overexploited like the rest of like developing countries, right? When it comes to NAFTA, about 2 million farmers lost their jobs because of NAFTA within the decade after NAFTA was passed in 94. It destroyed, it devastated small farmers, right? Because there was a flood of cheap subsidized U.S. corn that did drive a lot of people into poverty or migration as well. You also have U.S. corporations that actively, whether it is mining corporations or just general corporations, that are actively also extracting human capital, but also like resources out of Mexico, right? So the reason that Mexico is overexploited is because of the unbalanced trade relationship with the US.
No, it's actually because Mexico has a horrible government. But, I mean, you're welcome to say whatever you want.
Well, so does the U.S. The U.S. is a horrible government as well. We're just also pointing towards other sets of conditions
Really?
which can lead to that as well.
Does the U.S. kill journalists the government doesn't like?
Well, the U.S. literally does fund
Do they
the country
imprison
that
them?
does.
And the US is detaining people now. I mean,
Detaining illegal immigrants. If you're
not
a citizen,
really
you're not
only
going to be
people who
detained.
also no people who also speak up for Palestine are being detained.
Without due process as well.
Legal.
Mahmoud Khalil was
Yeah,
held
legal.
over 100 days without
Okay,
due
give me
process
an
for saying
example
free
of a person
Palestine.
like
I
that.
give you an example. Mahmoud Khalil was held for over 100 days without due process. He's legally in the country. He was held over 100 days without due process, right? And all he did was say free Palestine.
I'm not aware of that specific case.
Yeah, you're not aware of a lot of
But
things.
I'll give you a
noticed.
benefit of the doubt.
What are you
there's been a
aware
lot
of that we
cases
can
like that. Do
have
you
a
know
conversation
the
about?
Kilmer Rego Garcia case? Do you know that guy?
Do you support him being sent to Uganda, a country he's never been to?
I wouldn't send him to Uganda.
That's what the Trump administration specifically is setting up. Is they're sending people without criminal
They
records
haven't done it.
specifically to Uganda, right? And they're paying them to do that.
No, you understand he was in the U.S. illegally, you know?
So that doesn't mean you send him to a country he's never been to.
No, I wouldn't send him to a country he's never been to.
That's exactly what the Trump administration's doing and has done.
Have they done it yet?
Have they? Wait. So I know that I just saw recently that there was an order specifically for this to happen. I don't know if it's quite happened yet, but it's in the process and plan.
Okay, when it happens, then we can talk about it. But, you know, I do know that Trump's administration it won't always do that. So,
What do you mean? I'm confused. What do you mean always? They don't have to always do it in order for it to specifically be reason to like say that it should never happen, right?
They did actually. On May 20th, they did deport a group of immigrants who were from Myanmar and Vietnam to South Sudan.
By the way, I wasn't trying to say that like that hasn't. I was talking about like,
honestly,
Lamar
I think
Garcia.
South Sudan is better than Myanmar.
But that is a
for them.
great
That's not
example to
their
provide for him.
country.
Myanmar is in a civil war.
But that's not their country. I'm confused. Why would you want to send people to like South Sudan and Libya? Libya, by the way, which has an active slave trade currently. South Sudan, which has a lot of conflicts as well currently. Why would you want to send a bunch of Vietnamese people and people from Myanmar to a country that is not theirs? I'm confused.
Well, I'm not sending them anywhere, but I wouldn't.
Well, you're
But
supporting
you're
this.
justifying it.
Sorry?
You're supporting this.
Hmm.
You know, supporting a president doesn't mean you support everything he does.
So
Do you support every single thing Biden or Kamala
wait,
have
do
No,
you
we
done?
condemn
definitely
the
don't.
fact that, do you condemn it though? Do you condemn the fact that people were sent to South Sudan and he's planning on deporting more to Libya as well? Do you condemn that?
I don't know. I mean, I
You
think
don't know?
I think they should be ideally sent to the country where they came from, but I also understand that's not always possible.
Well, why are they being sent to South Sudan? They're not even from the continent. Like they're from a completely different continent. And you're trying to justify the fact that they're
Who
being
are you
sent from
talking
South
about?
Sudan to El Salvador. I'm a bit confused as to how you're justifying this.
I'm not justifying anything. I'm
You
saying
are. You are justifying it. 100%.
no. I mean, what I was saying is, even though I don't support every single thing Trump does, overall, I think he's a better president than the alternative.
So then do you condemn this behavior? Do you condemn him sending people to countries in which they did not grow up in, they've never been in?
I don't think it's ideal, but if they went out of their way to come into the United States illegally, they can find their way back to their home country.
What do you mean
So you
they
just
can
leave
find
them
their way back?
stranded.
What the fuck? That's actually nuts. That's nuts.
No, you said they came from Myanmar, right?
And Vietnam, yeah. And he
Okay.
deported them to South Sudan. So you want them to go through Sudan, a country that is experiencing genocide? Because they were stranded in South Sudan? Walk me through that one.
No, I'm saying, how did they get from Myanmar or
It
Vietnam?
doesn't matter how they got
into
to the US. My point
Okay,
is,
so then why does it matter how they get back?
oh my gosh.
That's so fucking crazy. You don't care. You have no empathy, you have no compassion. What the fuck? What the fuck?
I do.
How are you
I have
okay with that?
empathy.
How are you
I
okay
have
with that?
empathy and compassion for people
you
who
don't.
immigrate
Wait, no, no, no,
legally.
wait. So you say people who commit crimes, you have
Legally.
no, wait. So you're saying people who commit crimes, you have no empathy or compassion for them?
For people who commit crimes?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the person. I mean, I wouldn't have
Depends on the.
empathy or
Oh, now it
compassion.
depends on the person. I like how he said now it depends on the person. He can't apply this to anyone in the country,
No,
right?
empathy and
Specifically, who
compassion
this
is
is
a very
literally they're
different
being
thing.
sent to countries specifically they have never been in, and it is the case that you can't apply this to them. You say, oh, I hope that, they'll just have to get back to the country in which they grew up in. What are you talking about? What are you saying? That's inhumane as fuck for you to treat people that way.
Do you know what's inhumane? Inhumane is the way they get to the U.S. Many of them are raped.
Yeah, the way
abused.
that you are putting conditions in place specifically to limit them from being able to come to the country through a legal process quickly puts them in a condition where they have to come to this country through a process in which is absolutely inhumane for them to have to go through.
Wait, you said they are raped. So you basically are recognizing they are victims, and therefore you are punishing them for being victims. Do you understand? Like, do you understand the words that are coming out of your mouth, user? You're saying they're going through like hell and beyond to get to
Yeah,
the US, and therefore they need to be punished for it.
no,
Like,
I'm
do you
not saying they
understand
should
what
be
you're
punished
saying?
for that. I'm just saying that as look. I'm telling you, I don't understand how you can support illegal immigration when so many bad things happen because it's illegal.
Okay, tell me what happens that's bad.
Do you know how many people have to cross the Darien Gap in Panama?
Say that one more time. I couldn't hear you.
Do you know how many people disappear or die in the Darien Gap in Panama?
I'm confused.
Do you know how many people
Wait,
are...
so you're supposed to make conditions better for them and easier for them to
You,
have a safe and secure like access route
we can't
to the
accommodate the
US.
entire
But
world.
instead you're making things harder for them so they can take these dangerous routes, and then you're blaming them for taking those routes. Do you understand what you are saying, user? If you actually had empathy for all the things that people are doing in order to get to the global north, then you should be advocating to reform immigration policies to make it a bit easier and safer and more secure for people who come from overexploited countries.
No, it works for my point. Legal immigration is a much better way to get into the United States. And even if you reform immigration policy, there will always be a line. There will always be people trying to come in. That's never going to change.
Wait, when it comes to let's say asylum seeking, what is the legal way to seek asylum according to international law?
Asylum seeking is fine, but it's being abused.
What's the legal way of seeking asylum according to international law?
What do you mean?
What's the legal way of seeking asylum according to international law?
What do you mean, what's the way?
Like, how does one
You go
seek
to a country,
asylum?
you request that status.
You
and
simply enter a country and you request a status, right? You apply for asylum.
That's what I said.
Okay. So you know that some asylum seekers are also being captured and rounded off and deported, even though they're legally doing it according to international law.
Well, the asylum seeking status is being abused because it's so easy to get. Do you understand?
No, it's not. It's either easy.
Okay,
It's either
who's
easy
to
to
say that
get, or
someone-
it's really hard that people are risking their lives to get it. Like what is it? You cannot have it both ways.
Okay, but
It's
you have to
either so
understand
easy
there's
to
not
get,
enough-
or you just said how many people are dying in the Panama Canal. You just said that, right? So what is it? Is it harder to get that people are risking their lives, or is it easier to get that everybody is applying for it?
Seriously.
By your definitions,
No, no, no. Under your own standard.
90% of the
No,
world
no,
would
no, no,
be
no.
asylum
Answer the
seeking.
question. I want you to answer this question under your own standard. Answer the question.
What question? I mean, I know it's hard to get into the US.
So it was hard to get into the US. You're literally going against your own talking point. Your own talking point was immigration is easy, therefore you support
because-
Trump's immigration policies. But now you're saying it's actually harder
Well,
to
it's-
immigrate or to seek asylum in the
No,
US.
but
What is it?
You have millions of people coming in from all over the world. You have established
An
criminal
overwhelming
organizations.
majority of immigrants and asylum seekers actually go to neighboring countries. An overwhelming majority go to neighboring countries. Okay? So that's just not true what you're trying to say. The whole world is going to go to the US. That's not true, user. Can you please at
Well,
least
many of them
state
would,
some
if
facts?
they could. Can I please what?
I'm done. I can't talk to the guy anymore.
Yeah,
like,
I can't.
It really boils my blood when people come up on my live stream and they don't recognize my co-hosts, they don't talk to them, they don't engage with them. I think that was just straight misogyny. Like that, I think that was actually incredibly fucked. That was so fucked. The fact that he would literally never acknowledge what you had to say and only ever talk to me or wanted to acknowledge what I had to say really just, it boils my blood.
It's okay. I was just chilling here because, I haven't chilled on your live in ages. I was like, let me just ad-lib some facts. But yeah, it's okay.
No, I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Maga Cries, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Kat, I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Estella, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Amanda with the $3.33. Thank you. Nightblade, thank you so much for the $4.21. Emily, thank you for the $5. Thank you. They said veteran named Jay arrested in DC for burning the flag. That's crazy. I heard that there was an executive order. Now I didn't know what the enforcement mechanism would be for that executive order, but I'd have to go back and check. That's crazy as fuck. That's so crazy. Taylor, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it as well. Thank you. I think I'm caught up there. I need to catch up on YouTube real quick, everyone. I'm a bit behind on YouTube. Let me catch up on YouTube real quick. Saray, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for the $5, thank you. Addie with the $5. Libby, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. That's so true. Kaya, thank you for the $31. Thank you so much, Kaya. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nick, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Sabrina with the $5. Thank you. And then Tarak, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Lucas with the $2. Thank you so much. Put some W's for all the gifters in the comment section. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, y'all. Cheris, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar. Thank you. I've heard about the claims of them wanting to, not specifically which specific states that would be applicable to. Kenzie, thank you for the $10. Susan, thank you for the $10 as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Eddie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Stella, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Ashley, thank you for the $3. Thank you, Ashley. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
52.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, hell yeah.
And why is that?
Because for the last 4 years, after they stole an election in 2020, literally we were on the brink. This nation was on the brink. I served this country in the United States Army. This nation was on the brink of failing. And it is the last hope for democracy and freedom in the free world. You guys are, you're young. I don't know. You've been indoctrinated. It's been going on for a long time. Uh,
How am I indoctrinated?
well, how old are you, son?
I'm 23 years old.
There you go. Yeah, public school. Yeah, why? Because your teachers went to college, and yeah, I mean, it's been a silent
My
invasion.
teachers went to college?
It's been
That's
a
why I'm
silent invasion.
indoctrinated?
Listen, a silent invasion has been going on in this country for the last 35 to 40
What do you
years.
mean by asylum invasion? What does that mean?
A silent invasion. It means exactly what I said.
Can you tell me what
It's
invasion means?
it's no. Listen, it's not. It's not a war. It's not a fought on the battlefield war.
So it sounds like what you have an issue with is education, not indoctrination.
No,
Right? You have an issue with
no,
education, and you're
education's
saying that
fine.
like educated
Listen,
teachers taught
listen. Don't
me and
talk
I'm
over me.
educated, right?
Listen, don't talk over me. I don't know if you're educated or not. I don't know anything about you. Don't talk over me. But let me tell you, uh, the schools, the things that were taught. I'm 52. You're 23. Things that were taught when I was in school. You learned about history and all this stuff. Now we rewrite history. We change history. You know, America's a bad thing. Oh my God, we're so awful. And y'all sitting here and uh, like, and you just do things like you just did. You said, "Oh my God, I hate it when someone doesn't even acknowledge my co-host." That guy was literally responding to her way more than you. You barely said anything. He was having a conversation with her, but in
So
your
you
mind,
didn't see in the conversation where he just like completely didn't listen to Athena and didn't engage with what Athena had to say on multiple occasions.
no, he literally did. He answered. He kept responding to her. You barely said. You
You
barely
must have
spoke.
you must
You
have
just sat
joined
there.
in like at the very end of
Listen,
the
I'm gonna tell you right
conversation
now.
after I called out his behavior,
The way,
and he
listen,
still did it then. But
the way that I don't know what the hell's wrong with your generation, but
it's my
oh my
generation. What
God,
what's wrong with my
oh
generation?
my God, oh my God, we're putting out bad people, and oh my God, we're not allowing illegal. You know why we don't allow illegal immigration? Because that allows gang members in and stuff. Do you not see the stories? I mean, what if it was you or
Okay, can
your
I
sister?
respond to this real quick? So you think that
What
you're
you didn't let
responding?
me? How you gonna respond
I'm
to it
sorry.
before
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't
Do you
finish
need
the
to
question?
ramble for 5 minutes?
I didn't finish the question, so how can
Well,
you
well, the
respond
thing
to a
is, you're gonna
question
make
you haven't finished
four
yet?
points, and then I'll respond to one of them, and then you'll cut
Well,
me off, and then I won't be able to respond to all of them.
no, you see, that's the thing right there. There you go. I'm going to talk fast. I'm going to talk fast, and I'm going to act like I'm really intelligent. Uh, when in reality, uh, why you hate Trump? Why do you hate Trump? You want our country to fail at the expense. You want Trump to fail at the expense of our country. I should say.
Nope.
You don't give it. And
I
let me
just
tell
think
you
that
something,
Trump is
Mama.
going to fail.
Listen, well, so far, hey, how's that working out for you, big guy?
He
And let
is
me tell you
failing.
something else.
Can I respond to the first point?
Hey, under us,
No.
if our country turns to
If I say
socialism,
a million different points, he
mom
won't
and
be able to
daddy's money
respond to
don't
them.
go. Hey, mom and daddy's money don't go very far for you anymore if our country turns to socialism
I don't
because
live. I don't
everybody's
live on
equally
mom and
poor.
daddy's money, and we're not
You
turning
know.
to socialism. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know what socialism is? Can you define that?
Oh, I can. Can you?
Go for it. Define it.
Is, socialism. Do you believe in socialism?
Well, I'm not a socialist, but can you define socialism?
Okay, so what are you?
I
Are you
believe
a capitalist?
I'm a liberal. I'm a social
Are
democrat.
you a capitalist?
I'm a social democrat. Can you define socialism?
You just said you're a liberal, and then you said social democrat. Same
Yeah.
thing, big guy.
Yeah. Liberal social democrats are liberals. Now, can you tell me what is socialism?
Socialism is, hey, guess what? We all have equally the same thing, and what does that equal? Nothing, except for the one at the top.
No, that's not what socialism is. Socialism is about the workers controlling the means of production, public ownership of the means of production. That's what socialism is about. It's about bringing
No,
democracy
it's
to the
not.
workplace,
Are you out of your
economic
damn mind?
democracy.
Socialism. Look at the history books, and that's another problem. They probably don't teach you the history. They don't teach all the history books anymore.
I
Socialism
promise you I
tried
know more
time and time
history than
again.
you.
Socialism has been tried time and time again. It's
Damn it. I have to restart the live because I just got a second hate speech flag.
Oh no. Okay, bye.
It was good seeing you. Jeez, that guest was diabolical. Why can't they let me respond to those guests? Come on, TikTok. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Wes. I appreciate the $5. He clearly didn't know what socialism is. Shrey, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Shrey. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for the $20 again, thank you. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Shrey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everyone, I'm going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. Everyone come right back here on TikTok for the 5.3 thousand people. Make sure to just literally come right back. All you have to do is click onto my account, go onto my account, and then all you have to do is come click on the live button on my account. As soon as you hit a refresh, I'll be back in literally like 20 seconds, everyone. Also, you can go to my YouTube and you don't have to deal with these restarts, but I love y'all so much. I'll be right back. Ever hit a restart for the safety of my stream. Otherwise, my account will get taken down. So I'll be right back, everyone. Gustavo, I do see you. I see you. I notice you. I notice you. What's up? What's up? Alrighty, we're going to go on to the next person here. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. I help get out to more people. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. Oh, Matt. That's so true. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. He now sees the text. I am so sorry. I wasn't even looking at my phone. I apologize. What's good, everyone? You joining in? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It will help get it out to more people. Can you say hi, Randy? What's up, Randy? Welcome back, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Apparently, guests have been wild today. And guessing from the last guest I just had, that might be true. That might be true. That might be true. Alrighty, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Elena, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Elena. Can we some W's for Elena in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I totally get you there. That is totally 100% understood. Can we get some W's for Elena in the comment section right now? I don't know why Venmo is cutting off all of the messages. Why is that happening? I wonder. I'll have to set it up to make sure that doesn't happen. I'll have to go to my email. I'll try to do that. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. What's good, everyone? Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on... I need to respond to my girlfriend. Give me 1 second. YouTube. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Alrighty. So thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Queen, thank you for the $10. Absolutely. That's if they want to stay, of course. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump? All right, let's go on to the next person. By the way, Athena's not in the guest box right now, everyone. Give Athena a second. As soon as I see her in the box, if she wants to join up, I'll have her come back up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hello. I'm 26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I didn't vote, but I would have voted for him at the time.
Okay, so right now, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
At the moment, I would have voted for Donald Trump.
Okay, why is that?
Shoot. Well, it's more well like how do I put it? Like um, it's more of the fact of why I wouldn't like. I don't know how to. It's hard to really put into words, but it's just Kamala Harris. A lot of the media made Kamala Harris not look very good.
Kamala.
And
So what about the media made her not look good insofar as that you wouldn't want to support her?
the first thing that comes to my mind is the Joe Rogan thing. Her not going on Joe Rogan and then her going on. She went on somebody's podcast and then she paid for like a whole setup and stuff like that.
Okay, I have a question. So you're saying if she went on Joe Rogan's podcast, you would have voted for her?
I would have liked to hear. I would have liked to watch the podcast and understand her better.
Sure, but like you're saying that if she went on Joe Rogan's podcast, that you would have then in that circumstance, you would have voted for voted for Kamala Harris.
I'm more open. Like I'm not. How do I put it? Like I'm way more open. Like I would have. I just how it got portrayed is come on. I don't know. It's just how it got portrayed. Kamala Harris just didn't get portrayed very well, and I didn't know. I watch it. I actually watch it a lot.
So then, given the information you have about her right now, given that you've watched my live, what is the reason why you would support Donald Trump over her?
I think Donald Trump is going about shit. Sorry. He's going about stuff in a very bad way, especially with the immigration thing. But I do think, like, I don't think people. You should be able to come here. You should be able to seek asylum. If something's going wrong, you should be able to seek asylum and come here. But we gotta know who's coming here, and it can't just be anybody could come here and nobody. It can't just be like open. Anybody could come here anytime. There has to be regulations, but because did you see the thing where the immigrant with the truck?
Okay, wait. Okay, again, I'm asking you. So again, what makes you support Donald Trump? You said there has to be regulations. Democrats don't disagree with there being regulations, right? It's specifically how the regulations are set up that specifically we would disagree with. Okay, so what specifically about the way that Donald Trump's immigration policy is set up is like a reason as to why you support him?
Yeah, I think he's going about it very strictly because you shouldn't be just going to random freaking businesses and just pulling people out of them. But I do think if you find out someone's here illegally, you should be able to talk to them and question like, hey, why you like you get one, like figure out who they are, what they're doing. You get and like if they because there's people.
If you want to incentivize people to go through the legal process so that you know who they are, all you have to do is give them a pathway to citizenship if they're in the country, if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because then that gives them a incentive to go through the system. Otherwise, they're going to stay in the country undocumented.
What do you think? They're scared, I guess. They're a little scared because they're going to get sent back.
I'm saying, yes, people don't want who are in the country undocumented.
Do you think, were they even when Joe Biden and do you think they were still scared when Joe Biden was president? Or do you think it was more like they were more open to go and get it become legal?
I do think that there was less of an idea that like someone who was in the country undocumented was going to be treated horribly, right? At least from the understanding of people when Joe Biden was in presidency comparative to Donald Trump being in position of presidency. But what I'm saying in terms of what I was referencing there, because you didn't let me finish, is that people who are in the country undocumented are going to stay in the country undocumented because they do not want to get deported, right? They don't want to identify themselves to authorities because they don't want to be deported. So they're going to continue to stay in the country undocumented. And what I'm saying is the way that we can incentivize them to address authorities, right, to be able to know who they are, would be by providing them a legal pathway to citizenship. That actually makes sense.
Yeah, of course. I agree with that. And there has to for what I'm trying to say is for instance, if someone if the police figure out, or whoever the ICE, whatever you want to say, if they figure out someone if someone's at Home Depot and they like go and quit. What they're doing, like just taking them out there and like what they're doing is crazy as hell. But I do think they should be able to go and talk to them and be like, hey, we know you're here. We know you're not here legally. We want to ask you some questions. Figure out who you are, this and that. Like what they're doing is crazy as hell. I agree. What they're doing is crazy. But like I do think you should be able to like if you figure out as I said, if you figure out this person like they did their whatever they did, their information gathering, and they figure out they should be able to go question them like, hey, and if like I don't know what you do if they just run away and they're scared. That's like it's very gray because you don't but I was just gonna go back to I wanted to go back because there is that thing with the immigrant that with the truck that
I'm
like
confused how you're responding to anything I said there.
I don't know. What was I don't know.
I guess
My bad.
what is the better outcome from mass deportation? How does mass deportation benefit our society?
How does it? Well, I don't think mass. I would say that more probably scare. It's good. It doesn't support it because it's going to scare people from actually trying to do it legally. So I do see what you're saying because it's probably gonna. What I was saying is going to make people not. If they were scared before, it's going to make them even more scared now. So no, it doesn't really help. But like I'm just saying, like what I'm trying to say is that people just our country. I just searched up and most people can't even read in our country, and immigrants they're not going to come here and they can't read English. If you
said most people in our country can't read, what?
It's not okay. I'm being a little. Most people can't read. There's a 6th grade. It's like most people only read at a 6th grade level. It's like 54%.
So then you want to abolish the Department of Education, right? Would that be a good idea? Would that be a good idea?
What I'm saying is that we already have an education problem. So it's like immigrants can't speak like Spanish. Like if people come here,
I'm confused.
I'm confused how English, right?
I'm confused how specifically not speaking English is a quote unquote education problem.
Because when you get like what happened, because I was bringing up the
Can I please
driver.
finish? Can I please finish?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Do you think people in other countries in which speak different languages don't have education?
No, I didn't say that.
So they do have education, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the idea that you're associating not knowing English with not being educated is very fucked.
Well, because most, I mean, aren't most, and maybe it's you could say it's. I didn't mean it like
also
that.
You don't know what percent of undocumented
they're usually
immigrants,
poor.
You don't know what percent of undocumented immigrants have the ability to be able to speak English, right? Or what proficiency level they speak English at, because it is the case that you're not willing to provide them pathway to
if it's a good assumption.
I'm gonna go nuts.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a good assumption.
No, the issue is that you're not understanding the full context of what I'm saying. I would understand if you cut me off and it was specifically for like productive elements in the conversation. You're not cutting me off in that way. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying and then cutting me off at points in which are relevant towards you understanding what I'm saying.
Well, because what I'm trying to say is a good assumption. If 54% of Americans can't even read over a 6th grade level, what's your assumption that most immigrants can? Or even what's your assumption, especially if they're poor? Because aren't most immigrants going to be poor, or am I wrong?
So I don't think that it's a good assumption to say that undocumented immigrants or documented immigrants coming to the country are uneducated. I think it's a better assumption to say that MAGA is uneducated and that the conversation I'm having right now is a complete and total byproduct. I'm not saying you are. I'm not even saying you are. I'm saying a complete and total byproduct of the fact that MAGA has disillusioned the American public into believing that immigrants are a threat to this country, or that immigrants harm this country, or that immigrants in any way are meaningfully taking away from them. When immigrants, all they're doing is helping people in this country. Immigrants benefit the GDP. They reduce the crime rate. Immigrants coming to the country is a huge element of our culture, right? Of our society as a whole. The fact that people, like, honestly diminish what immigrants have done for us as a society is ridiculous to me. And the fact that we have people like Donald Trump doing that on such a stage in which he is anti-American. And the fact that he tries to portray it as patriotism or caring about his country is fucking insane.
I agree. What I'm trying to say is that it's hard what I'm trying to say, I could be wrong, but what I'm trying to say is that if half Americans can't read over a 6th grade level, And if a lot of
Then
immigrants
why
come
would you
here,
want to? If half of Americans cannot read over a sixth grade level, then
yeah,
why defund the Department of Education? Why abolish it? Why decrease
why
funding
is
for
that?
education in this country? Why not provide free public access to universities?
Well, he's going after universities because of more what I don't. He's going like I'm thinking of Harvard. Like he's going after universities for other things. Like that's a whole nother battle and a whole nother different like you know that's a whole. He's going after universities for other. I don't really other shit things. But I what I'm trying to say is that if immigrants we can't if our education level is so bad as it is, and if a lot of if we have a lot of if we can't teach, I don't think we're going to be able to teach. If we're not going to have enough teachers to be able to teach a lot of immigrants English too, and then what happened with the truck driver?
What are you
that couldn't
talking?
read-
Wait. I'm sorry. I have a question. If more people are coming to the country that speak Spanish, wouldn't it be
Yeah.
easier to teach people Spanish, given it is the case that there are more people that would meet the set of qualifications to become a Spanish teacher?
Well, to teach people Spanish
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
but but you have to learn. But they already know Spanish, or is that? Do you
Exactly.
mean English people?
Wait, you just said specifically that we need more teachers to teach people Spanish, and I said,
Did
well,
I?
aren't
I meant
there-
English.
if-
I meant English. I mean English. Because you got to know. Because what
you
I'm
don't-
trying to
you don't-
bring up.
You think that we have? Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I
You think
keep trying to bring up.
You think we have a lack of English teachers?
No, what I'm trying to say is that our education's bad as it is, and that truck driver that the killed.
So then we should fund it more. We
made
should
the
fund
U-turn.
So we should fund education more. I don't understand how the lack of understanding for lack of basis for education in this country is somehow going to
saying-
be relevant towards
I'm saying,
restricting immigrants from coming to the
it's already
country.
bad. Don't you think having a bunch of more people come here is going to make it worse?
No, it'll make it better.
In the most simplest way.
It will
That's the
make it
most
better.
simplest way.
It will make it better
Why?
because our society will be able to pay for systems in which we'll be able to fund education.
Huh?
Our society will have a greater ability to be able to pay for systems to fund education
How?
because immigration grows the size of our economy. The immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration by 2034 will lead to an increase in the GDP size by $8.9 trillion, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government.
Yeah, I wish I was a little bit. I wish I could understand that stuff better. In my like small world, I just feel like it's good as it is. It's harder for teachers. Teachers are already underpaid, and it's hard for teachers to do their job as it is. And adding more people to the classroom, they're not going to get paid more. It's going to make their job harder. And I think it's like I hate saying this because obviously I don't know. There should you got to be able to if I was that person in their situation.
I'm sorry. This is
doing
just
the
ridiculous.
same thing.
Why are you assuming we're just adding more people to the classroom and that there's not more funding specifically to be able to provide for those students, given that there's more people in the country? Like I feel like what you're doing. Listen real quick. I feel like what you're doing is you're only looking at one hyper specific element that would be impacted by immigration, and you're not referencing all of the other impacts. So why are we doing that? More people being in
'cause I
classrooms.
just don't- I don't have
If
the
we have
broad
more
scope
children as
that-
a society, there's more people in classrooms. Do you agree?
You have a more I just don't have the broad This is my understanding of it. You have a more broad scope.
I'm trying to get you to understand from my perspective. So if we have more children as a society, would you say that would be a good thing?
Of course.
But there would be more people in school systems. And it would be harder for teachers to deal with that, right?
But then what? But how does that? But don't you just? But wouldn't you just add on immigrant more? Like how does that? Don't you just? Or you add on more people coming here? It just adds even more people.
Wait. Here's my point. Increasing the population through immigration or through specifically more people being born in the country, both increases the population, and they both lead to there being more
Technically,
students.
it would be double,
and
right?
and listen, and we don't think that it's a bad thing. We think that's a good thing. We think it's a good thing that there are more babies right in our society so that we can have more people. We think that's great. If people choose to have children, right? We think that's great. If it's their
of course,
choice.
yeah, of course, yeah. No, that's not like that's. Yeah, you're right. Like that's not what I don't know. Like I just gave you my I wanted to just give you my perspective of it because I just thought like as I was just thinking like if our education level is already bad because it's it's not the greatest, and I just feel like if more immigrants came here, and I'm trying to choose like I'm trying not to but whatever, but uh, it's just gonna make it harder for it's just gonna make it harder.
In
Yeah
what way?
As I said, like more, it's good. I thought it would add more. As you, maybe I'm wrong. I thought it would add more, make it harder on teachers, but I guess it would be able to get more teachers to be able to teach more kids. I guess you'd be able to add more
Yeah.
teachers.
Yeah. So in what
But
way
don't you
does it
think?
net make things harder? In what
But
way
like,
does it
don't you think
net make things harder?
teachers are already underpaid though? So it would just make more teachers that are
So,
underpaid that would love.
which side of the aisle is advocating to fund teachers more?
I have no clue.
Which side of the aisle is advocating for teachers to have better pay? Take a guess.
I just said no. I have no clue.
Take a guess.
So Democrats.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I just wanted to like give you my perspective. I'm not really a full like.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I don't. I don't know, man. I really don't. I just.
Caden, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Caden. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for Caden in the comment section? Jonda, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jonda. I really appreciate it. Brandon with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mads, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. That's diabolical. You should convince him to watch me. And actually, tell him to watch me debating Charlie Kirk. And then get his thoughts on it. Autumn, thank you for the $2. Apparently, someone is sitting next to someone on the airplane that is watching Charlie Kirk. I'm like, they should watch me debating Charlie Kirk and dunking on him, right? That would be great. Kelly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1.30. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ashley, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you, Ashley. Can we get some W's for Ashley in the comment section as well? Thank you. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up on everything. I think I have to catch up on YouTube real quick. Give me 1 second, and then we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Autumn, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you, Autumn. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Libby, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you, Libby. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, though, like I don't understand why people only look at one aspect of immigration. Kind, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Eddie with the $5. Ashley with the $5. Thank you. And then Derek, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much, Prince.
Hello,
Yo, what's
can
up?
you
How
hear
old are
me?
you?
I'm 19. I just wanted to say you single-handedly swapped me from MAGA to being Democratic.
That's
You and
great. I love that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to go on to the next person so I can convince more people. I really appreciate you, though. We fucking love that. That's the whole point of these. Thank you so much for listening and having an open mind. That's great. It's absolutely amazing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
55.
Do you support Donald Trump?
In some ways I do, in some ways I don't.
If you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Oh no, I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, just the point of views with the men and girls sports. I mean, that was one of the biggest things that made me draw that way. And she wanted to run off of Joe Biden's time in office, and she just didn't really improve herself.
Okay, can you name one thing J.D. Vance has done as vice president?
Well, I like J.D. Vance because he was military. And
Can you name one thing he's done as vice president?
As vice president?
Yeah.
No, they didn't really cover him that much because he's quiet. There's not a lot he does.
Can you name
What does
one
he do? He
thing?
just has to listen to Trump all day long.
Can you name one thing a vice president has done in U.S. history?
Became president.
You have to be specific with who.
Oh, Joe. Joe was vice president. He became president.
That's not something he did as vice
Mr.
president.
Bush did too.
That's not something he did
What's
as
that?
vice president, correct?
Well, no, he didn't have to wait a turn. I was surprised that he didn't get the nomination. His own president didn't think he had the power to do it. So
We're talking about
he
something
backed
that's.
Hillary.
Can you
Oh,
tell
sorry.
me something a vice president has done as vice president in U.S. history?
Let's see. Threw out first pitch at Bell games.
You can't even mention who. So again, you can't mention anything about vice
No,
presidents
no,
in
I said he
history.
threw out.
You know
he said
nothing. You know
in
nothing.
history. Threw out on.
You know nothing
I know
about anything.
nothing?
You know nothing about what any vice president has done in U.S. history. So how could you evaluate what Kamala Harris did as vice president? Because I can. I know what she
Well-
specifically did. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including on the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever. It was deficit reducing and had a $35 cap on insulin for those on Medicare. That's great
She also
policy.
had to swear. Didn't she have to? Didn't she have to let count the votes for Trump?
What?
Didn't she have to count the votes at the House for Trump?
Count the votes of the House for Trump? What do you mean? Like
Didn't
you mean
she
certify
have
the
to
votes?
certify it?
Yeah,
Oh,
she
yeah.
certified the
Did
votes
she?
when Trump wouldn't want to do that.
There
Trump
I go. I
advocated
do
for
know
Mike
something
Pence
you
when he
don't know.
lost the election to not certify the election results. Kamala Harris, when she lost the election, did certify the election results. So you see how one cares about our
Well,
free
there
and
you go. I
democratic
do know.
election.
So
Well,
I'm
you see,
not-
you see how one
I'm
cares
not
about our.
unknowing.
You see one cares
I'm
about our
not
free.
unknowing. So you put that judgment on me. You put that judgment on me, thinking I didn't know. And I do have one question. So, when more people come into the country, how does the crime rate go down?
Yeah, because it is the case that
You said
undocumented.
that to the other guy.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the U.S. comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens, meaning if there's a greater percentage of the population that's on average lower.
Percentage doesn't mean lesser.
Can I
But
please
it doesn't
finish?
mean lesser crimes happen.
Can I please
All
finish?
right. Well, yes, go ahead.
So if we look specifically at the crime rate, right, crime rate would decline because it is the case that there's a greater portion of the population that has a lower average rate of crime. So if a greater portion of the population has a lower average rate of crime, that pulls down the average rate of crime, meaning that it is the case that it reduces the crime rate. I never said that it reduces the nominal level of crime. I said it reduces the crime rate.
Right. But if a crime isn't reported, is it still a crime?
Yes.
So the rate might not go down because something wasn't reported.
I don't know why there'd be a difference in reporting if it is the case that there's more people that come to the country versus less people that come to the country. There'd be a same proportionality in terms of not reporting, I would assume.
Well, that's
If
true.
anything, if there
True
are more,
fact. That's fact.
sure. So I mean, so then, what specific point would you say as to why you support Donald Trump? Bailey, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I actually did not.
Oh no.
Daniel, thank you so much for the $5.
think-
Thank you.
I think she lost because of that reason. A lot of those things. She didn't say, "Hey, girls should compete in girl sports. Boys should compete in boy sports."
Okay. Wait, I'll ask you this
That was a
question.
biggie.
Yeah. So you don't think men should be in women's spaces, correct?
What's that?
You don't think men should be in women's spaces?
Faces. I'm not understanding what that
Spaces. SPACES. Spaces.
Like you mean locker rooms?
For example, yeah, like would you vote for a candidate that ever bragged about walking into the changing rooms of people in Miss Teen USA without their consent?
Are we getting back to the Carroll case?
No.
Oh, okay. Because I think America spoke because they didn't believe her.
I don't know. I don't know why you just randomly just said America didn't believe Eugene Carroll. That's not relevant to me talking about literally like would you support a candidate?
But
that-
is it you asked if people?
I'm
Go
let me
ahead. I'm
finish.
sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
For sure. Would you support a candidate in which bragged about walking into the changing rooms of people in Miss Teen USA without their consent.
Did I?
Would you?
I didn't know he did that. I didn't know he said he did that.
I never said anyone did that. I just said, would you support a candidate who's a man walking into the changing rooms of women without their consent?
Nope, I wouldn't have.
No, you wouldn't?
I wouldn't.
So
No.
Donald Trump, who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls without their consent, right, and women without their consent, you're telling me you wouldn't support him?
Well, I didn't know that happened. You are informing me.
So then you agree now with this information that you have right now that you wouldn't support him?
I think I wouldn't. But anyways, what do you think about why do you think she lost? Is that one of the reasons
wait,
Can
let me hold up. Let me play it then. I'm going to play the audio for you so that you never support this guy again.
So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Oh, is this Howard
everyone's
Stern?
getting dressed.
Listen in, yes.
Is that Howard Stern?
Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
He's going in there when people are naked? I didn't
Yeah,
hear that.
he said that.
I never
He
heard
said that.
part.
He just said that.
Incredible?
What?
What did he say naked?
I'll play it again.
He never said naked.
Yes, he did.
You worry about later. Owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is every?
Did you hear? He's standing there with no clothes on.
I did hear him say. I did hear that. That I did not hear. No, I never heard that. Never heard that interview with him.
Okay, so given that you have this information now, you would not support him?
Absolutely, I wouldn't have voted for him. I can't not support him now.
So if
but
you
anyways,
could go, so
I
to
wanna
clarify,
get back to the reason
so let me
of
clarify
why-
one more time.
Why didn't she get elected?
if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Oh, I wouldn't vote for her. I would have voted for the independent.
No, if you can either vote
It'd
for
have been a
Kamala
waste of
Harris,
ballot.
so you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump.
I would have
then?
left the boxes open. I would have left the
Okay.
boxes open.
At least we got you there. At least we got you there. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Again, Shrey, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Shrey. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Shrey in the comment section right now. Harriet, thank you so much for the $2.50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Daniel, thank you so much for the $5. Lydia with the $10. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Lydia in the comment section right now? Arturo, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Bailey with the $10 again. Thank you. Mads, thank you for the $5 again. Thank you. And holy shit, Greg with the $250. Can we get some W's for Greg with 2 G's in the comment section right now? Greg with 2 G's, thank you so much for the $250 on PayPal. Holy shit. Can we get some W's for Greg with 2 G's? Thank you so much, Greg. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Greg in the comment section right now. Holy shit. W's for Greg. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much, Greg. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are simply just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 39.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Of course I do.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, because I support him because he's the best choice. But I'll have some questions for you about the lies you're spreading.
What lies?
With your half clips. Okay, so in that clip you played with what's his name with Howard Stern.
Mm-hmm.
You played a partial clip. You didn't play the part where he said he's not into younger women. He's talking about women. He never said teen nothing. Y'all use teen because he also owned a teen pageant. But he was always talking about the adult.
Can I say why
pages
we
that he
say
was
teen?
saying.
I'll say why we say teen, because there was an 18-year-old that came out, so there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old when Donald Trump would barge in without their consent. So I was just clarifying, because Donald Trump has bragged about walking in the changing rooms of women without their consent, and it is the case that we know that the victims were as young as 15 years old based upon a victim who was 18 years old coming out and saying it. So we have good reason to believe that's true. Secondly, he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He had a large relationship with Epstein where he said that he was a terrific guy, likes beautiful women as much as he does.
Let's
Many
stay
of them on
one
the
subject.
younger side.
One at a time. One at a time. You go off subject all the time when you're wrong.
Sure.
First, you said teen. You like to mention teen because it sounds better for you, but he never talked about teen in that thing. If you show the whole clip, he literally said he likes women 30 and up, in their 30s. That's what he goes for. And in the same interview, he said, right, the clip that y'all cut out. He says,
But he also has acknowledged that he has talked to women who are younger, right?
Did he say that? Well, first we're clarifying that that's not completely true what you're saying. Let's verify it first. First, it's not
No, wait.
completely
Well,
true
I
what
never
you
said that he said teen within that clip. I said that it is the case that an 18-year-old came out, so there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old, and it is the case that Donald Trump specifically bragged
but there
about
was
walking in the
also-
changing rooms of women without their consent.
Yeah, there was 4 that weren't, but if you do your research, and I'm pretty sure you do, and you know this, there was also 11 that said it wasn't true.
They said who said it wasn't true?
11 other girls in the same locker room came out and said it wasn't.
They never said that it wasn't. They never said that it. Wait, one, it wasn't the same. One, it wasn't the same locker room, and 2, they just said that they didn't see. Right. So you're saying some people specifically didn't see this happen. Right. That is the case. That's not that they didn't. They said that it didn't ever happen. They said that they didn't see it happen. That's it.
Well, I think if Trump walked anywhere, everybody would see it and know it.
That's not true. That's just not true. That's just not true. There were plenty of people that came out and talked about the fact that Donald Trump would do this. Do you deny all of those people?
Well, I'm not denying anything. What I'm saying is, let's talk off. You gotta spit full fact. Like you're getting that dude talking about teen, but he never said anything about teen.
Wait, so then I have a question. Then would you be? I said women's spaces. Like, would you be okay with men in women's spaces? And that's the original conversation that we're talking about. Now, would you be okay with Donald Trump doing this, bragging? If say none of the victims were teenagers, would you be okay with this?
Would I be okay with men in women's spaces?
No, I'm saying Donald Trump barging into the changing rooms of women without their consent to look at them naked.
Well, I don't think any men will, but you think there's certain men that can. So
I'm asking you, would you support a man that did that for president?
No, I don't support any man that would.
You would never support any man that did that for president, correct?
No, for a person, period.
You would never support that person for president, correct?
No, you're trying to twist my words. Listen to what I'm saying.
Wait, I'm just trying to make sure. Can you make sure before we move on? Can you make sure that this is the case? Would you ever vote for someone who's done this as for president of the United States?
If there's, you ain't got no facts. You
what do you mean I have no facts? You can't answer the question.
I am answering.
I'm not beating around any bush. That's what you're doing right now.
You support men being in girls' locker
rooms.
Wait,
do you want to wait? You're voting for a guy that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of women without their consent. So hold up. Would you support a candidate that was a man that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of women without their consent to see them naked?
Well, what is the Howard Stern show?
Oh, he can't answer this question.
No,
he can't do it.
But I like
hold up. Answer the question first.
It's like, no. There's no. See,
you can't do this.
This is what y'all do. Y'all skip around. And
I'm not the one skipping around right now. That's what you're doing.
You only pick. No. Then answer the question then. If you ain't stupid,
what? You're the one that got asked the question, so answer it. Answer the question. Wait. Look into a mirror right now. Answer the question. Answer the question.
What is the Howard Stern show?
Answer the question. Wait. I promise you. I promise you. I will answer any questions you have further as soon as you answer my question, because I asked the question first, right?
Yeah, he didn't. Well, for one, he didn't barge in there, like he said in there. He walked in there. He asked him how things going and this.
He did. He barged in.
He didn't barge. He walked in.
Do you want me to play the clip again?
Play the whole clip, so everybody.
Wait. What is the difference between barging and wait? What does barging mean? What does barging mean?
He didn't say barging.
Okay, but that means he walks in without the consent of people, correct?
He didn't walk in by himself. He walked in with his people.
Wait, so I have a question. Why is he saying that he gets I have a question. Why is he saying he gets away with it?
Well, you go back to my question and we can get to there. Go
No,
back.
you still haven't answered the
You
question.
got to
Would you?
start from the beginning. What is the Howard Stern show? What is the Howard Stern show?
I promise you, I will answer any of these questions as soon as you answer my question. Would
You
you?
can't. I can't answer your questions without starting from the front.
Yes, you can. Would you vote for a man that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of women without their consent to see them naked?
See, this is how you have your supporters, because you jump around things.
I'm
Start
not.
from
You're the
front
one
of
not
beginning.
answering the question.
I am. I'll answer your question when you make it make sense. What is the Howard Stern show and what was it based about?
I'll answer your question as soon as you make it make sense by answering my question.
You can't do that without you telling your audience. what the Howard
Reverse,
Stern show
reverse,
is.
reverse, reverse.
Yeah. See how when he gets caught up, he can't talk. This is smart guy right here. So what was the Howard Stern show based on? What was it all about? It's very popular.
I'm not going to
in
let you
90s
deflect.
today.
I'm not letting you deflect.
I'm not deflecting.
You are.
I'm telling you to let's step back and get where we're at. So you want to ask questions just like you play certain clips and say team to get people's ears, like you were confusing that guy because you were making stuff up. So you confused him. See, I ask a lot of questions. You can't confuse me. So I ask you again, what was the Howard Stern based on? I can answer for you if you're scared to answer because you don't want to look funny.
I didn't confuse him. He was already confused himself. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the description.
He said he
And I
never heard that
just
because
showed
nobody
people
did.
that he was. Now, do you want to answer my question? I'm not going to answer any of your questions until you answer my question. I would love to. I promise you, I want to answer your question. I really do. But I don't
just
want to let
told
you pivot. So like I'm going to simply not answer your question
it's not
until you
pivoting.
answer mine because I don't want you to pivot. I would
All
love
right.
to answer your
Yeah.
question as soon as you answer
Well,
my question.
Okay, I'm gonna answer your question. So, but first I'm gonna make the statement first. So the statement is the Howard Stern show for your younger generation who never seen it or heard of it. It was nothing but perverted, nasty talk. That's all it was. That's all it was. Perverted, nasty talk. Every
And that's
guest
and
on
that's
there,
what
they
and
asked
that's
if they
what
were
Donald Trump
sexual
decided to go
questions.
on to.
Yeah, well, it was very popular. Everybody was into that. You know, the nine. It was the
Everybody
90s.
was not into that.
It was very popular show. It was a
That
very
doesn't
popular.
that doesn't mean that it
guests
wait,
on
that
there.
doesn't mean that it's justified or okay.
No, you're not. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, so he's asking him questions, and he knows he's going to ask you sexual questions. So of course he's going to say what he's going to say to look good. Do I think that what he said
thinks this looks
is how you're
good?
trying? Do I think what he said is what you're trying to portray it as? No. So yes, I will vote for him every time because what you're trying to portray it as is not what it is. He was on a perverted show where they had small penis competitions. They had all kinds of shit. If you go and watch, if you know what the Howard Stern show is.
So because
yeah, he was
wait, so
saying
because
something,
the
way you're
show
trying to
that
put it-
Trump wait, hold up. Let's just make sense of this real quick. Because Trump went on a show that was so morally deplorable, that means that him going on the show isn't morally deplorable?
Everybody went on that show, is what I'm saying. That was a
Everybody
different
did not
time.
go on that
was a
show.
different time. That
Did
was a
did,
different
did
time
Barack
where-
Obama
where
go
we
on that show?
were not
Did Barack
sensitive.
Obama
Huh?
go on that show? Did Hillary Clinton go on that
Barack
show?
Obama-
Did Joe
who are
Biden
they?
go on that show?
Who are they?
Did Donald Trump go
Who
on
are
that
they?
show?
Was that show around when they were popular?
Did Kamala Harris go on the Howard Stern show?
Did they even have a name when the Howard Stern show was
Yes.
popular?
Yes.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, nobody knows them. Everybody, you compare them to Donald Trump's.
You think
Trump.
wait, you think
Everybody
Joe
knows
Biden didn't have a career
him.
back then? What are you talking
He
about?
didn't. He wasn't known. The only people that knew
Yes,
him
he
were people
was.
in politics and people in his
Joe
city.
Biden was in politics.
Yeah, that's the only people that know him. Trump was
What?
a celebrity.
What?
Everybody knows Trump.
Okay,
Bro, how are you not?
not everybody
comprehending
knows
that?
Trump, and
Am I
especially
talking
back
too
then,
fast?
not everyone knew him.
Everybody.
I would
knows Trump.
argue that
Are you
politicians have
crazy?
have
He
more.
did cameos for all movies. Whoopi Goldberg. Everybody. He did for everybody. What you mean nobody knew him? Even Obama said that Donald
I never
Trump-
said
what did he say about
nobody
Donald
knew
Trump?
him.
You tell
Wait.
everybody. What did Obama say about Donald Trump?
Hold up. I said not everybody knows about him. I never said nobody knew who he was.
Well, of course, not every single person, if you want to put a category, but a lot of people knew he was very popular, just like he is now. He was very,
And
very
wait,
known
you could
person.
say the same, but by that same metric, you could say the same thing about Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama
No, you
and
cannot.
Kamala Harris. Yes, you could. So again, you're
People
not
knew-
understanding.
people knew
So
Trump was in
explain to me,
movies and
explain to me why this is okay for Donald Trump to engage in this behavior, because you said that you would not be okay with men and women's spaces, especially bragging about going into the changing rooms of women without their consent when they're naked. Okay,
I answered your
you're
question.
saying
I answered again.
I have a question. Let's say someone that you knew was in that changing room. specifically when Donald Trump barged in without their consent. Would you still vote for him?
Why don't you just ask your original question? Because you stop pivoting to like make sure more.
Every question I ask is a pivot to this guy, dude.
I asked your question. No, I wasn't. You had to tell everybody what you were talking about before you get to a point, because you like to jump around. What I said was, based on that show and what it was about, everybody knows what that show was. So when you go on that show, you talk about Smix, or I don't know how you say it on TikTok. You talk about all that stuff. So he said, so the way you guys are portraying it, I don't believe it. Now, so I'm gonna vote for him all day. What's next? I mean, y'all make so many stories up about him. Like the whole thing where he called Republicans dumb. That was debunked, but you still talk about it. That was false, and you still talk about it. Was it not false?
The 34 felonies?
No, where he called all Republicans dumb. You talk about that often.
What? Trump? Or you mean that Trump specifically loves the poorly educated?
No, where in a magazine where he did an interview and called Republicans dumb. That's why he's gonna run for them. It was debunked several times, and you still
wait. He said he loves the poorly educated, right?
No, he didn't. It was debunked. You know it.
He did. He's referring to the point where he was saying that if he ran for,
need it back up.
He was saying if he ran for office, it would be a Republican. I just want to come up and speak to one thing really quick, and then
can I bring somebody?
I just want to speak to one thing really quick, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get out of the way. And that thing is the Howard Stern show, right? As someone who is older and saw the Howard Stern show in its quote unquote full glory, like in real time, I heard it on the radio and I watched it on TV. Saying that it was like a provocative show or whatever, I think that is a bit of an understatement. It was a show that was geared towards misogyny, geared towards sexuality, geared toward depravity. And Donald Trump was a frequent guest because that's who he is. He resonated with that. He resonated with the message of the show, the actual display, the way that they treated women, talked to women, whether it was Robin or any guest that they actually brought on the show. So Donald Trump actually was a frequent member of this Howard Stern show because he felt comfortable there, not because it was something where, oh, he was just invited one time. He literally wanted to continue to engage in that space because that's who he is. He was a Manhattanite, I guess you can call it whatever, but he was someone who, at that time, he lived through the 70s and 80s. He was someone who continued to actually engage in that nightlife, that culture of being able to, quote unquote, grab women by the you know what, right? He looked at himself in that vein, and him being on the Howard Stern show was him being who he is. So you can speak to the actual show and what it is or what it wasn't, but the simple fact of the matter is that space let Donald Trump be who he really is. And that's the point. He was full-blown Trump while talking to Howard Stern. And I just wanted to give that actual levity as someone who saw it in real time, and I'm not listening back to
we all saw it in real time, bro. And multiple.
No. We didn't, because you were specifically speaking to Parker, who Parker's younger. He didn't see it in real time, but I actually did, right? And so Parker's someone that learned about this at a later time. I saw it actually.
So tell me what I said was wrong. Okay, I'm gonna repeat it. It was a very popular show with a bunch of A-listers go on there and talk about sexual things and all kind of mostly perverted stuff, and then a little bit about life. And what was wrong about what I said?
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's not an excuse. You're using that as an excuse.
No, I didn't use it as an excuse.
You're absolutely you're excusing his actions because it was how things were, right? Like literally that's what's happening. And you see stuff that comes out of that, like the Me Too movement. You see actual people coming forward after years of being abused by people and systems and things like that happened before. It's not an excuse. And just because it happened 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago does not make it okay today. People should still be held accountable. And what you did then, it still should actually be something that you speak to today. Now, I'm not saying that we should just say, oh, well, you can continue to bring up everyone's past, but what I'm saying is Donald Trump has continued. This is the problem with Trump. He has continued to show us who he is since the 70s. He has not changed. He has continued to be the same racist, sexist, classist, and now he's at fascist. And
Where's he
that's the
racist
point.
about? Where's he racist about, bro?
Sure, I'll let Athena and Parker handle that. Parker, thank you for let me come up for a second. I just want to speak to that because I think a lot of people try to say, well, you guys weren't there and you didn't know or what. Like, I saw it. I saw
Well, I
everything.
mean, you
Anyway,
agreed.
I
You
appreciate
agreed.
you.
You said you didn't like the show. You agreed to exactly what we said. So I don't understand where you think you went.
I'm saying
You did exactly what the
I'm
show
saying
was.
you trying to use that
No,
as
no,
an
no, no. I didn't.
excuse
No,
is
I didn't use
now
that as an excuse. I
you're
didn't
trying
say.
to use it as an excuse.
You did.
No,
You
I
got
didn't use
used
that.
an
Anyway, I'm
excuse.
I
sorry.
said
I'll
what I
go.
said. I
I
said you
appreciate you
guys were
guys.
exaggerating what was
Appreciate you.
being
Appreciate
said
you.
based on the show. Yeah, run away. That's what y'all do, bro.
Wait. He's not running
You didn't
away.
let
He's
him.
not
You
running
didn't
away.
let. You didn't let me. You didn't let me interact with him. You just threw him out because you let him say something where he agreed with me. He just didn't like the show, basically.
Wait, you were trying to use the show specifically being this horrible way, right? Being a perverted show in order to act like it was like an excuse for Donald Trump's behavior and going on the
No, no,
show
no.
and
That's
speaking
not
about.
what I did.
Well, yeah, no, you were trying to use it to deflect away from taking
No.
accountability
See, this,
that you were willing to vote for someone that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of women without their consent when they're naked. You conceded to those set situations, like that was true, and that you were okay with that being the case, given it is the case that it's Donald Trump.
no. It's not had nothing to do with Donald Trump. It's your exaggeration of it. People go on shows because they're popular throughout the 90s, 80s, since shows began. They go on shows because they're popular. Trump ain't the only A-lister that was on that show. Many A-listers were on that show talking about the same kind of stuff.
Can I ask you a question?
So, go ahead.
If it were your daughter or sister in that changing room, would you
That
be
don't make
okay
no
with a
sense.
powerful man walking in on her while she was undressing?
It's my daughter and my adult daughter.
And yeah, let's say your daughter is 15 years old.
She
If
wasn't
your
15, but
15-year-old daughter was in that
I'm not
changing
going to
room,
answer
would you be okay?
non-factual stuff. I won't
Excuse
answer
me?
non-factual questions.
No, I just want to test your logic. I just want to
Well, it's
test
not
how you would react. No, I just want to know if your 15-year-old daughter were in that changing room.
I know you want to know because you're asking a question that didn't happen. Ask a question that
It doesn't
happened.
have to happen.
Yes,
I'm
it
just
does.
asking
Yes,
you,
it
would you
does.
be okay with it if you
No,
were
I wouldn't
if
be.
it
I
were your
wouldn't be okay
daughter?
with no man going into a child's space. No,
You're not
but
okay
that
with
didn't
anybody
happen.
going to a child's space?
Which that didn't happen.
Okay, so you know that Trump was going to the changing rooms of Miss Teen USA as
No,
well,
no, it
right?
wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. He
No,
admitted
it
it
wasn't.
himself.
Where did he admit
Yeah,
it?
so Trump
No, he
admitted it
admitted it.
himself on that show that he would walk into
No,
the
he didn't.
dressing rooms of Miss. Yeah, he did.
No,
So
he didn't.
he
I said
admitted
exactly what he
on the
said.
how. Can you listen to what I'm saying without being so angry and emotional?
I'm not emotional. I'm talking.
Yeah. So he admitted himself on the Howard Stern show that he would walk into the dressing rooms of Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. And when you look at the Miss Teen USA
Play the clip.
contestants, some of them were as young. Listen, my mother told me you have 2
Play
ears
the
and 1
clip.
mouth, so you need to listen more than you speak. I don't know how you're going to
Play
listen
the
to me
clip.
and engage with what I am saying if you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet the whole time. I'm gonna listen to you and then play the clip.
Okay. Did he not admit that it was also Miss Teen USA?
No, he didn't.
Parker?
So
Parker?
he doesn't say in the clip teen, but it is the case that there was an 18-year-old that came out. So there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old, and like he says things in which where he said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Specifically, he said about Epstein that he's a terrific guy, likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side. So we have indications towards that that's the case, but he hasn't specifically said teen in any of the
And
clips where we
that's
can.
not exactly.
Yeah,
That's the point he's trying to dispute for some reason.
Yeah, multiple Miss Teen, yeah, but multiple women who were Miss Teen USA contestants who competed have confirmed that Trump did enter their changing areas unannounced.
Yep.
I can give you the sources for that, by the way.
You didn't even have those sources. You were already wrong. That's a W for me.
No, I do
So
have
part
those
2 where you're
sources.
wrong. What about the 11 girls who came and said they don't recall seeing Trump walking in there in the Teen USA? Do they not
Wait,
count?
so just because those 11 girls said they didn't see...
Yeah, if you're gonna see Trump, if Trump walks in, you're gonna know Trump.
There's
Okay,
more than one pageant. So like
11 girls who said they've never seen him with their names, and 4 who don't put their names out there said that they seen Trump in them.
Okay, and
Wait,
what about, okay, fine, maybe they didn't see him, but it doesn't mean that it didn't happen, because there were a lot of girls
It
who came
doesn't mean
forward
that
who
it
said that
did
they
because he
did see
never
him.
said teen. Like you stood by that. He said teen. You were wrong on that.
Yes. No, wait, hold on one second. Multiple women who were Miss Teen USA contestants did come forward. I can give you the sources for that.
You talking
Okay?
about
It's a
women or
fact that they
teens?
did come forward. My point is, this is why I asked you, because you would be okay if it happens to somebody else's daughter, but not if it would happen to your daughter.
You're still going back to teen. We just debunked that. There's no proof.
We didn't debunk anything.
There's
Are
no
you
proof.
saying there is absolutely no source that a Miss Teen USA contestant came forward?
There's 11 other contestants.
Are you saying, are you saying that there is no Miss Teen USA contestant that came forward?
What I'm saying is there's 11 that said it did
okay,
not
I'm
happen.
gonna show him how this reasoning doesn't make any sense. Okay, there's a teacher that was assaulting children, right? Them having students in which didn't get assaulted by them, is that evidence that they don't assault children?
Repeat your question.
Yeah. There's a teacher that was assaulting children, right? And it is the case that they have other students that they did not assault. Is that evidence that they do not assault children?
Did the child? What do you mean? Did the child come up to him and say? Did they say they did it? Like you got? What are you telling? What are you saying?
What?
You're saying that the teacher.
There are many women who were not unalived by Ted Bundy. Just because there are many women who weren't unalived by Ted Bundy does not mean that Ted Bundy didn't unalive some women. There are many people who weren't unalived by Jeffrey Dahmer. But just because a lot of people, a majority of people were not unalived by Jeffrey Dahmer, it doesn't mean that some people were not unalived. So just because 11 girls said that they did not see him coming in does not mean other girls did not see him coming in.
So you thought you ate, but in reality, when let me do your whole Ted Bundy and them. Okay, for you to make sense of what I said, you would have to say a survivor. Okay, not because these girls were actually in the locker rooms, so it would have to be a victim of him who didn't say nothing. Which all of the survivor obviously said something. So your logic doesn't make sense. What you're saying that
they can't be a survivor if he didn't walk in on them. Yeah, they can't be a survivor if he didn't walk in on them on that particular day. The point is though, multiple women did come forward who did compete in a Miss Teen USA beauty pageant who did say that Donald Trump walked into their dressing room while they were changing their clothes. That's a fact. So you can't just randomly ignore them just because other women or other girls did not see that or experience that.
So let me ask you a question, because you like to ask off-the-wall questions. If your son or brother was accused of something, he's telling you he didn't do it, and 3 other girls are telling you he didn't do it, but that one girl telling him to do it, do we believe that one girl? Oh, that's the same logic y'all use. What? It don't make sense now? You believe that one girl, you believe the 3 other girls that were there?
No, I would not take my son's side if I saw my son was a creep, joking about grabbing women by the pussy, being held civilly liable for essaying somebody, and having over 26 women, including his ex-wife, who said that she experienced marital rape. No, I would not stand by my son. I would actually hand him over myself.
I asked you one question. Why did you pivot to a thousand?
I did not pivot. I literally was answering your question.
No. I said if your son was accused by one girl saying that she did something, but at a party, and 3 other people came up, 3 other women came up and said, "Hey, he didn't do that. We were there." You don't know who you're gonna believe. You're gonna until there's 100% facts out there. You're not gonna say,
I answered you the question.
My son did it. Hand him over.
No. I would believe the victim enough to have it thoroughly investigated. That's what I would do. Yeah, I would 100% believe the victim enough to have it thoroughly investigated instead of just simply ignoring it. Because if my son is a danger to women, I want him off the streets. Yes.
Yeah, literally, same conditions applicable with Trump. We would totally not stand by our fucking son. We would totally not stand by anyone in our life that specifically has done that. That's fucking insane.
That's not what she said. That's not what she said. That's my point exactly. You
That's
said so.
exactly what
Would
we
you
both
throw?
just said.
No. Would you throw? So you're not going to throw your son to the curb until you know, right? Until you know which side is
What?
actually spreading the truth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which is based upon
you want to investigate.
victims coming out and saying that this happens, right, is going to be reason for me to believe that. Hello? Credible victims?
And if he has a history, by the way, if he has a history of women coming forward and accusing him of that, then he must have done something wrong. If your ex-wife is accusing you of marital rape, if over 26 women are coming forward saying that they were SA'd or SH'd by him, if he was held civilly liable, then yes, I would believe that woman, because this shows a pattern of behavior.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a country.
Would you stand by your kid in that scenario?
Well, let me put it like this. You know what? Everybody hated Johnny Depp until he got proven that the woman was lying. Women don't always tell the truth, bro. They out there lying.
What is the likelihood of a false accusal in the context of
We don't
the
know.
court system?
How would we
It's
know?
the false accusation.
How can you have stats on that? There's literally men getting their lives ruined from women lying about those things. True or not? Facts or not?
It's a
Men are more likely. So sorry, Parker.
Have men's lives been ruined by women accusing them of things that didn't actually happen?
Go ahead, Athena.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Athena, speak.
Yeah, men are more likely to be essayed themselves than be falsely accused, right? Like the false accusation rate is like less than 5%, if I'm not mistaken. So men are more likely to be essayed themselves than be falsely accused, right? You cannot say that over 26 women, including his ex-wife, when he himself is admitting to being creepy, are all just lying. He literally said that he found his daughter attractive.
I didn't say that there's lies. See, this is where you're saying. I'm saying until it comes out that he is 100% guilty, I'm not going to put guilt on the man.
He was held civilly liable.
Civilly liable is not guilty. Civilly liable, like, there's a whole bunch on that story. Like,
Okay, I have a question then. Can I ask you a question? If Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you vote for him?
If it was a child?
Yeah.
If he was held liable to sexual abuse, I wouldn't stand for anything with children.
Okay, so there's no difference in standard of evidence. So then why would you accept the case in one scenario but not the other, given that there's no difference in standard of evidence?
No, I would. Well, I mean, more likely, small children are not going to lie about things, unless they do have.
So I'll give you a connotation in which has the same in which a kid has the same likelihood of lying as any typical woman. Because again, I don't see there's any reason for you to say that there's a difference in the likelihood of lying, right? Is it for SA victims? There's no evidence to indicate that. But like, let's build that in as an assumption. Let's build that in as an assumption of the hypothetical. In that scenario, would you specifically, right, still support Donald Trump, right?
What are you talking about? Like a little kid, teenage? What are you talking about?
The only difference between the case is the age of the victim. That's it. The same standard of evidence. Would you accept one but not the other?
It's not the same standard of evidence because
it is. It's a civil court.
A child would not be. See, this is off the wall conversation. A child is not going to be in a position where a powerful man like Trump can put her can walk with her into a room so she can show him some clothes, show him what he's going to buy, and she puts it on. Why would you invite a man in there to dress up for him? Why'd you do that?
Not you blaming a victim. You're blaming a victim specifically for literally being in a scenario with an abuser. Why don't you blame the fucking abuser?
I'm blaming whoever's at fault.
You blame what?
You still didn't even answer my question, Parker. Are men out here? Are there men out here, even men who haven't been proven? There's lots of them. Because at the end of the day, in court, women win most court cases, regardless. Because why?
That's not true at all.
So I asked the question to you, Parker. Are there lots of men out here, and a few of them are being nationally televised, being accused of things, and there's complete lies to destroy their lives?
This is not a scenario, right? If there is a scenario in which there are lies specifically to destroy someone's life, you can acknowledge that, given that that's been proven to be the case. But we're saying in this scenario, what's been proven is that Donald Trump is guilty.
My bad. You want to be specific. Are there cases where women lied and got in no trouble.
We're saying it's very
accusing
unlikely
him.
for that to be the case. It is significantly more likely that Trump is
Where
guilty.
do
Again,
you get
hold
the
on. Let me
stat from
give you
that?
the so in terms of just false accusations from a court system, it is the case that it's 2 to 10% likelihood, right? 2 to 10% likelihood. So the likelihood of it being accurate just based upon an accusation or a charge is literally 90 to 98%. Okay, now that's just specifically on a charge. Now, if you want to reference civil liability, if you want to reference an entire unanimous decision of a jury, in that scenario, it is significantly more likely to be true and less likely to be false. Okay, wait, can you repeat back to me what I just said?
So, okay, I'm gonna tell you what you're saying.
Can you repeat back to me
what
you're
saying is everybody in jail belongs there. That's what I heard.
No, that's not what I said. I said that we have. I think that if someone has been convicted, we have best reason to believe that it's true until we have reason to believe otherwise.
Okay, so everybody in jail,
especially in a scenario where we're talking about. Go ahead.
Okay.
So you're protecting the people who are wrongfully accused, right?
Well, yeah, shouldn't we?
Yeah. So then why are you defending Trump, who literally wanted 5 wrongfully accused teenagers to get the death penalty? He even he paid $85,000 worth of ads to get the exonerated 5, who were, the oldest was 16, mind you. The youngest was 13. These were black and brown teens who were wrongfully accused of raping somebody, and Trump wanted them dead.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's say the whole story.
Do you stand behind that?
Well, I like to tell the whole story before we just.
What's the whole story?
Let me tell the whole story, because Parker likes to he wants to cut you off so you don't tell the whole story.
No, he's not cutting you off.
Yeah, so the whole story is, let's start from the beginning. Okay, Trump ain't a cop. He ain't in those rooms. Those kids admitted, even though because of the cops, it's the cops' fault. It ain't their fault. They admitted that they did it. So any person, they weren't the only people that wanted them or something done for them. Trump wasn't the only person.
But after they were exonerated, he was asked about it again, and he never apologized. After they got exonerated, he was asked about the exonerated 5 again, and he said he would never apologize for calling for the death penalty for 5 kids.
What did he say? He said, "I'm not going to apologize for it because that's what they."
No, but he said he wouldn't apologize after they were exonerated.
Yeah, because he doesn't feel. I mean, you could agree or not agree. He doesn't feel he's responsible because at the time.
I'm not talking about him being responsible. I do think that when he pays $85,000 worth of ads to to call for the death penalty of 5 kids, that's abysmal.
Well, if 5 kids admitted that they unalived your sister, would you want them to have the death penalty?
Again, no. 5 kids should not be getting the death penalty, because at that point, the case was still ongoing. By the way,
so
the case was still ongoing before. It was before. Hold on, 1 second. It was before they got charged. The case was still ongoing. He didn't know if they were guilty or not. They were still going to court. He called for the unaliving of 5 kids.
He did know they were guilty. They admitted to doing it.
The case was still ongoing, yes or no?
They admitted to doing it.
Was the case still ongoing, yes or no? They were not even charged at that point.
Yeah,
you see, hold on. You see how you're not consistent, because when the woman is a victim, when the woman is a victim, right, and Trump is the person you're trying to defend, all of a sudden you pretend like you care about people who are wrongfully convicted.
Yeah, they were no.
But people are being wrongfully convicted, and you pretend like you care about those people.
No. You're acting like you care because you're jumping around. Let's go back.
No, I'm not jumping around at all. Does that make sense? I'm trying to challenge your logic and see if you're consistent or not.
No. So when they were interviewed, they were forcefully admitted, but nobody knows that except for the people who made them.
Were they charged?
They were forcefully admitted. Yeah.
Were they charged at the point where he paid for those ads?
The news came out and said that they admitted.
Were they charged at the point where he paid for those ads?
You gonna let me finish talking though? Did they admitted that they did it, and it was all over the news that they admitted guilt. Regardless,
were they charged? Yes or no?
I don't understand that question. Why that question matters?
Were they charged? Yes or no?
I don't understand that question.
No, the point is you're sitting here pretending as
No,
if
no,
you
no.
care for people who are
No,
wrongfully
you're
accused,
acting
but
like
what you
you're
care
saving.
about is only protecting perpetrators. No,
You're,
you
you're,
care
what
about
you-
protecting perpetrators. That's it.
what you're saying is not true. It's not. Doesn't have any. Like even I don't. If Parker got some brain in his cell, bro, he has to be understanding that you're not sounding right. What you're saying.
Wait, am I not making sense?
No,
On
you're
on the
not.
one case, you don't
Athene
care
is
about people
totally
who are
making
wrong.
sense.
Yeah,
Okay,
on the
okay.
one
Then you
side,
answer
you
me.
you
Then you
you
answer me,
pretend
Parker.
as if you care about people who are wrongfully
How are you
accused.
making? No. You're not making sense because they weren't accused. As far as everybody knew at the time, they admitted to doing it. It wasn't nothing to do with accusing. They admitted to doing it.
Wait, hold on. So before they got charged, before it got investigated, before they got their due process, this man decided to call for the death penalty of 5 children.
So
They
you're
were
saying
all
before the
under the age of
controversy,
16 except for one of them.
so you're
Again, that
so
is
your
one point.
standpoint.
But the point is, even if at that point they thought that they were guilty, once they were exonerated, he
What do you
chose
mean?
not to apologize for it.
Hey, you saw how she switched it up? No, let's
I
go
did
back.
not switch up anything.
You saw where you didn't sound right about it, where I was trying to tell you the whole time. They admitted guilt prior to anything. That's how they were in there locked up, because they admitted guilt when they got arrested. So I'm trying to understand what you're saying, where he posted it before they got arrested. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, by the way, they never admitted for guilt, by the way.
Yeah, they did. They were forced.
No, they didn't.
Nobody knew that but the cop. Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did. Did they, Parker, or not?
They never
Did
truly admitted
they
they were
not forced?
guilty.
Did they
Hold
not
on, hold
force
on,
you? They
hold
were
on,
pushed you to
hold
admit
on,
guilt.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. They were never admitted for. They never admitted guilt. They only gave coerced statements under pressure, which they later retracted, and that's why the case even happened. They retracted what they said. And that's precisely why later on they were legally and factually also exonerated. So no, it is actually misinformation. They never admitted to guilt in the crime that they were accused of, which was the assault and rape of the
Bro,
jogger.
in the documentary and everything, they admit to it.
No, they
Even though
never
it was
no.
forced admission, like they didn't do it. Everybody knows that. It was
They
forced
gave they again they made coerced statements that were videotaped 100%, but they recanted those statements, admitting that they had been pressured into giving those statements,
And what was the
and
verdict?
that's why they never admitted to actual guilt.
What was the verdict?
Bullet, do you think that they're guilty?
What did I just say? I said we all know they're not guilty, but we're talking about
Okay,
how.
wait,
So then why did-
so then why does he still why did he still perpetuate the idea that
Well,
they
what
should
he
get the death
said-
penalty even after he knew?
He didn't say they still need the death penalty. What he said was what he's saying is he doesn't
Did he
need
retract that
to
statement?
apologize for something if that's what it was. No. But you're putting words in his mouth. He didn't say they still need to get the death penalty today, did he? Like you
Did
just
he
said.
did he
said
ever
that?
retract it?
No. But did he say that? Like you got to be factual. Did he say that? Parker?
He said they were guilty.
Okay,
He said
so-
they were still guilty. He actually even said that the exoneration was a disgrace. That's what he said. And also, not only that, in 2002, he went to like the Larry King show, right? He said that the exoneration was a disgrace and that the case should never have been vacated. In 2014, he wrote an op-ed in the New York Daily News calling the settlement a heist and still insisted that the exonerated 5 were actually guilty. And also, in 2019, during his presidency, when he was asked to apologize to the exonerated 5, he said that they admitted their guilt, therefore they're still guilty.
Oh, you know who also admitted his guilt? Donald Trump, and you still support him.
What guilt did he admit?
That's crazy. They never admitted it, and he claims that they did, and he actually admits it, and then he doesn't say that he's guilty himself. That's nuts. That's crazy.
Admits what are you talking about? That case?
What? Say that again?
Admits what? What are you talking about? With their case?
What do you mean? What am I talking about? I talked about both. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't. I got confused with which one you're talking about.
Okay. Well, what were we talking about in the first place?
I don't know. No, we were talking about. Yeah, I think you got lost too, didn't you?
No, I'm asking you because I just want to make sure, like, what I specifically would have to re-go over.
Well, I was talking about. We were talking about the 5. You're saying that they didn't admit that they admitted it or didn't admit it. I don't know what you said, and then you said something about Trump.
Yeah, so Donald Trump actually admitted specifically what he did, right, in terms of literally bragging about walking into the changing rooms of women without their consent who are naked, right? When and you don't hold him accountable for it. He doesn't hold himself accountable for it, and he admitted to it. But then the Central Park Five, who specifically did not admit to it because it was the case that those were under duress and under coercion, right? And given that they were exonerated, why didn't he accept the exoneration?
With the
He
Central
also
Park
released. He also called for the death penalty before even the videotaped confessions or videotaped interrogations were made public. So he didn't even wait for them to get made public. He just automatically called for the death penalty.
the
That's
death
crazy.
penalty of people who were arrested for murder.
Does arrest mean convictions? Weren't you the one who was talking about accusation, like so many people being wrongfully accused and defending people and due process and all these different things? But now all of a sudden, all of that flies out the window
Ain't
when it
nothing
is
flying out.
5 black and brown teens and
Bro, I
kids.
don't,
That's
bro. Why do you
crazy.
care? Why do you care what color they are? Black, brown, white. It doesn't matter what
No,
color they are.
because I think that race played a big role into why he called for the death penalty.
Oh yeah, and what's your evidence on that?
Because he's a racist.
How you figuring? What's your evidence?
The Nixon administration literally already sued him for housing discrimination against black tenants. He also literally said that he wouldn't have black people counting his money because they were lazy. He only wants little people with like a yarmulke to count his money because they're good with money.
Wouldn't that be racist for him? So he wants somebody who's not white to do it, but he doesn't want.
No, he said he thinks black people are lazy. He also refused to let black people rent in his apartments. Like there's a whole list of things that Trump has done that are racist, but one of them is literally this part.
And we can get into it, but this generation is very sensitive about what facts and stuff are.
I feel like Parker and I gave you the facts, and you.
No, you didn't.
Sensitive.
You were wrong. You were wrong in what you said. That's why you shared it with Parker, and he had to tell you that you were wrong, but in a soft way.
What were we wrong on?
About the team, the whole team thing is where it all started from. It wasn't nothing to do with teams. And then
we already told you there's good evidence to indicate this. There was an 18-year-old that came out, so there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old, and for some reason you don't acknowledge that as evidence. But then,
I don't acknowledge it because
but prior even to the due process, specifically for the Central Park Five, you say that they were guilty, and you think it was justified for Trump to say that they were guilty. That's what I meant to say.
No, I didn't say they were guilty. Don't put words in my mouth.
No, I meant to say that you say that it's justified for Trump to say that they were guilty at that point.
Well, at that point, everybody thought they were guilty. Did
you think it was justified to think he was guilty?
Well,
to think that they were guilty. Sorry.
Did they get convicted?
This was prior to the conviction. This was prior to the conviction. This was prior to the videotaped interrogations going public.
Answer the question. Did they get convicted and did they do a lot of time?
I'm saying this was prior to that.
No. Did they get convicted and were they given a lot of time that they didn't deserve?
Say that
yes
again,
or no?
Sorry?
Were they convicted and given time because we all know they didn't, well, at least we all think they didn't do it because we don't do too many versions. None of us really did any versions, but they got let out, so obviously they didn't do it. But were they convicted and do jail time?
They were convicted, but that was wrongful.
Well, yeah, it is. So at that time, they didn't have computer stuff. They're going based on the.
You understand the time we're referencing is prior to the conviction.
Yeah, I'll check it as factual, but I don't think it matters if it's factual or not. The fact is,
it does matter. 100% it does matter.
Obviously, everything that was said about those 5 in the news was bad, and everybody well, obviously got convicted.
So then why did Donald Trump believe it prior to the conviction?
Prior to him even seeing the videotaped interrogations, by the way, because they weren't made public at that point. So April 19th is when
So how did he know somebody was arrested for it?
Again, April 19 is when the jogger was assaulted. April 20 to 21 was when the police interrogated the teenagers. April 21 to 22 is when the news covered the story. May the 1st, which was within 10 days of the crime, before the trials, before the convictions, before the coerced interrogations were fully scrutinized or even made public, Trump decided to buy full-page ads in the New York Times, New York Daily News, and New York Post, amongst others, calling for the death penalty of these 5 young kids.
So you're saying that nobody knew that they were arrested?
I did not say that. I did not say that. The news coverage did focus on them wilding. The idea that they were wilding. The point was
what is the
the
percentage of people
videotaped
who are arrested?
interrogations were not made public.
What is the percentage? I mean, he's a high figure. We don't know how if he knew anything. We don't know if he got inside. We don't know what he's from.
So
New
he
York.
didn't know anything, but he still paid $85,000 to get to call for their death penalty.
How do you know their names? You don't know what he knew.
So he didn't know anything, but he still called for their death.
No. I'm asking you, how did he know their names? How did he know his 5?
Are you okay?
I'm asking you, how did he know it was 5 of them, and how did he know their names?
Because the news covered the story.
Okay, so the news said that there was 5 people arrested in connection to that unaliving, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
but the videotaped interrogation wasn't shown.
What is the percentage of people who are arrested for a crime like that, an unaliving, and not being guilty of it?
A very high percentage, especially when it comes to like black men. Black men are up to 12 times more likely to even be wrongfully convicted of unaliving somebody, especially if the victim is white. So a whole lot of people who get arrested actually get found innocent.
Okay, so then we just a bunch of confused people. So there's a lot of he said, she said out there, and a lot of people are accused of things that ain't correct.
She wasn't unalived, by the way. But anyways,
I mean, it doesn't matter what it is. There's people who say stuff all the time that ain't true, and until there's a conviction, it's not true.
Wait. So until there's a conviction, so do you accept civil liability, and do you accept the conviction against Donald Trump?
The civil liability, where they held him liable. Okay.
Yeah. Do you accept him? Do you accept him being held liable for sexual abuse, and do you accept him being convicted of 34 felonies?
Yeah. There wasn't enough evidence for that for me to switch my mind about voting for him.
So now it's not about the conviction. Now it's not about the conviction. Now it's about the evidence.
No. It's not a conviction. Was he convicted of it? Was he convicted of it?
Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felonies, and he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
So was he convicted of SA?
He was held civilly liable. He was convicted of 34 felonies. I clarified. Do I have to clarify again?
No, first you did that until it was corrected. Then you went to the felony.
I said he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, and he was convicted of 34 felonies.
But we'll ask one at a time, because then you're confusing. You're asking 2 different questions. You're saying that he was.
I'm asking if do you accept the conviction of the felonies?
Which one?
The felonies.
Did they harm anybody?
Well, I'm saying, do you accept the felonies? Like, do you think it's true?
Do I think it's true? I mean, if he got it on his case, what's the point? Are they bad? Did they hurt somebody?
So no, I'm just asking you, do you accept it to be true?
Yeah. I mean, if they convicted him, it's true, then, right? He's a felon, right?
So you do accept it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I have a question. Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse, be your kid's babysitter?
How do you? I thought we were talking about that one first. So we're done with that.
I promise you, I promise you, it's relevant.
To the conviction of the felonies?
No, and to the civil cases, I promise. So would you let someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse babysit your child?
I don't understand how you try to reach for something like that. We all know that nobody watches my kids but me and my family, me and my personal family. So I wouldn't let a stranger, period, watch my kids.
Okay, so it seems like you. Okay, how about this? What about, would you let them be their teacher?
If the school allowed them to be in there,
or one of their kids' parents. Would you let them stay over at someone's house where one of the parents was held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
My kids don't stay at nobody's house but family.
Okay, so would you let them stay at school, public school? Do they go to public school?
Yeah, she goes to public school, and I'm
Okay,
very
so
into
so
that.
would you let their so would you be okay with their teacher being held civilly liable for sexual abuse?
Why would they be allowed in the school?
I'm asking you. Do you think they should be allowed to
Well,
be a
I mean,
teacher? Wait, do you think someone else? Wait, no, no, no. Wait. We'll actually ask this question. Do you think someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse should be allowed to be a teacher?
No, I'm saying, did the school trust them? Like, did they not believe what was going on?
Okay. I'm about to go on to the next person.
Well, you got to make sense of what you're trying to trap me with bullshit questions, bro. Those are not logical questions. Would somebody?
What was incoherent about? Wait, what was contradictory about the question?
What's logical about it? You're asking me, would you? Who watches you? You got no, you ain't got kids. Did you spend the night at friends' houses?
I do have 10 children, and I would never let them stay at someone's house that specifically was held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
So you wouldn't let them stay at nobody's house, right? So that's an irrelevant question because I wouldn't let my kids stay at anybody's house that's not personal sibling to me.
Okay, so then again, I'm talking about teacher. Would you be okay? Would you let someone be a teacher if they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
I mean, what's the law? Because if you're talking about sexual liable, every case is different. Just like with Trump's case, that lady sounds weird in what she said.
Dude,
like, it doesn't even make sense.
I'm gonna ask the question one more time. If you had the ability to determine whether or not someone was able to be a teacher and they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you let them be a teacher?
I know you're trying to reach, bro. I'm not a principal, but back with your question, what you're trying to say. Okay, so you're talking about Trump's case personally. There's a lot of holes and a lot of questions that go into that. So whenever there's a case that's solid on Trump, then ask people who support him questions about him. Because there's no solid case on him. It's just allegations and BS. Because a popular guy like that in a store, in a changing room, and nobody knows, nobody's seen him, nobody knows anything. There are no witnesses, nothing. She didn't scream, she didn't yell, nothing. Come on,
it was testified by workers that work there that it was actually typical for there to be no one specifically on that floor at that time period. So would you like to answer my question again? Would you let them be would you let them be their teacher?
I don't answer illogical questions.
Okay. Bye-bye.
The school wouldn't allow. Okay. Yeah.
We resulted to saying it was just like an illogical question. I don't even know how the conversation just resulted to that. That was horrible. That was horrible. I do have some people to thank and to catch up to. KJ, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, KJ. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rachel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Rec, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Brian with the $5. Thank you. Rue, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Sarah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. And another Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Livy with the $10. Thank you. Zach with the $10. I'm so far behind. I'm so sorry, everyone. Justin with the $2. Thank you. Erica with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Erica. No, they never did. Saray, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Again, Zach, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby with the $10 again. Thank you so much. And Autumn with the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Lydia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Lydia. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mads with the $2. Thank you. Jessica with the $5. Thank you. Jaden with the $3 on Venmo. Thank you. Ella, thank you so much for the $5. Valkyrie with the $20. Thank you so much, Valkyrie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, it's crazy. Thank you so much, Valkyrie. I really appreciate it. Devin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. It does, yes, it's actually my girlfriend's family dog. Their name is Juno. Juno, you want to come say hi to the stream? This is Juno, my girlfriend's family dog. She's really cute. Look at her. So cute. Oh my gosh.
Okay,
She's
this
so
is
chill,
starting
too.
now. It's the Juno show. Sorry.
Seriously, though, look how cute she is. She's literally like the cutest, most well-behaved dog ever. Most well-behaved dog ever. Literally so cute. She's smaller than Leah used to be. Leah was larger. Juno's smaller. She's so cute. Laser, thank you for the $6.66. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, you can see the puppy. That was funny that I showed, and then literally I saw that message. Love you. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I doubt he would have answered the question, to be honest. Louise, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Oh, Juno is so cute. Her name is Juno. Erica, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Gamer, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, make sure that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Warsaw, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Oh, you're so cute, Juno. It's like she's almost going to fall off. I don't know what breed she is. Neither does my girlfriend.
Yes, to the people asking in the chat, Juno is one of Parker's 10 children.
Yes, yes. Seriously. That is true. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. So many kids, I know, right? Allie, thank you so much for the $10 for treats for Juno. Thank you. McKenna, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I can finally see the full messages now that I have it linked up to my computer. Emma, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Stacy, thank you so much for the $20 for the Juno fund. Rue, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. All right. Heather, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Heather. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we see some W's for Heather in the comment section right now? Thank you, Heather. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Heather, that is very true. That is very true. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2000.
What month?
October 21st.
For sure. Raquel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's putting a stop to the liberal chaos, first off. Like, all the rioting that's been going on that the liberals have been doing, and he's been actually putting a stop to that. First it started off with BLM. Now it's just going crazy. And I'm just glad he's getting the military involved in it too.
So to clarify, he's preventing quote unquote liberal riots by pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers?
Well, that was QAnon.
What? No, Trump pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers.
What are you talking about?
He pardoned violent rioters. This is objectively verifiable information. I feel like you're joking at this point.
When did he pardon the liberals? What are you talking about?
Okay, we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get up to 1 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Saray, thank you so much for the $50 for Juno. Is so cute. Yes, I will get Dean to show Momo on the live again. Yeah, I say Juno is cuter. Juno is cutest alive. Juno is so cute. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Kenzie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for
Thank you so much for super cute. Thank you.
Seems like there's an echo there. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Hope, it is the first one. It's Juno. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
1982.
And how old are you?
43.
You're 43? Why do you support
43.
Donald Trump?
Platinum Plan and the First Step Act.
Okay. He didn't get the Platinum Plan through, and then the First Step Act was supported by bipartisan. Like, so that was Democrats and Republicans that supported that. And actually, it wasn't voted on by Republicans until a Republican got in office.
Oh, I know that, but I mean, that's one of the reasons why I support him.
Okay. That wouldn't be a reason to support him then, it seems.
Okay, and also he gave money to the HBCUs.
He actually decreased funding.
I mean, Biden gave more, but he gave money.
Biden gave $16 billion over 4 years. Trump decreased it to less than $250 million a year, and it was $500 million a year under Obama.
And I also like the way he keep it real.
By lying 30,000 confirmed times under his first administration? By saying he's going to drop the Epstein files and then not dropping the Epstein files?
Yeah, that I don't really care about that. But what I do care about him saying what he gonna do, he did everything he said he was gonna do.
Okay. So...
But you don't care about the Epstein files?
Yeah,
I mean, nobody really cared about him until everybody started talking about him. I'm gonna be honest.
Wait, so I'm
I
sorry.
mean,
Isn't that something he said he was going to do?
If he's inside the Epstein files, then it's a different story. I don't know that
He
to
is
be
in
true.
the Epstein files. He was briefed that he was in the files.
He's on the flight logs, but that don't mean he's in the Epstein files of doing something with Epstein.
He actually was literally briefed that he was in the files.
Well, until a file come out, I can't really say.
Okay, but he was briefed by the Attorney General that he literally is in the files. Why was he briefed that he was on the files if he's not on the files?
I mean, why Biden they release the files?
What's up?
Why Biden Harris didn't release the files?
It was sealed. They didn't have the ability to. They did release flight logs, things that they did have access to. And if it was the case that they had access to it and they didn't specifically release it, I would hold them accountable. But, I mean, they also didn't run on it. Trump ran on it, and you said that he holds up every single one of the things that he ran on, and that's an example of something he didn't uphold and something that he wasn't upfront about and he lied about. He also lied about the results of the 2020 election. We can point to that as well.
I mean, you just pivoted.
I'm just giving examples of different lies.
I ain't never said he keep it real. I ain't never say he told the truth. I mean, basically everything he said he was going to do except the Epstein files, in which I didn't care about. What I did care about it was immigration, but he doing it wrong, but he's still doing it.
I have a question.
He said he was going to close the border down, and he did it.
What does it mean to keep it real under your view?
Oh, like everything he say, he mean. No matter if it's a lie or not, he keep it 100. It's transparent.
If he means it, then he's not going to be lying. That would be contradictory, right?
No, he might believe his own lies, right? Because I don't believe everything he say, but he says anything he want. This is the reason why people voted for him, because he do what he want. He's not a politician, and this is what I really want to tell you.
Could you name something that he could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Like what?
No, could you give me an example of something that he could do that could get you to stop supporting him?
I don't know. It depends.
Just give me one example of something he could do.
Well, like what?
You give me
Because
an
I mean, I
example.
don't believe. It's not that I don't believe the girl, what's her name? Eugene Curl. I don't know her name. But
Eugene
I don't,
Carroll.
it's not that I don't believe her, but I seen it happen like with a lot of different celebrities.
You've
Like
seen
for
what
instance,
happen?
R. Kelly. I seen them take down victims, allegedly take down people with lies. Not saying that she was lying, but I mean,
Okay.
even if it was the
Do you
statute
think
of
that Eugene
limitation.
Carroll was lying?
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that even with the statute of limitation, why she ain't call the police then?
But
That's
okay,
all I
so
want to know.
so
When it happened,
victims
when
for
it
for many
occurred, when she was
victims,
scared.
it takes decades to come out. Often because it is the case that people do not believe them and they stigmatize them specifically for literally coming out with the fact that this happened to them. Also, she literally didn't get hired back to her job.
All right, so when did she come out with the statement that he raped her?
This was in 2019.
Exactly. You don't think that makes sense?
It makes total sense. I know people where it took them a while to come out with their story. And just because it took them a while to come out with their story doesn't mean it didn't happen to them. And for you to dispute the idea that it happened to them simply because it is the case that they didn't come out right away simply reinforces a system that doesn't believe victims and perpetuates the conditions in which they do not come out right away.
I didn't say she. I'm not disputing it. What I'm asking is, it just don't seem right. Like, I mean, all of a sudden, out of nowhere.
So do you accept it, given that he was held civilly liable
Oh, I
by
accept that,
unanimous decision of 9
but that don't
people?
mean that I ain't gonna support him.
Okay, so you'll support him even though you accept that he's a sexual abuser.
Well, it was civilly. It wasn't criminally. So if it was criminally,
Do you
then it
not
was a
accept
different
civil
story.
cases?
I didn't. I just don't accept a civil case because anybody can litigate something. I can sue
Okay.
anybody.
If
Anybody can sue.
someone was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you let them be a gym teacher?
Would I let them?
Yeah, if you had the ability to say that they
They
can be a
wouldn't
gym
be able
teacher
to.
or not allowed
They
to be a
wouldn't
gym
be able
teacher.
to. They
What?
wouldn't be able to. They would not be able to be a gym teacher.
No, I'm asking you under your view, would you allow them or not allow them, given that you have the capacity to allow or not allow?
No, but that don't mean I wouldn't
You wouldn't
support
allow?
them.
So, okay, so why wouldn't you allow? Because you believe that? You believe that
No,
it could be true, at least?
no, I just wouldn't want them around children.
But you'd want children
But being
looking up.
around adults,
But
I
you'd want
mean,
children looking up to him.
it's not about
Would you
nobody. I
want any
never said I
children
want
looking up
nobody
to
to look
them?
up to them. I'm not kids. I'm talking about running the United States of America.
Do children look up to the president?
I mean, they can if they want, but I mean,
But often they
that's
do.
not
So, like,
like.
if the president has done something horrible, isn't that more likely to normalize that behavior not only within our society, like in general, but also amongst our children?
I mean, all politicians did something horrible. All, every last
And
one of it.
can you tell me when Kamala Harris was held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
No, but I can tell you when Kamala Harris was enforced a lot of black people being locked up.
So do you disagree with enforcing the law under your own view?
It depends. If it's wrong, like it's a lot of wrongfully convicted people.
Did you tell me that you liked Donald Trump's immigration policy?
I like the fact that he closed the border down and he said he was going to close it down.
So then you
Not
want
how
to enforce the law when
I
it
don't
comes
like
to
how he doing
immigration.
it.
Wait, so
I
why?
like that he
So
did
it's
it.
not wrong to enforce the law when it's Donald Trump, but when it's Kamala Harris, then it's wrong to enforce the law?
No,
And by the way,
she
there were no racial
she was
demographics on
arrested
any of the
wrongfully
statistics that you're
convicted
referencing.
people.
What's
Wrongfully
that?
convicted people. There's a lot of people I know personally that was arrested for marijuana.
Yeah, you can't say that on the live. I have to kick you now. But
Oh.
I mean, the Democrats at least believe in federal legalization and decriminalization, which was not true for Republicans. Republicans are the ones historically advocating to criminalize it.
But I also wanted to say that this idea that Kamala Harris targeted like black men for the devil's lettuce is very misleading. From 2004 to 2010, her office secured about 1,956 convictions for MJ. Only 45 individuals received state prison sentences, and there was no data showing that these were black men specifically. And her policy under her DA leadership did aim to avoid jail time for simple possession, right? So this has been debunked. The idea that she jailed 1,500 black men for MJ was misleading and just not true.
Absolutely. Raquel, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Rack, thank you so much for the $5. Tree with the $10. Thank you so much, Tree. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Tree in the comment section? Knight, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Knight. That is so sad to hear. That is so sad to hear. Libby, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's actually crazy. I don't know. Some people would go far enough to say that who are Trump supporters. It's so sad. Hope, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm caught up. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me as always, or Athena, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. As well as you could also support me over YouTube Super Chat. I forgot to, and it's also in the description of my YouTube.
Yeah, I was gonna say thank you, Blissful, for the $80, by the way.
W Blissful. Can we get some W's for Blissful in the comment section right now? W Blissful. As well as Kathy with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kathy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just wanted to say free Palestine.
Based. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Where's my chapstick, bro? L, I need to find my chapstick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why does it matter?
You have to be 18 plus to join my live. How old are you?
You have to be 18 to use this app to join your live?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
This. Can you answer my question? How old are you?
You sit in a chair for a living?
Yeah. Are you jealous?
A lot of people who work 9 to 5 also sit in a chair for a living, by the way.
I'm not even trying to debate on a 9 to 5 job. This is not a 9 to 5 job. You can't compare the same. You can't do that.
Do you want to tell me why you support Donald Trump?
Well, that's the thing. I don't support anything that anybody does. I give everybody the same respect that anybody deserves right out the womb.
Okay. If you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I mean, they did nothing both possibly any good for me. They didn't change anything on my taxes. They didn't change anything for my family.
So you wouldn't vote?
They didn't do nothing. I did that. I did all that.
So you
I
wouldn't
came
vote?
up by making my own. Why would I need to? Why would it matter?
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Oh my gosh. I dropped my phone. You're good. You're good.
Oh my gosh. At least you didn't drop the dog or something.
No,
That would've-
don't worry. Don't worry. Juno's fine. Juno's fine. It didn't hit Juno at all, though. Don't worry. Juno is all safe. Juno's all chill. I did just text my girlfriend. She's gonna come get Juno. Juno will go get to see her buddy Garbanzo.
Garbanzo is such a cute name. Stop.
Garbanzo's so cute.
Help.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Oh, a month?
August.
Okay.
3rd.
What day? August 3rd? Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him because I thought that I felt like Joe Biden couldn't do another 4 years. I know they're like close in the same age, but I felt like he was too old and elderly to do another 4 years.
And Trump isn't?
Well, yeah, I understand that they're like close in age, but I think
Oh wait,
Trump is more...
would vote for Kamala Harris?
No, I would have still voted for Trump. I don't think Biden could have served another 4 years. I understand that it's like
Okay,
basically
so
the
it's
same
Kamala
age,
Harris versus Donald Trump. Kamala Harris was significantly younger than Donald Trump.
Okay. Well, I guess the other reason I voted for him is because I'm a 911 dispatcher, and he, sorry, I don't know what the words for it are. He enforced that 911 dispatchers would be considered first responders, which made us get more benefits and the same kind of benefits that like
when did he
police
do this?
firefighters do. I don't know the exact dates, to be honest. I just know he was in support of that.
I don't think Trump specifically did that.
No, I'm not saying that he was the one that like passed that, but he was in support of it and spoke about
Wouldn't
it.
both sides be in support of that? That already existed.
Yeah, but Kamala never said anything about that, and I just think he shows a lot of support.
Why would they talk about things that have already existed?
That was something new that happened recently.
Hold up 1 second. Oh, she's so cute. All right, sorry. What did you just say?
That had not already happened. That was something new that recently got passed.
Sorry, repeat that one more time. I apologize.
That's okay. That wasn't something that already had been a thing. That was something that got recently passed. When
did it recently get passed?
I don't know the exact dates, to be honest.
Would you like to tell me, maybe go look it up and tell me the policy? I can talk to someone else in the meantime.
Sure.
For sure. Alrighty. In the meantime, let's go bring another person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Barbara, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thank you so much. I can't believe it. Yeah, like people, that's why the statute of limitations should not exist for SA. It's actually insane. People who believe in a statute of limitations, I never have heard one time them be able to provide a fucking justification. It's so disgusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
My cat mocks Juno. Bro.
L your cat. W Juno. Okay, what? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
99.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Tons of reasons, man. Buy American, hire American. It's got good tariffs on them other countries. It's gonna be bringing in some good money.
Okay, what is a tariff?
Tariff is a tax on imported goods.
Who pays that tax?
Well, you're gonna say the consumer, but that's a load of bullshit.
So who pays it?
What do you mean?
So who pays
Why would
it?
other countries be bitching about it if we're the ones consuming like all of the cost of it?
Wait, I'm asking you the question. Can you answer the question?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Why would countries be bitching about us imposing them?
So tariffs are bad for both sides because they reduce the amount of trade that they can engage in our country. But it also, for our consumers, increases prices. and it makes it and it's again a tax paid by the American importer that's passed down to the consumer. So yes, it is an aspect that's passed down to the consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. Now,
Well,
if you
yeah,
want
we need to stop outsourcing these jobs overseas. These are fucking American jobs anyway.
Did you know that? The jobs report has been horrible? Manufacturing investment has declined since Trump came into the position of presidency, and it massively increased under the Biden-Harris administration.
That's just some shit you hear on your news station.
What?
That's just some shit you hear on your news station. That's what they're saying there to
No, I'll
everybody.
show you.
To make you scared.
I'll show you this from St. Louis Federal Reserve. Would you like to see that information?
Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you think inflation's going up?
Yeah, it's gone up from 2.3% to 2.7%.
Then let me ask you a better
April.
question. Why ain't the fucking feds drop the rates, buddy? That's what I usually see.
If inflation if inflation is trending up, why would they decrease the rates? That would make it go up more.
Goldman and Sachs said that there's a 60% chance of a recession in the next year. Do you know why I think that's funny? Because the Fed has not dropped the rates. Or raised the rates. My apologies. They've actually increased. They've actually imposed to lower them from what they're already at.
Make up your mind. Do you want them to be lowered or do you want them to be increased?
They're already low. They're great right now.
So they're in the perfect standpoint.
No, they could be. They could always be better.
And which way is better? Decrease or increase?
Decrease.
Okay. Why would you want to decrease when inflation is increasing? Because that would mean that there would be more upward pressure on prices.
I'm saying
cause inflation to go out of
typically
control.
when inflation is as bad, when people say inflation's terrible right now, this, that, or the other, you just look at the rates. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and see what the rates
inflation has gone up since April, since Trump has imposed tariffs from 2.3%
Have the
to
rates going up?
2.7%.
They usually raise the rates with inflation, don't they?
So, if inflation
Come on,
increases,
you're a finance boy. You can tell me.
If inflation increases, they will then raise the rates to then cause inflation to go down. Because they have a dual mandate at the Federal Reserve for price stability and maximum employment.
That's why I'm having trouble understanding why Goldman and Sachs is saying 60% chance of a recession in the next year.
Wait.
And then we got the Fed talking about
You're talking about at different time periods. You're talking about different time periods. And also Goldman Sachs doesn't make the same set of determinations as the Federal Reserve. And also the idea that they wanted to
too. I could argue that.
Okay, so then why are you citing them?
Well, because I mean that's the ones that's saying all nonsense bullshit.
Okay. So why is it nonsense?
Why is it not? Because obviously we're not going to have a recession in the next year.
Okay, well, you understand that if Donald Trump kept his tariffs at the rate that they were at, there definitely would have been a recession, and we're actually trending towards a recession. I mean, we've seen declining real GDP growth. We've seen jobs reports be horrible and not meet expectations. I mean, the last month it was 73,000.
Give me 1 second, Parker. Give me 1 second, brother.
What? Hello?
What is happening?
I don't know what's happening. I'm so confused. What is going on? Why? Goldman and Sachs. Okay, everyone. Goldman and Sachs. Oh, am I lagging? Okay, am I back, everyone? I should be back. Hello? I don't know why it was just lagging for some reason. I apologize. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Everyone, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I guess I'll bring up another person in the meantime while we wait. I don't know what was going on with that conversation.
No, I'm still here, brother.
Oh, okay. All right. What were you saying?
Yeah. I had to run in the kitchen and get me a root beer.
Okay. What were you saying? Why would you just do that mid-conversation? That's diabolical.
Got fucking thirsty. Hell, you get thirsty sometimes when you're defending the country.
How are you defending the country? Come on.
Damn, what the hell happened to her air whistles there? Oh, shit. All right. Where were we, Parker?
Yeah, where were we?
Was I schooling your ass on the feds?
He
Feds
actually
rates or
has a
something like
review. Yo, come on. Okay, how are you defending the country?
Fucking one step at a time, talking to you.
No, but like, in what way in this conversation are you defending the country?
Fucking Trump's American.
Is Kamala Harris not American?
I don't know. I don't know if she's born in America.
Yes, she was. Why do you question whether or not she was born in the U.S.?
Have you seen her birth certificate?
Have you seen Trump's?
Well, he just looks American.
What do you mean by look American?
The way he talks, what he says.
He's flat.
Country.
The orange spray tan? What specifically? Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean the way he speaks? I'm confused about the way that he speaks that would be any different.
Well, whenever he wants to defend America, and then Kamala wants to do things that'll put America's interest lower and benefit other countries, that would make me think that, you know, she could be like a...
Okay. I genuinely, there's no way that person is real. If that person is real, I will seriously cry myself to sleep tonight. I will seriously cry myself to sleep. I really hope that person is not real. I hope that was not a real person. I'm going to choose to believe that person's not real. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, shit. I was just going to yell at Jab. Let me out of here.
Let's go to the next person. Libby, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you, Libby. Diabolical. Kirk, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I typically don't have any way to be honest. Let's go on to the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well for Athena, if you'd like to support Athena as well. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the description of the YouTube. I need to make sure to put that as my pinned comment on YouTube. I forgot to do that, everyone. And also, by the way, everyone, I should be live 9 a.m. tomorrow. Should be live, quite frankly, pretty early. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 25 tomorrow.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I was just wondering what your thoughts are on...
Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Everyone, I just want to let everyone know we only have like an hour and 40 minutes, I want to say, left on the live maximum. Just letting everyone know. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I'm on the fence right now.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
29?
Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria. Is it lagging, everyone? I see a lot of people saying lag in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you? For the people who are here on TikTok experiencing lag, there's no lag on YouTube. I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube. Parker, get a job on YouTube. It's not happening over there.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because of guys like you, to be honest.
You said what?
Because of guys like you, to be honest.
Okay. What do you mean, guys like me?
Guys like you, that other guy that you stream with or TikTok with, whatever his name is, and then the other two.
Okay. So just tell me, like, what about me?
I think it's just the way you guys come across just literally makes me want to vote for the other side just to piss you off because it's hilarious to see you guys mad.
So you don't care about anything about the country. You just want to piss
Oh,
me
I
off.
care, but to be honest with you, it's funny as hell every time you guys get mad. I come across videos of you guys raging, and it's hilarious.
Okay, so because you want to rage bait liberals, you are willing to vote
Pretty
for
much.
a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers after inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol?
Yep.
Are
I'm
you
going to vote
joking?
for him again in 28.
Yeah, it's not possible constitutionally.
Just wait. Just you all wait.
You want him to be a dictator?
Damn right I do. Holy shit. Have you seen what good he's done in D.C.?
He's got to be trolling.
I'm not trolling.
I'm going to believe they're not real. I'm going to believe they're not real.
And that was it for me. I think I'm gonna drop because that guy was incredibly creepy. Thank you for letting me
I
co-host.
know, right? I'm so sorry you
Can
had
I
to go
plug
through that.
something?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I just wanted to say, in the link tree in my bio, there's a GoFundMe link for a young black kid who was enslaved in Libya, and he is actively in need of financial support right now. He was enslaved when he was 14. He is now 17 and still stuck in Libya without any family members. So if you want to help support him or read his story, you can find it in the GoFundMe link in my link tree in my bio. Appreciate you, Parker. Hope you have a good night.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Athena in the comment section? Everyone, seriously, go check that out. Make sure to go check out her link tree. Seriously, really, really important. If you can, make sure to go support. Seriously, as always, Athena always, bringing everyone to everyone's attention, right? Incredibly important things to look at. That actively a slave trade happening in the world, and people, honestly, it's not talked about enough, right? The active slave trade going on around the world. And it needs to be talked about significantly more. So always, it's really important to bring attention to that. Can we get some fucking W's, Athena, in the comment section? Seriously, W's, Athena, in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2003.
And you said you're how old?
20.
20? 2003, it doesn't make any sense. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. But I would always appreciate if you go check out Athena's link tree, everyone. If someone, actually, I wanted to put it in the chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
I agree with him on his stance on Puerto Rico, like trading it for Greenland.
You want to take over Greenland? Is that what you said? Is that what you just
No,
said?
I want to trade Puerto Rico for Greenland.
You're so fucking gross. Dude, that's so fucking gross. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? That's so fucking disgusting. That's so fucking weird. Everyone, I am putting it in the YouTube chat right now. If you want to go check it out, if you're on TikTok and you wanted a direct link to it, I'm gonna put it in my YouTube chat right now. I'm gonna put it in my YouTube chat right now. Let me do so real quick. Give me 1 second, and then we're gonna get the next person up here real quick. Alrighty. I'll pin it for a bit, everyone. I'll pin it for a bit. I didn't even pin mine today. There we are. Let me make sure that that's the correct. Go to site. Yes, perfect. All right. There you go, everyone. There you go, everyone. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? go to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Farm Sim? Please?
Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Mike, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Mike. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Angela, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I'm actually confused what you mean by that question. Charles, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Yes, whenever I get time and I have like free time, I will do Q&As. I just like, do so much that on lives that I often get like tired at the end of my streams. So even when I had time off, like I was like, I'm kind of tired. I need time off. Yo, what's up? How old are you? But I'll try to make a time here pretty soon for a Q&A or something like that. Yo,
I am 24. I am 24.
What's your birth year?
2000.
What month?
November.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
For the most part, yeah. I like what he's doing.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Why so?
Well, I like what he's doing with the border, securing the border. That's the first thing. The economy's been good. Gas prices have been consistent. And I've been making money at my job, so.
Okay, gas prices have gone up. The economy's not doing good. Real GDP growth has declined. Unemployment has increased. The jobs numbers are significantly below expectation. For the last month we just saw,
Gas prices are bad. Maybe in Cali. I don't know about Cali, but
no, the
anywhere
average.
Else?
It's the average for the U.S. is up since Trump got in office.
You're saying it's bad right now? It might be up, but is it bad?
Oh, I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying that it went up. So like the idea that like it went down because of him is ridiculous.
Well, I just mean I meant it was like it's been consistent basically. I like the gas prices. When it's under $40 to fill up my tank, that's when you know it's a fucking good economy. Let's go.
All right. Are you joking or?
No, I'm saying like if it's under $40 to fill up my tank, I know the gas prices are good.
Okay. So do you want to like address any of the other bad economic factors I just referenced in terms of significantly below expectations for jobs reports? It's so bad that he literally fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he said the information was politically biased.
Well, that's kind of a tough one because what do you mean jobs are like people who don't have a job and aren't making money, or are they on unemployment? Like, what do you mean by they don't have a job?
Jobs and not making. Wait, I'm confused. Repeat. I'm saying the jobs reports was so bad. Like, there's a significantly lower amount of expected increase in jobs, right? We saw for multiple. What's up?
Sorry, I was saying, does that include people like on unemployment, getting unemployment checks and all that?
What are you talking about, dude? What the hell are you saying? I'm talking about increase in jobs for the economy.
Well, you were saying people. You said there's an increase in jobs.
It's not increasing at the rate in which we expected, and we had revisions that indicated that it was 14,000 for 1 month, 19,000 the next month, and then 73,000 for the month after that. After it was expected to be 150,000 for that month. So like the idea that it's significantly lower than expectation is incredibly problematic.
Well, I'm assuming once he deports more people and those jobs open back up, there should be a pretty good increase in jobs. I'm assuming that's kind of how it works, from what I've seen.
So you're saying that there's been a pretty good increase in jobs, but I just showed you specifically that it is not the case. There's not been a good increase in jobs. That's why Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because he thought it was politically biased information.
No, I'm saying that once everyone's deported and that's all figured out, probably like another 6 months.
Have I debated you before?
I've debated Dean and you were in there.
And did I debate you? Like, did we have a conversation?
On your live?
No, on Dean's live.
Kinda, yeah. You were kind of interrupting me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
And why was I interrupting you?
What were we arguing about? I think it was about abortion. I am pro-life. I know you hate me for that, but I am pro-life, unless it's in danger to the mother. But
And
I think we were.
He posted a comment saying he debated you.
I did. I just got in here.
In your comments on your video.
Oh, maybe.
Oof.
Probably not though.
Oof.
We technically did debate, but like it was only for like 2 minutes, and it was on Dean's Live. So
it was for 2 minutes.
It wasn't very long. We talked about one thing. I think it was abortion.
And for 2 minutes. For actually 2 minutes, or are you underestimating how much?
Well, he kind of removed me after that. He's like, "Oh, we're gonna move on to the next guest." So yeah, but I mean, brother,
why did he remove you?
Because you basically acted like you could. No, it was the transgender thing. You said, damn, that's what it was. Okay, so we were arguing about can men get pregnant, blah blah blah, and then you said something about if you switched bodies with your girlfriend that you'd still be a man or something like that. Like if you switched consciousness or something like that.
Yeah, does it make sense to you?
No, it does not at all.
Okay, I was just trying to demonstrate. Actually, I'll ask you this question: do you think stepfathers are fathers? Do you think they're actually fathers?
Biologically, no. But I mean, legally, yeah.
So you would say stepfathers aren't fathers?
Not biologically, legally, yes.
No, again, you don't have to specify. Like, if you were to just say fathers without specifying any other connotation, would you consider them fathers?
Yeah.
Okay, but they not biologically, right? So the idea there's a social role of a father makes sense to you, right? That there's a social construct of a father.
It's different because there's a law for that, though. You can actually be like legally their father if you're blood or not. Like, there's no law that legally makes a trans person a woman, from what I've seen. Otherwise,
by the way, there are laws that impact trans people based upon their designation of gender. So that would be an important thing to reference.
Okay. I'm just saying it's not the same as being a stepfather, in my opinion. I mean, I've never heard anyone say that.
No, I've never said it's the exact same. I just said that it is the case that that's a social construct. And all I'm demonstrating in these scenarios is that there's socially constructed norms around roles associated with gender, associated with being a father, being a mother, etc.
See, that's where I disagree. Just because a man acts like a woman I don't believe it makes him a woman. Like,
no one's claiming just because someone acts a certain way.
You said it's social.
Like JD Vance engaging in drag wouldn't make him a woman, right?
But if he claimed to be one, it would, though, right?
No, because we're referencing commitments, the social and social commitments towards a certain socially set of constructed norms, right, associated with the sex. And you can't just claim, right? You would have to have the commitments.
So what about someone who changes their mind? Were they never a woman at that point, or?
What do you mean change their mind? People, you don't just change your mind about being trans, right? I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about people. You're talking about people specifically who, in terms of, you're referencing surgeries in terms of detransition. In most circumstances in which people detransition, it is the case that it's relating to social pressures, and they often retransition later, like later in life, alongside the fact that. Alongside the fact that in circumstances in which that's the case, it's an extremely low percentage of cases, right? If you want to reference plenty of other different types of surgery, for example, you can reference knee surgery has a significantly higher rate of regret. Significantly higher. Many times higher.
Well, I understand that, knee surgery, but I'm saying, like, if they transitioned back, were they ever a woman?
Okay, wait, I already talked to you about this. Actually, I'm just going to kick you.
Yeah.
I had a long conversation with him about that. I remember now. On Dean's Live. That's like one person I had a conversation with on Dean's Live because he was like, Dean was like, you can have this conversation for a bit. I remember that. He said 2 minutes. Are you kidding me? If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. Taylor, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Angela, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. And for the $2, thank you so much. Christina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Absolutely. Seriously, though. Gabby, thank you so much for the $1. Yes, it is. Gabby, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Amariani, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. No, I just happened to not. I think I actually did say thank you before when it was around Heather's time. When I said hi, thank you to Heather as well. Thank you for the Heather for the $20. Thank you. Or I could have been actually behind. But yeah, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen. We're going to accept this next person up here real quick. As well as Mike, thank you so much for the $5. Libby with the $2. Jolish, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Sarah with the $5. Hand, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Livy with the $10 as well. Your job on your chair. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I am 26 years old, brother. How are you doing?
Do you support Donald Trump?
In a slight sense, I have a better question for you, if that's
If
okay.
you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I'd probably vote for Trump, so I have to get capital gains tax because my family are farmers and it bankrupt us for 3 generations. But can I ask you a serious question, Parker?
Wait, clarify that one more time. Sorry, I didn't hear.
No, you're okay, man. I voted for Trump due to the basis of capital gains tax that Joe Biden wanted to put into office. It would probably bankrupt me and my family because we're farmers.
No,
but
it
can I ask
wouldn't.
you?
No, it wouldn't. What was the capital gains tax rate that he was specifically advocating for that would bankrupt you?
I believe it was over $1 million. You have to pay 30% capital gains tax, correct?
So 28%. And is that an issue?
I mean, for some families it is, right? I mean, for my family,
No, because that's significantly less than an income tax.
Okay, can I ask you a serious question though, like for real, Parker?
Sure.
Sure, man. Let me ask you a question. Why do you support either side of a party if you understand that both of them are going to put your family behind in like the working class? Like, I see what you're saying, but even if you look at like, I have this standpoint even before Elon, right? But if we look at like going further as a class, right? Like you have to understand that even if you choose Democrats or Republicans, both of them are going to choose not to support you, brother. And so like my goal is to understand like why don't we come together as a society, like and almost like to pass Democrats, like what they have tried to achieve, right? Like trying to bring everyone together so we can all like solve human rights and solve what we can provide, which is healthcare.
Wait, if you want to go to the left of the Democratic Party, the only way to do that is by supporting candidates to the left of the Democratic Party, which is not happening by supporting Donald Trump.
No, you're right. I didn't support Trump. I just wanted to come up here and ask you, brother, like, have you ever thought about joining either?
Why do I support Democrats? Because they're a better alternative to Republicans, and millions of people wouldn't have their health insurance and food stamps if it is the case that we continue Republican presidencies, right? That restrict people's access to social services that they rely on. Right. So it benefits the working class to a greater extent to vote for Democrats, even though they don't go to the extent that I would like. And oftentimes it's because there's certain Democrats that aren't to the left enough. So you need more people to support politics to the left. You know, it's about you need to shift the Overton window. You know, it's about you. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. By the way, don't do that, though. Don't come up with my live stream and lie about, you know, what you support to specifically join my live stream. I just want to let you know, you doing that then incentivizes other people to do the same. And it's a violation of my boundaries. I just want to let you know. And, you know, like, you're one person, but other people are also one person, and they keep doing it after you do it, and everyone keeps doing it. Then I have a lot of people coming up on my live stream doing that don't actually support Donald Trump. And then I'm not actually getting real debates. And you'd be surprised how many conversations I have with people that don't even actually support Donald Trump that are just claiming they do because people just want to waste my time for some reason. So let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen. Kelly, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. You what's up, how old are you? You're good. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. I think they accidentally joined the stream. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. You know what's about you?
Yes, hello, Parker. My name is Josiah. I'm 33.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Do you still right now?
Currently, yes, I do.
Okay, why so?
So my original support for Donald Trump stems from a clear understanding that Republican politics are populist to a minority population. Okay. For some reason, we see that land instead of people as votes still in the country, which is inherently demographic. So, in order to bend the system, this is what needs to be done. And yes, I do full support it. This isn't a backdoor
So
type of deal like you just.
so you're you're left wing and you want a accelerationist to your side?
I am an accelerationist, correct?
Yeah. I think your position is insane. I think that you're selling away every single community that you care for, specifically by advocating for that policy. And also, you're not a Trump supporter, so I'm not going to debate you. You're an accelerationist on the left. And saying you support Donald Trump actively harms every community in which you say you care for. And you're risking, violating other people's rights, autonomy, set of conditions in terms of Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, right? Because you hope that it moves more to the left, which we have no good evidence that that's going to happen. If anything, it's moved us more to the right in terms of the Overton window since Trump's been in office originally. Yo, what's about you? Like since Trump's been in office in 2016. Since Trump's been in office in 2016, the country has shifted to the right, especially socially. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We don't have many guest requests right now, everyone. So if you are MAGA, make sure to send a guest request right now. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. For the 3,700 people here on YouTube, make sure that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes today, everyone. I'd really appreciate if you like that stream and help get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as, again, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request, again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person here. Alrighty. Najia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. What is the best thing economic-wise to look for when moving to a different state, such as states with lower taxes and high GDP? I typically don't make comparisons just based upon this state versus that state, because there could be so many other dynamics that specifically cause a state to be in a certain set of conditions, economically speaking, that is not just dependent upon red or blue being in office. But if you do just want to reference the best thing economic-wise to look at, you always want to look at real median wages. You want to look at real GDP. Those are best indicators. Things for inflation that can take into account inflation. Real median wages is honestly the best because it lets you know specifically, or real median income as well. Real median wages, income, same thing. That will specifically be the best to look at for what the 50% of people where they're at, essentially. What is above or what is below. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, Parker!
Let's go to the next person. I think, honestly, everyone, I think that we're running out of guest requests. I think it might have got to a point where it just stopped sending out the live. I could hit a quick restart maybe here in a second, but we'll see. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. I don't see many guest requests, everyone. I might hit a restart here in a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please play Farm Sim now.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
I think right now the biggest reason would be because I think he's exposed the left for the anti-American uh, group that they really are, and I think that I'm trying to phrase this.
I have a question. Do you think I'm
politely.
anti-American?
Like I don't. I do. Yes. Yes. I think that your fundamental beliefs are anti-American.
How so?
Because America, well, I think America's founded on individual accomplishments and a meritocracy, and I don't think just saying something should be a right makes it appear. And I think there's not there's not solid rationality behind. It all sounds good to say everyone should have free health care and all these things, but that's how you bankrupt a country.
No, it's not. There are countries around the world that have lower debt to GDP ratios that have universal healthcare systems. Do you agree?
They also don't have they have America backing them through the military and other things.
Not
They
every
have
country.
more,
Also, we could still have a large military budget
homogenous-
and we could put more money. Oh, homogenous has no relevance at all. How does that have any relevance?
Yeah, it does. You can't. How does it not?
What do you mean homogenous and what characteristics or what traits?
Like look at Sweden.
What about it?
It's homogenous. They have a low they have low expenses. They have low taxes.
Wait, what is? I'm
they
confused.
have-
How is?
I'm not an
Wait, can you answer the
expert.
question? How is Sweden homogenous? In what way?
Off the top of my head, it's more homogenous than America. You'd say no.
In what characteristics?
They
based on
have,
what? Based
like
on what
Poland,
traits?
for example.
Wait, more homogenous based on what traits?
No, not traits. See, that's what I'm saying though. It's not.
What does
about
homogenous
traits,
mean?
It's about ideology.
Okay, that's a trait of a country.
They have a common ideology.
Yeah. So what
Okay,
common
an
ideology?
They support Sweden.
Ideology. So they support.
You
Okay,
got
so
a lot of
so,
anti-American people, and
so are you saying that Sweden is pro-Sweden by supporting universal healthcare? So wouldn't we be pro-America by supporting universal healthcare?
once again, it's not that simple. You can't take an example over there and it doesn't necessarily apply directly to America. You'd have to take apples to apples comparison.
Well, you could tell me what aspects are different insofar as that you'd say you couldn't apply it, because if you're talking about Sweden, there's nothing you can point to. We could apply that on a
I would say
statewide
our
basis.
government
Explain to
spending
me
is how-
right here. I grew up in Iowa. Explain to me why Sweden's policies wouldn't work in Iowa.
On a state level, it might,
Okay, so then why couldn't we just apply it on a statewide basis
but I
across
couldn't
the board?
guarantee it either.
Wait, so why wouldn't it work
I
on a
would say
statewide basis?
that would be a better way to go about it. I would say that would be a better way to go about it. But to say the
That makes
federal
no
government
sense, by the
should
way.
tax everyone, because you're not claiming each state should do this on their own. You're saying these things
We
should
could just give the
apply
funding
to
that way. If you
everyone.
think that's going to make it
Countrywide.
work comparative to not working, well, then we'll do the funding that way. But if you want to reference this in particular, we're referencing Medicare for all. It would save money in this country, $450 billion, right? So you want people spending money and giving that money to private insurers that are making money off of reducing your access to care. I understand that you think that's a good policy, right? You think that's so fantastic. But that leads to people dying. That leads to people having insane levels of medical debt, and it does not lead to a good
No,
society.
you know what that
If you want a
leads
better
to?
society,
What that leads to
wait,
is
hold on. Let me
acts
please finish.
inefficiency.
Let me please finish. If you want a better society, well, then we have to provide these bare minimum necessities for people. Your same argument is advocating against K through 12 education, against public roads, against public police and military, against all of these different types of things that we take granted for
That's
our
not
particular
true.
society because it is the case that they're publicly funded. Tell me the distinction.
But once again, those things, well, for one, I get use out of the roads in a way I don't get. Many young people, you don't need health care until you're older. Not to mention, you'd be better off. You could kind of
wait.
compare it
You
to
don't need
Social
healthcare
Security.
until you're older.
Do you really think that's going to be
wait,
around?
wait. Should we operate on an assumption that everyone's going to get older?
We should operate on the assumption that people have the right to do with their money what they decide.
Can
See,
you
it's
answer my
very
question?
easy for you
So
to be
if
generous
everyone
with
is
other
going to get
people's
older,
money.
and you're saying that everyone relies on healthcare when they're older, then you're going to operate on the assumption that everyone needs healthcare. And if everyone needs healthcare, we should ensure that everyone has access to healthcare. The idea that you think that some people should have access to healthcare based upon their ability to pay is disgusting. Do you think people should die if they can't afford it?
That is not happening. You know.
Yes,
that.
it is. People die in this country because they can't afford their health
No,
insurance. Yes, they do. Do you want me to give you an example? My friend Adam, he's the first fucking link in my link tree. He right now is dying because insurance literally won't take care of his chemo. He is dying because of that. You understand that if he can't get access to his chemo, by the way, link tree in my bio, the first fucking link, please help him out because he can't afford his chemo right now. Please fucking help him out because the society we live in won't help pay for it. That's happening right now, and you're okay with that. You're totally fine with that. You think that should happen because he can't afford it. You think that he should have to go on GoFundMe and have to go into my live stream and have people help pay for him to be able to take care of this. We've helped raise over $40,000, and it still is the case that we put a dent into it. Okay? You think that's the society we should live in. That's what you think should be the society.
Government funding of it will not make it better.
Yes, it will. Yes, it unequivocally will. Yes, it will.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will.
No, it won't. I know
45 to
in
60,000
government
American
funding.
lives are lost every single year due to lack of health insurance because people can't afford access
Are you saying
to preventative health care.
efficiency does not rise?
What you said? What?
Are you saying X inefficiency does not rise when government funding is available?
Repeat that. I'm really confused with what you're saying.
X inefficiency. Are you aware of what?
No,
X
I'm not
inefficiency
familiar with what that is.
So when money gets dumped into a service from people who didn't earn it and they're just given money, there's a certain amount of waste that is realized from that spending because they didn't earn the money to use it, so they're not watching every dollar. So there's that is chalked up to
Wrong.
X inefficiency.
Wrong. Wait.
Could have been
Are
done.
there? Wait.
Are
If
you
people-
saying X
Are you saying
doesn't
wait,
exist?
Hold up. Are you saying that given that people make money, that it is the case that they're going to spend their money in the way in which leads to the most set of societal benefit in all circumstances?
No, I'm saying individuals.
Wait.
spend their money more
So then you
responsibly.
agree that we can increase societal benefit through redistribution of wealth? You just conceded, buddy.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
and
yes,
you
you
didn't
did.
understand it then, which shows your logical inconsistencies.
What logical
No, I said
inconsistency?
individuals spend their own money. I said individuals spend their own money more reasonably than people who just are given money. People who are given money waste it. That's what I said.
So are you saying we shouldn't do K through 12 education because people waste the money?
I would say the homeschooling is way better. They get better education, and
I'm waiting
so,
for a response.
Yeah, I would
Can
say,
I have a
would
specific
say,
response? Would you get rid of K through 12 public education?
I would say parents would be better off
You see how we
keeping
can't
their
answer
tax
questions?
dollars and using no. I said yeah, I would. I'd take the money that they use for tax dollars to make that K through 12. I'd give it right back to those parents and let them do school of choice.
The thing
That's
is,
what I would
you're
do.
not
They'd
giving
be
it
better
directly
off.
to those parents. You're giving it back to people through the context of reducing income tax, which is disproportionately going to benefit the rich and wealthy, because disproportionately the rich and wealthy are going to pay a greater percentage of their income when referencing income tax.
That's not necessarily true, because those
Income tax
taxes
is
are
progressive.
applied after a certain.
Income tax is progressive.
Yeah. Yes. So I'm not sure how that affects it.
Yeah, so if you decrease income tax, you're disproportionately benefiting the rich. So you want to engage in policy that disproportionately harms the poor to disproportionately help the rich. What you're doing is taking from the poor and giving to the rich. You're reverse Robin Hood. You think you're doing such a great job specifically by helping out people who are rich, by giving them more of their money back specifically in the conditions in which they're rich. What I'm saying is it leads to a lower level of societal welfare, given that it is the case that we do not redistribute the wealth, because it is the case that I would prefer a society in which people do not starve to death, in which people have access to health insurance, in which people can have a good and decent retirement, in which people have unemployment insurance and paid maternity and paternity leave, right? These different types of things that we take for granted in society, right? And oftentimes, especially around the world where people have access to it, where we don't have it here in some circumstances in which we should apply it. So we take it for granted in circumstances in which it's applicable, and you think it should be taken away in those circumstances. You disagree with Medicare, you disagree with Medicaid, you disagree with food stamps and Social Security, you disagree with K through 12 education. You think all of those shouldn't exist because you think it should be left up to the free market.
I think there are a lot of generous people out there, and they do give money and they do care about those causes. I care about those causes. I donate money too. So I think people, when they have their own money, they spend it wiser than a government. Governments waste it.
The reality is, if there's a free market, the reality is if you just leave it to the free market, it is the case that people die, people don't get good retirement, there's mass levels of poverty, right? Unemployment goes rampant. You have no response to recessions.
Are you saying if governments have? Are you saying governments? See, this is another thing that is just blows my mind about the left. Are you saying you make it sound like the government is going to wipe all the? You're like a utopian or something.
Are you trying to say utilitarian?
You think
no, I'm not.
A utopia can exist? No, utopitarian. No, It's all right. It's kind of. I made it up on the spot. You believe in a utopia that like government can give you some utopia.
No, I just believe that the government can create better conditions.
Been lied to.
No, I haven't. I believe that the government can create better conditions in certain circumstances than the free market, because certain conditions in the free market lead it to break down. And I can explain to you those certain conditions, whether it be overcrowding. I can explain to you the certain conditions of inelastic demand. I can explain to you the certain conditions of people literally dying because they can't get access to care, right? People having bad labor conditions because it is the case that they don't have any other alternatives. Right, so you have to understand the government can provide a baseline of standard of care. The government can provide access to basic necessities, and to a better extent than the free market, right? When it is the case that it works in tandem with the free market. I'm not saying government alone. I'm not advocating for full central planning. That's not my position. I'm saying central planning and providing government access to provided certain goods is really important, right, in certain scenarios to establish a baseline level of care for everyone within a society.
And what I'm saying is you hold the most dangerous ideology of all, because what you've clearly overlooked is history, where once you give that kind of power to a government, the government controls it and they can take it away. And if history has said anything, it's governments, once they get those powers, they never want to let it go. And then they're the ones who are causing the problems for the citizens, because that gives them more power. If there's not a problem for them to solve, they don't get the money. So they create the problems. So you're holding the most dangerous ideology, in my opinion, because the governments need the problem there in order for them to get the money from the citizens to say, oh, look at what we're solving.
Isn't it just true that there could be things that government needs to solve, not that they create problems to then solve things? Because there are plenty of things that they need to solve that they don't even have time to create problems to then solve them. The only person that's specifically creating problems to then solve them after is someone like Donald Trump. He specifically all the time will use things such as literally, right, him saying Obama should be put in jail, or him posting an AI video specifically of Obama being arrested to deflect
So
away
now
from the
you're
Epstein
switching.
files.
No, hold on. Now you're switching topics. You know that's a failed argument for you. That's why you're switching topics. And besides, Donald Trump was a Democrat forever.
I gave you an example of this being the case. I can go back and talk to it. It's not a losing argument. I will address any of this. You're assuming that it is the case that in all circumstances, because some governments have been corrupted, that all governments will be corrupted. Government is not going to lead to inherent corruption, right, in all circumstances, just because some governments throughout history have been corrupted. That is not a good argument at all. You're actually critiquing other systems. You're not critiquing the system of government that I'm advocating for. And you're saying it's a necessity of system of government to be less efficient than the free market, which is also just not true. I'm not a perfect utopia. I just believe in a better fucking country than what we live in now. It's not a utopia to believe in a better country than what we live in now.
And it's your ideology, right?
It's utopia to believe that children should have food and free school lunches. It's utopia to believe that people should have access to healthcare and education and retirement. Right? No, it's not utopia. It's a fucking society that we can live in. Countries around the world have this. We're the richest country in the history of the world and we can't do it?
This is what terrible people do. They promise the world to people who are in bad situations. They take power and they never give it back. That's what I'm saying. Your ideology to say that I'm the one, just give me the power because I know the answers. What you don't realize is that
I don't want the power.
No one has all the answers.
I don't want to
and
run
there's
for
always
office. I'm not
suffering.
telling you to give me the power. I don't want to run for office. I'm saying these are the set of policies that I think are best for the country. Are you telling me I shouldn't believe in things that are going to be better for the country?
I know, and it's all government solutions.
Wait, what other
solutions.
What's your solution?
Individuality.
That's not a solution.
You need to inspire people to know that yes, it is. If you think you can solve everyone's problem or the government can solve everyone's problem, why can't you?
If you think that just leaving everyone's problems to be managed by themselves is going to get rid of problems, you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. If you need me to sit down to you and to explain to you like you're a kindergartner that if we don't have a government in order to be able to provide for citizens, there are going to be more fucking problems, then I don't know how to fucking explain it to you. Absolutely, there are problems fucking solved by the government. You thinking the government doesn't solve any problems is ridiculous.
No,
yes, I get upset.
Family.
Yes, I get upset. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. The big beautiful bill that you advocate for cuts access to free school lunches for 420,000 children every single month. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? Do you think the government providing that is less sufficient?
Out, weren't they? Do you know how many of those got thrown out? So it was wasted. That's called X inefficiency.
He thinks feeding children is
wasted. All the stuff they did was X inefficiency.
He thinks free school lunches, ensuring that children have food in their fucking stomach so that they can literally educate themselves in the context of school. You think that's wasteful spending? What?
You think those were all going to students? You think every one of those meals went to students? No, they didn't.
Who's eating them?
And there was tons of waste in that program.
Wait, just to say that there's some
level thrown out.
Just to say that there's some level of food that is thrown out does not mean we shouldn't feed children. Would your better alternative be that we don't feed children? And you also know that there's waste in the private market, right? You act like there's not stuff thrown out in the private market, you fucking idiot.
My better solution would be we empower two-parent households to feed their own kids.
With government policy?
Stop taxing them out into oblivion. Stop having the Federal Reserve print money to where it devalues the dollar, and now you have inflation going out of the going berserk. That's all government problems. It's all government problems.
Yeah, and it was worse under Trump. Not only did M2
Republicans have only
Not only did M1 and M2 increase more under Trump's administration, but we also saw their debt increase more under Trump, specifically because of what he signed into law. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicated Trump's first administration added $4 trillion more debt than the Biden-Harris administration. And for the campaign plans for the next administration, it would add $4 trillion more than Harris. So you say that we don't have the ability to pay for our plans, but really, who doesn't have the ability to pay for his plans is Donald Trump, and you're not willing to admit it yet.
Oh, no, I've never said. I agree. He was a Democrat his entire life. He is closer to a Democrat than a Republican. However, he has exposed the left for the anti-American people they are. Who
How am I anti-American?
have these
You said
ideologies of
Wait. Explain how I'm
groupthink.
anti-American. Because what you brought up as how I was anti-American were things that I just used against you that you said weren't arguments. So tell me, how am I anti-American?
I told you, America is founded on individual.
So less government spending, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if
Yeah,
we're
I
doing
would
less
say
government
less
spending,
government spending.
that would include less debt-related spending, correct? Spending money you don't have?
Balancing a budget, ideally, but I mean,
Oh, so
that's-
Trump doesn't do that. Trump
I mean,
actually
we're-
makes the
we're
budget less
trillions
balanced.
of dollars.
Wait. Pause. Trump makes the budget less balanced. So the idea that you're specifically referencing that you're somehow going to have a more balanced budget given Trump in office is laughably insane. Not only is it laughably insane, but again, explain to me how you're going to be more individualistic under your own perspective, given it is the case that you have a Republican in office comparative to a Democrat. Explain.
No, once again, I told you, I like Trump because he has exposed the left for how vile and hateful they are.
He still can't explain how I'm
Like I said, he was a
anti-American. He keeps
Democrat and they
repeating this point.
turned on
How
him.
am I anti-American? Thank you for telling us a million times the same point over and over again without explaining
no,
how
I
I'm
was saying
anti-American.
that's why I supported Trump.
You keep saying liberals are anti-American. Describe how me as a liberal, I'm anti-American.
Because you're anti-individual. You think the collective is the most important thing. You don't give people their dues based on their individual efforts. You say, oh, you're part of a collective group that needs to be either put into this category or that category. That is the left's ideology.
You understand
And
that I
that is
still believe in
anti-American.
a free market, right? And the free market does have differences specifically in what people get based upon what they specifically put into it. And I believe in more of a meritocracy. I just think that people should be able to have access to education as a baseline, it is the case, so they can have greater social mobility. And countries around the world that have greater social mobility, such as the Scandinavian countries that you were mentioning earlier, those countries specifically have broader social safety nets. So broader social safety nets lead to more social mobility and a greater ability for there to be meritocracy within a society that we exist in. So if you want to keep talking about that, let's talk about it. Let's have a conversation
Great,
about
and I
this.
can't-
Because if you want to talk about more free markets.
I can't own
well,
what my
Scandinavian
neighbor
countries
does
in which
down
have
the
brought.
street, but
Wait,
guess
do you want to
what?
know
I
something
can
crazy?
still
Let
do
me
what's
finish.
best for myself.
Let me finish. The Scandinavian countries that have broader social safety nets, they also have more free markets. Did you know that they have, based on the Economic Freedom Index, right, have a freer
What's the
economy
population of those? What's the population of those Scandinavian countries?
comparable to states in the United States? There's a larger population for Sweden
Yeah,
than there is in
comparable to
Iowa.
a state. Comparable to a state.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking the country, though. You want these policies for the country. Those countries aren't even as big as a state in America.
So then let's apply it on different. They're bigger than the states in America in plenty of situations. Like for example, Iowa is half the size in terms of population.
Not all of them. They're bigger than.
Can I please finish?
Iowa.
Are you gonna keep?
How about
Are you gonna keep
Texas?
cutting me
Is
off?
Texas bigger than it?
Can I speak, or do you have to keep cutting me off because you know you're losing? Okay. In Iowa, it is the case that there's 3 million people that live there. There's more than double that specifically, right, in Sweden, right? Sweden has a greater population, meaning that if you're able to apply it on a statewide basis, you could do the funding on a statewide basis, and apparently under your view it would work. Not only could we do that, we could condense it to a citywide level. Then you could do the funding on a citywide basis if the population is somehow an issue. But actually, if we have a broader population, it is the case that due to economies of scale, it'll become more efficient, so...
Well, first off, I never said it would work. I said it theoretically might work. But also, could you, I off the top of my head, I don't know. What's the population of Texas?
The population of Texas, I'm not sure.
You got a computer, you could look it up. Is it double, triple those Scandinavian countries?
Depends on what Scandinavian country you're referencing. Also, I already told you, if you want to do that in terms of cutting it down, you understand that you can go onto a district level. You can go to a city level.
Yeah, but once again,
there's no argument
then
against
you got
that.
More people. No. The numbers work depending on the population. You can go to a smaller, but see, here's the thing. The cities are always packed more with people, and which, by the way, they're always, I don't know how this breaks down or why it works this way, but they're always Democrat, and they seem like they have the worst gun violence and all that, but the strictest gun laws. I don't understand how these things aren't intuitive to more people.
That's a correlation causation fallacy. Now, you're not looking at per capita rates too. Secondly, if you want to look at,
it doesn't make it wrong.
Can I please finish? If you want to look at correlation causation, you would then blame Trump for the 14.8% unemployment that happened under his first administration, which you don't because it was related to COVID. So just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other.
I never said it. Well, here's the thing, though. It doesn't mean just because the argument does have some logical errors to it doesn't mean it's not true.
Doesn't mean it's not. Wait, so then what is true about it? I just gave you issues with it that you don't take into account the broader set of conditions.
Well, I'd have to dive deeper into it. Like I said, I mean, a lot of these things are just things I've been thinking about. I'm not an expert in it. I don't research it all day, but a lot of these things seem fairly intuitive, like,
Why does Texas have a higher death rate in terms of mortality rates for guns, for firearms, than California?
I would say, there's, more guns, I would say.
More guns? So you're saying more guns. He says more guns causes more per capita crime. So then obviously you'd want to reduce access to guns to then cause there to be less crime.
I never said crime. No, because here's the thing. What you got to realize is when they do those statistics, if someone breaks into someone's house and he gets unalived by a man with a firearm, that counts in those statistics. But it doesn't show that the man was protecting himself. So would you equate someone who's protecting themselves and uses a gun the same as someone who is trying to rob someone and uses a gun? Are those the same things?
Do you think the likelihood of that someone kills someone in self-defense is higher in Texas comparative to California?
I think it is, yeah. First off, because...
Can you give me any evidence of that? What's your source?
Once again, I don't know I don't know those statistics, but I would imagine that, in California, there's stricter gun laws, so just more people don't have as many guns. So
stricter gun laws lead to lower... Wait, did you just say that... Look, he just ran right into the point. Stricter gun laws lead to lower death rates? Is that what you just said?
No, that's not what I said.
You just explained that they have lower death rates because it is the case that they have stricter gun laws that reduce access to guns.
We were talking gun crimes.
Yeah, and you said specifically that there's a reduction in gun crimes if it is the case that there's a reduction in the amount of guns. Do you agree?
Well, yeah, duh. But hold on. Now, okay, but then knife go up. Am I allowed to say that?
That's not true. For example, in the UK,
those go up.
For example, in the UK, For example, in the UK, where it is the case that they have greater restrictions on access to firearms, they have lower rates of stabbings.
You trust their statistics?
So the statistics are not factual. The facts are not factual. The facts don't have basis. I can just deny the facts whenever it is the case that I don't want to believe them. You think the facts are facts? You think the facts are accurate? You think the statistics have reliable basis? Oh my God, how could you believe the statistics were reliable? When the statistics prove me wrong, I then am not going to believe them. Wait, were you not just relating to statistics about all these different things to say that, like, in states in which it is the case that are Democrat have worse gun violence? Isn't that what you are advocating for? You were basing it on statistics, right?
We are a different country than them, and there are still some freedoms we enjoy that they don't have.
Like what?
Are you aware of anything
Like what?
about
Tell me,
their
what
migrant
freedoms? Wait, what
pandemic
freedoms?
that's going on over there?
Wait, what freedoms do we have here that they don't have?
Well, I think there was like 1,300 or 3,000 people arrested for Facebook posts that they made.
What do they do in the Facebook posts? Because people also can make Facebook posts here and get arrested, depending on what you do. Like if you say you're gonna
I think
murder,
they said something about Islam is what I think they said.
I would have to see you. Can you bring up specifically what? And also, if you want to talk about rights, people in
Well,
this
this is
country,
what I'm
you know,
saying.
people.
Hold on.
Can I please
You're
finish?
not
No, let me
aware
finish.
of-
Let me finish. People in this country have been detained without due process, literally, for saying free Palestine. Mahmoud Khalil was detained without due process for over 100 days without due process. Again, because he said free Palestine. We can also mention Donald Trump saying that people should be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which he just passed an executive order today, specifically to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. That's a violation of the First Amendment, according to the Supreme Court.
I agree. I don't think that should happen.
So that's a violation of freedom of speech. So how the hell could you say that's specifically applicable to UK that
Well,
it's not applicable
is
here?
it- wait, hold on. Did the courts hold
Wait,
on?
wait,
did
so
the
wait,
courts
so what
uphold
rights
that
do people in
rule?
the UK have restricted that specifically limits the data from being accurate?
Have you heard anything about the grape pandemic over there?
You tell me.
Okay, I forget the guy's name who was also jailed. I think Tommy something. I've only heard bits and pieces about it. Like I said, I mean, I'll hear something, do a little research, not much. I'm not diving deep into this, but
So you think, for
yeah,
example,
evidently
can I ask you a question? Would you vote for a world leader or vote for a leader that, was held civilly liable of raping a woman, forcefully penetrating them against their will?
I already know where this is going, and here's the thing. A lot of those were shown to be false.
I'm waiting for you to tell me. Like, would you vote for someone in that context? You said again that you're against a quote unquote grape pandemic there. Just to let you know, grape culture is prevalent in this country. You voted for a rapist yourself. Okay? What are you talking about?
To be honest, I don't think that's true. I don't think he was. And
He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
Hey, who is that? What's the name of that guy who played on that 70s show?
I don't know. Why the fuck are you asking me that question?
He was charged with it too, right? Well, he was charged with it too, right? He's in jail, isn't he?
I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. I've
This
never
is
watched
from-
the 70s show.
Well, someone brought it up from like decades ago, and all of a sudden now it's a
Okay,
problem
what the hell are
or
you? Why
something.
don't you respond to what I had to say? Did I vote for him for president? Do I know who the fuck this
Well,
is?
no, I am.
So then why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he has shown you guys to be he's shown people that they don't have to be afraid of people yelling out slurs against you because you must be bigoted or you must be this because you believe in that a child is a child even in the womb.
You think it's pro-America to be
And,
like
you don't have to
people
fear.
should? What the fuck is
To be
wrong with you?
pro-life?
No,
To
stop.
be pro-life?
Stop,
yes.
stop.
Yeah, I think it's American to be
This
pro-life.
guy yaps. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. No one fucking talked about abortion. You were just saying it was justified and okay for you to fucking literally say slurs. Right? That's what you were saying, and that's what I was fucking responding to. Why the hell did you just randomly pivot instead of address what I'm fucking saying
What?
and yap about bullshit?
What are you talking about?
What fucking conversation were we just having?
I said
You were mad that
I
we were
said
saying
that
it's wrong to
Trump
say
showed that
slurs?
You don't.
You were mad that as a society
No.
we were wanting it to not be
No,
normalized
they-
to say slurs.
Clearly, you're not getting it. I mean, you're not following that quick. I said Donald Trump showed that you don't have to be afraid of you guys of the left calling conservatives racist and all this other stuff for reasons that are just the dumbest thing ever.
Like, wait, when did I call someone racist for no reason?
Are you saying that's not like the left's go-to thing? If
Give me one
you don't agree
circumstance.
with
Give me.
someone, you just say, "Oh, you're
by
a
the way,
racist. You're a bigot."
Give me one
Just
circumstance.
look on the internet, man. I'm not even like I said.
Answer
No,
the question.
I don't have to qualify these.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You said that I'm anti-American. This is the reason why you're saying I'm anti-American. Okay? So tell me, name one circumstance where I called someone racist when they were not racist.
You do it all the time.
Name one time.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of it. I'll tell you what. Just, you know what? I'll message you later with one of your videos where I find it. Sound good?
Do you think Donald Trump's a racist?
You think I can't find one of you saying it?
I do believe Donald Trump's a racist. Do you think that Donald Trump's a racist? That's why I brought up the example.
Are you pivoting?
No, I'm trying to bring up an example where you disagree with me on whether or not someone's racist, and I'm going to talk about it because you can't give me an example yourself.
So then you do agree that you're probably going to be found out that there are videos of you doing that.
Of me calling people, of course I call people racist when they're racist.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, but so okay, so you claim there's a reason. What were the good reasons of all the times you've called people racist?
Like Donald Trump?
Sure.
Yeah. So Donald Trump specifically didn't rent to black people in the 1970s. He specifically also called for the execution of the Central Park Five. He said that Kamala Harris turned black, indicating she wasn't black prior. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya to undermine him being president of the United States when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. I can keep going. He said that laziness is a trait of people who are black.
Was it because he didn't rent to every single person who was black, or like he couldn't rent to everyone who was black, so he's racist? Or
no, he specifically didn't rent to black people.
So he rented to no black people.
He specifically would put C on the applications of non-white individuals so that they wouldn't rent to them. There were testers that the DOJ sent specifically, right, that had the same set of qualifications, right? And it is the case that they specifically told the white applicants that there was
and what's the source
openings,
for
and
this?
they said that there were black applicants, said to the black applicants that there were no openings. What's the source? The DOJ.
The Department of was this Biden's Department of Justice? Like
no,
the
this
same
was
one who did the Russian,
no, it was
like
it was
Hillary
Nixon.
Clinton?
It was Nixon.
Same one who did the Russian hoax?
No, it was Nixon. You fucking idiot.
Oh, Nixon's DOJ. So same, not the same one who did the Russia hoax.
Dude, when you say Russia hoax, there was Russian interference in our 2016 election. There just wasn't proven Russian collusion between Russia and Trump. What there was Russian interference, and there was collusion amongst Russia and people that were on the Trump administration. Like that was proven by the Mueller report.
No, wasn't it the Clinton Foundation who paid for it?
No, what are you talking about? What the hell are you saying?
You didn't know the Clinton, like the hearing? You didn't watch those congressional hearings?
Dude, you're the one that
I
isn't
watched
responding
those
to what I said.
congressional hearings.
You did? Because then how come you know nothing about what we're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the Hillary Clinton, the Clinton Foundation that funded the Russia hoax.
What was a hoax about it?
That there was collusion between the Trump administration and Russia, which it was also Obama's getting tied into this somehow now too.
You know what's really frustrating is that the Russia investigation didn't claim that Trump colluded with Russia. They just investigated it. You did not look at the hearing. You didn't look at any of what happened in the case. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I did. It was a while ago though. I did. I'll tell you what. You guys can go watch the hearing.
Trust me, we have. Kelly, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Lion of God, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Kelly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Daniel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $9. Thank you. Allie, thank you so much for the $4. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Klaus, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6. Vel, thank you for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Taylor with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as I need to catch up on YouTube Super Chat. Hawaii, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Remember what Trump said during COVID? I'm Asian. My son and wife were in New York City, and people were staring and giving them a hard time because of Trump. He's a racist down to his soul. So fucking true. Thank you so much, Hawaii. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Keep some W's for them in the comment section right now. Let me thank other people here on YouTube real quick, and then we'll make sure to go on to this guest and continue on to what he was saying. Lovey, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I know Republicans do deny microaggressions all the time and completely are unapologetic. Ruse, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Warsaw, thank you so much for the $10. Captain, thank you for the $2. Carrie with the $2. Dora, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Dora. Libby, thank you so much for the $10 for statistics are never real. I know, right? Dora, thank you so much for the $1. Soul, thank you for the $5. Kyle with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know it's diabolical. Captain, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Wacky, thank you so much for the $2. Chris with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know, right? Thom, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thom, thank you. Captain with the $2. Michael with the $3. Thank you. Captain with the $5. Thank you. Michael with the $3. Warsaw with the $10. Thank you for Utopitarian. Michael, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Captain with the $2. Soul with the $5. Libby with the $10. Prime with the $5. Foxy with the $5. And Soul with the $5. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. I'm completely caught up now. I was really far behind. Actually, I have one more person to thank. Or a few more people to thank, actually. Donald with the $40 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Donald. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Donald. Put some W's for Donald in the comment section. Ellie with the $4. Again, thank you. Holly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. All right. Let's go back to what he was saying. Let me unmute him. You were saying? Warsaw, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for wait. We're going on facts now. I know, right? Thank you so much, Warsaw. I appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, make sure to go over to the YouTube if you want to see some of my content. Parker, get a job. Also, subscribe if you haven't already. We're almost to 250,000 subs. We're so fucking close, chat. Or actually, wait. We passed it. Whoa, let's go. Can we get some fucking W's for the 250,000 subscribers on YouTube? Let's fucking go. Let's go. That's fucking sick. Yo, W's in the comment section. Seriously. All right, you were saying?
No, I actually saw you were looking for someone to debate, and it's been a long day for me anyway, so not on my best game right now, but figured I'd fill the void while you could find some more requests.
I'm confused. You just want to like maybe acknowledge why you support Donald Trump? We can talk about it, or are you done debating?
Well, we did. I already told you. I really just support him because what he exposed the left for. So that's, I think, his greatest accomplishment.
Okay. So you say expose the left. You say anti-American. Is Donald Trump anti-American for pardoning violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops? Hello? Did he leave? Hello? Hello? Did he run away, chat? Bardino, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $40 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Bardino. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dora with the $5. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hello? Who can say where the road goes? All right, let's go to the next person. By the way, everyone, I have about like 28 minutes left on the live, everyone. We have about 28 minutes left on the live. If you like my content, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Give us a thumbs up here on YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. How many likes are we at on YouTube? Let me know in the YouTube comment section. Let me know in the YouTube comment section. Rachel, thank you for the $5 for the congrats on 250K. That's like actually nuts. I just want to let you know that's fucking crazy. Sarah, thank you for the $2. Happy birthday, Ryder. Happy birthday. Let's go on the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh.
How old are you?
You're lagging. Hold on.
How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
December.
For sure. Let me say thank you to a few people quick. Chris, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I know, right? It's crazy. He wants to trigger the libs so bad that he literally would vote for such a horrible guy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let me also say thank you to Sarah again. Thank you for the $2. Thank you again. Happy birthday to Ryder. Happy birthday. Jalen, thank you for the $5 for congrats on 250K. Thank you so much. Bread with the $25 for 250. Thank you so much. Love you with the $3. Thank you so much. I definitely would have if he was still on the live. Conrad, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Conrad. I really appreciate it, Conrad. Thank you so much. We need the W's for Conrad for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? That's why I was asking him on the live too. Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's not anti-American like the Democrats.
Okay. Do you think it's anti-American to pardon violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers?
Bro, you have to start with that?
Yeah.
What?
You think it's
I can't defend that.
Yeah, so is that anti-American?
No. I don't think you should have done that, though.
So it's not anti-American to pardon violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers after inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol? Maybe is inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol, is that anti-American?
Is saying stay peaceful inciting a riot?
Is pardoning the violent rioters wanting no violence?
I don't think he wanted
Is that
the violence, but since it was...
is pardoning violent rioters consistent with wanting it to be peaceful?
He wanted to be peaceful, but the people who weren't peaceful, he probably didn't think that they should have been
Is pardoning
arrested.
violent rioters consistent with him wanting it to be peaceful?
Yes. What did I just say before that?
Explain to me how him pardoning violent rioters is consistent with him wanting no violence on January 6th.
Yeah, he didn't want violence, but the people who were violent, he probably didn't think that the violence they did wasn't bad enough to be thrown in prison forever.
Wasn't bad enough to be
Stuff like
thrown in
that.
prison. So DJ Rodriguez, who drove the stun gun into the neck of a police officer, that wasn't bad enough?
No, that's bad enough.
People who stepped on police officers' heads and beat them, they had lashes and they had broken bones, bruises all over their bodies. You're telling me that wasn't enough?
No, I'm talking about the people that just wandered in and got thrown in prison.
Yeah,
for no
I'm
reason.
actually, people who just, walked into the Capitol. I'm not even talking about them. I'm talking about the violent rioters.
Well, he did pardon those people.
Listen, is it consistent to say that you don't want the violence and then to pardon violent rioters? Actually, let me ask you this way. If there was a president that pardoned pedophiles that raped children, would that tell you that he condones that behavior or that he condemns it?
Yeah.
Condone or condemn?
He condones. If he
condones
pardons
the behavior. If he pardons the behavior, he condones it. So if Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters, that means he condones the violence, right? And if he condones the violence, that means he didn't want it to be peaceful.
No, he didn't want them to. He didn't want them to be violent, but the people who were violent, he didn't want them to be in prison.
That means he would condemn. If he didn't want them to be violent, he would condemn the violence, right? So
He said stay peaceful.
So do you think it's consistent? Wait, okay, so he condemned the violence under your view? So pardoning violent rioters is condemning the violence? So you're saying it's consistent to condemn the violence while also pardoning the violent rioters? You're nuts. You're out of your mind. You have no clue what you're talking about anymore. You've lost the plot.
Bro, Democrats lost the plot a long time ago.
You know, you lost the plot when you sat there and you defend people who literally pardon violent rioters after inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol. That's like one of the most anti-American
He didn't
things.
incite it.
Yes,
Why
he
do you
did.
keep saying that?
Because he said,
How?
"Fight like hell, take back the country from those that stole it from you," and then he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and called them
Did
patriots.
Biden say we have to place a bullseye on Trump, saying that he wants Trump to be unalived?
We can identify that his intention in that context was specifically in relation to like.
And we can
like
identify that
political...
Trump.
Shut up. The political advertisements. We can identify that Donald Trump had the intention specifically to say that like he is condoning the violent rioters because he pardoned the violent rioters. I literally established this for you. I already explained to you that's why it's his intentional state, and you just decided to ignore it and say, "What about Democrats? Democrats hate the country. Democrats are anti-American." Well, you voted for the most anti-American candidate in the fucking modern era.
Every Democrat is more anti-American.
Explain how Kamala Harris is more anti-American than Donald Trump. Explain that one.
Because she holds democratic policies.
Such as?
Letting out... Okay. I don't even know where to begin. I can't think of... Name any policy and it's anti-American.
I asked you to name them. How about you name them?
Okay, caps on insulin's un-American, child tax credit.
You know, Trump did it. Trump did a cap on insulin. Trump also did a child tax credit. Those are un-American, really? Increasing the child tax credit's un-American. Trump did that. I like how you the cap on insulin. Trump did a $35 cap on insulin for people on parts of Medicare, and Kamala Harris extended to everyone on Medicare. And you're saying that's anti-American for her to extend the policy that Donald Trump pushed?
Okay, any unique Democrat
It's anti-American
policies.
to reduce childhood poverty, chat. Because the increase in the child tax credit when under the American Rescue Plan under Kamala Harris, that literally decreased childhood poverty by 45%. So you think decreasing childhood poverty is anti-American? You're delusional. It's pro-American to reduce childhood poverty.
Yeah, I don't think any unique Democrat policies. So I shouldn't. The ones I listed aren't good, as you point out. But any unique Democrat policies. Do you want me to list them? Okay. So, like, enforcing transgender issues onto children, I think that's anti-American. I think universal health care is anti-American. I think massive government is anti-American. I think that the BLM riots were anti-American. I think that, widespread homelessness and, like, fostering that's anti-American.
You got anything else?
There was, oh yeah. The most anti-American thing about the Democrats is that they hate the country. And what I mean by that is that they think it's fundamentally racist. And they think that, America shouldn't exist. We're on stolen land. America is a net evil. Many Democrats think that.
Because we could acknowledge our past that is disgusting and our continued present and future that has been horrible, doesn't mean that we're anti-American. We can acknowledge the bad aspects of our character. That's a necessary aspect of us, like, moving forward and doing better. This is stolen land. You have to be able to acknowledge that in order for us to be able to create better conditions for everyone. Like, if you're in a relationship and the person you're with cannot acknowledge anything they've done wrong, right? Isn't that bad?
Yeah.
So, like, why would you say that, like, you would want as a country for us to not acknowledge the bad things that we've done as a country? That's necessary for us to do better, as the same as it's necessary for your partner, specifically, if they want to do better, if they want to treat you better, that they have to take accountability for what they've done wrong, and they have to acknowledge that. You can't just gloss over what you've done wrong and expect, right, there to be better conditions or for us to be able to progress. Us not acknowledging history is a very basis for it to increase the likelihood for it to happen in the future. Now, let me address everything else you said, because I want to explain everything how you said just demonstrates
Wait,
how...
can I just respond to what you just said real quick?
I'm sorry. Why do you get to say so many things and I don't get to respond to all of them? I wasn't allowed to cut you off after
Well,
one thing, and you are.
okay, you can respond.
This is why I hate when people say so many different things and then don't allow me to respond to every single thing you said. You want me to respond one by one, but then you want to be able to say a million things, so I can only respond to one of the things you said. Ridiculous. So you are the one enforcing quote unquote trans issues on children by not allowing children to be trans, by not allowing them to be who they are, and by specifically saying that they have to be cis. Right? That's the people who are enforcing quote unquote trans issues on children, because you're actually making it worse for trans children to actually be accepted within the communities in which they are. You're stigmatizing trans children, and you're creating a condition in which they are more likely to be bullied, right, harmed, and they're more likely to self-unalive because of that. So the conditions you're creating are worse for trans children. They're worse for children in general when you specifically advocate for the policies you do that force children to act a certain way. No one's advocating for surgeries on children, right? We're saying doctors and parents together specifically should be able to determine what's going to be beneficial in terms of puberty blockers, right, for children, right, in terms of gender affirming care within that aspect, right? That's specifically what we're saying. That actually creates better conditions specifically for children who are trans, for adults who are trans, and for people overall. The likelihood of regret for any of the things that you're mentioning is extraordinarily low, lower than practically every other form of medicine you could particularly reference. And if you think that I, as a 16-year-old, with my mom and with my dermatologist, should have been able to get access to something like Accutane, that has significantly more negative impacts, right, then it is the case that I should be that trans children should be able to get access to at the age of 16, as I was 16, HRT as well. We can extend broader conditions of that, but again, no surgeries are happening with children. That's not a thing, right? And it takes multiple years to go through the process to get access to any gender affirming care. All right. You think that like children are just like quote unquote pretending to be trans for multiple years to be able to get access to medical care? Right, and to be stigmatized? That's ridiculous. Right? Children would not choose to be trans if they could choose otherwise. That's why it's not a choice, right? It's a ridiculous assertion. Along with the idea that universal health care is absolutely pro-American because it would reduce 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. And you specifically being against Medicare for all and universal health care perpetuates conditions in which more Americans die, which is anti-American. Also, massive government, but you're totally okay with massive government when it relates to, you know, restricting people's freedom of speech by putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag and for literally the we can point to plenty of different things, you know, detaining people without due process for literally saying free Palestine for over 107 days. Mahmoud Khalil, you should look him up, along with the idea that we can reference the border policies in general. You guys want a massive border policy in terms of government with ICE funding them as much as you possibly can, militarizing the southern border, but then for some reason when it relates to like literally providing food stamps, healthcare, and basic amenities for people in need, then you have an issue with spending governmental funds. So it's not massive government, it's specifically just government that provides for people in need rather than government that enforces harmful and oppressive laws, right? And then we can also look to particularly the BLM protests, which were again, right, like 97% peaceful, right? The idea that like BLM protests specifically, right, were riots and of itself as a manner to deflect away from everything that happened is fucking insane. After you support a guy who pardoned violent rioters on January 6th, none of the people who engaged in any of the violence, specifically in any riot that you'd ever be able to mention, was pardoned by Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Ridiculous. I can't even believe that you brought that up with a straight face. Homelessness? Name one Trump or Republican policy that ever reduced homelessness.
TCJA. But,
it did not reduce homelessness. The TCJA did not reduce homelessness. Tell me, explain to me the process to how the TCJA reduced homelessness.
Okay. I first need to respond to that by asking
as compared to Democratic policy. Explain to me how the TCJA, as compared to what would exist under Harris, would somehow reduce homelessness. Explain.
Yeah, so like helping well, one easy thing is raising the standard deduction. That would help people in lower incomes. And then for policies related to Democrats...
That's if you have a taxable income. Do you know what a standard deduction is?
Yeah, but the TCJA creates a more friendly
if you have a taxable income,
environment.
you're saying it's going to create better conditions where people who are lower income have more money in their pockets? No, the bottom two quintiles specifically, or I mean the bottom two deciles, the bottom 20% of the country has a decrease in after-tax income due to the big beautiful bill that involves the TCJA. So actually, what you're doing is taking money from the poorest Americans and giving to the richest Americans. The idea that you think that this reduces homelessness is fucking laughable. Actually laughable. You think that the standard deduction wouldn't have been that much specifically under a Harris tax plan? You think that she wouldn't have wanted to extend that even further, as she advocated to do so? As she also advocated to extend the child tax credit even more?
Biden never did that.
Because the tax policy wasn't set to change until 2025, right? Until this upcoming tax plan through the context of what Trump set up as the big, beautiful bill. They weren't set up to do legislation until now.
Okay, so
it's
when you
Congress
said
that votes on
Democrat
that. You know that, right?
policies, when we look at all the Democrat cities, they have the highest homelessness.
Because people who are homeless are going to go to areas in which they can get more access to care. Republican areas don't provide the access
No,
to care.
because they're unlivable and the prices are extremely high, and it's a
Prices
bad
are
business
high in
environment.
democratic cities because so many people want to live there, but we also can provide access to people who are in need as well. And also, again, if people who are homeless could specifically just go to a different area and not be homeless, they would also do that. So, like, the idea that they could just go to a Republican area and it is the case that they wouldn't be homeless anymore is an absurd position. Plus, if you want to look at the increase in the rate of homelessness, red states are the ones that saw a vast increase specifically in the rate of homelessness. If you want to look at places like California, they have decreased the rate of increase in homelessness specifically due to specific policies to address homelessness. Now, have they done enough specifically to get rid of homelessness? Absolutely not. I think they need to do more. But have they done something to address the set of conditions that blue or red states have not done, that red areas have not done? Absolutely. We can acknowledge that democratic policies actually are meant to help and reduce homelessness, whereas Republican policies only exacerbate the issues and cause there to be more homelessness.
Okay, before we got sidetracked, I wanted to go back to the first thing you said about it's undeniable we're on stolen land. The point I was making, you can acknowledge it. My problem is Democrats focus on that and want to make that like, they focus on the negatives more than the positives of this country, and I think that is a un-American tone to like hate on the country more than to love the country, and acknowledge that we have massive diversity and that we have
and you're trying to harm that by specifically like decreasing immigration.
I have no problem with immigration. I have a problem with illegal immigration.
So in terms of undocumented immigration, why don't you provide a pathway to citizenship for anyone in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Like, what's the point of having a legal immigration process and a vetting process? It's to keep the country safe and secure. You are not keeping the country more safe and more secure by specifically deporting people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. That actually only makes the country less safe, not only because it increases the crime rate, but because it also makes it so law enforcement is focused more on deporting people who are not a threat to our country and threat to our community, rather than specifically focusing on people who are threats to our community, like people like Donald Trump.
But do you think that Democrats focus on
you cut out hello?
Like the negatives more than the positives?
You cut out. What'd you say?
Do you think that Democrats focus on like the negatives, like, oh, we used to have slavery, oh, we're on stolen land, we kicked out all the Native Americans?
I think Democrats are more talking about policy than they are specifically just acknowledging history, but Democrats are more likely to acknowledge history than Republicans because Republicans want to whitewash history and act like it didn't happen. So us acknowledging history doesn't mean that we're like only talking about it. We talk about it as it's factual information because it is factual information. And Trump trying to act like it's not as bad, like slavery is not as bad, and the fact that we focus on it as an issue and talking and saying the Smithsonian shouldn't literally recognize it is literally whitewashing history. It's limiting our ability to acknowledge specifically harmful things that have happened in our history to be able to then create a better country for the future. We have to acknowledge the harmful aspects of our country to be able to acknowledge the good aspects, to be able to create more good aspects. You understand that that's an incredibly important aspect.
They only focus on the negatives.
Think about it this way. Your partner cheats on you, and they say you're only focusing on the bad things that I've done. You're not focusing on everything else that I do for you that's good. You're not focusing on the fact that I'm a good partner that's there for you emotionally, right? You're not focusing on the fact that I'm a partner, which you can dispute these things. You're not focusing on the part is that I provide for you in plenty of different scenarios. They can bring up whatever they want, right? You always like to focus on the negative, the fact that I cheated on you. They would say that. And do you see how absurd that is for them to say that? That's exactly like what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
You have to acknowledge the bad things that you've done in order for you to be able to move on as a person. in order for you to be okay as a person, in order for you to be able to actually progress as a person.
Yeah, so I think in that situation, if your partner cheated on you, I think most people would say that you should break up with them because they're being unfaithful. So, but I don't see how that's an analogy because, like something like slavery, while yes, it is a terrible thing, I don't think it like disqualifies the United States for all the good things it does. And,
Here, can I ask
like
you
in
a
this
question?
analogy,
I'll,
you'd be
I'll
like,
specify this. Let's talk about. You're lagging right now.
rather
Just
have to break
you're
up with
lagging. You're lagging right now. Okay. Can you hear me?
MAGA mobile.
What'd you say?
MAGA mobile.
Yeah,
MAGA
you're the one lagging.
I have MAGA mobile.
Yep. Trump Mobile. When'd you buy it?
Hold on.
You know that's actually a thing.
Let me
now?
move to a place.
You know, I've been saying MAGA Mobile for so long, and Trump Mobile is actually a fucking thing now. That's how
You're a
fucking
prophet,
ridiculous
bro.
this is.
What can I say?
Bridge of the Galaxy, thank you. I
You're a
am. I
prophet.
must be. I must be. Dia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Dia.
Wait, if
I
you're a
really appreciate
prophet-
it. Thank you. What's up?
If you're a prophet, who's the Democrat nominee in 2028? What's your prediction?
AOC.
Would you like her to be the nomination? Like, if you got to pick, who would you pick?
AOC.
Oh, okay. What do you like about her?
What do I like about AOC? I like her progressive policy. I like that she's advocating for universal health care. I like that she's, going to be more progressive on climate change and actually acknowledge the existential crisis that exists. I think those are really important aspects to address. And those are the ones I think are relevant to bring up to you right now. And I think that you need to address. Trump doesn't believe in climate change. He says the climate is going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet. And then Donald Trump had no plan for healthcare. He had concepts of a plan. Okay? We need a healthcare plan in this country. And the only people that have a working healthcare model that actually will benefit the country are progressives.
I think the healthcare model we have right now is better than any universal healthcare policy that's proposed.
Say that again?
I think the healthcare policy we have right now is better than any proposed universal healthcare system.
You think it's right now it's better than a system that would save us $450 billion per year, according to a Yale study, right? Along with the idea that a system that would save 45 to 68,000 American lives every single year, because prior they had lack of health insurance under our system right now.
How does it save $450 billion?
Yeah, that's because it is the case that it cuts out the middleman between you and your doctor. Private insurers that literally make money off of restricting your access to care.
So do you acknowledge right now that we have better outcomes for like private healthcare than public healthcare?
Can you give me any source for that?
I think it's Public Medical. They show that
Go give me a title.
Okay.
I'll give you time. Lovey, thank you so much for the $2. For plenty of us focus on the harms because the country didn't. They teach you that Abraham Lincoln hated racism when in reality he was racist himself. I am as much as any other man in favor of having a superior position. That's what Lincoln said. Yeah, Lincoln was definitely a racist. Lincoln specifically was okay with slavery, right, existing insofar as that it would keep the Union in check. That's fucking nuts. And this not eligible for community for sending out. Okay. I'm only going to be on for 4 more minutes, so it's not that big of a deal. And Lovey said that was said during the 1858 debate. You can source it from the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Yeah, it's diabolical. That's not taught in our history books, and that's what Donald Trump wants to perpetuate and continue, especially with him fucking assigning PragerU, right? To be like literally teaching our children when they fucking literally post straight fucking whitewashed propaganda about history. Christian, thank you for the $5 for 250k subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Millie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I actually don't. I don't know what that's in reference to. For some reason, Venmo isn't showing me all the messages. Let me see if we think. Oh, it says I got to remove you now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you. Thank you. We still have everything. So yeah, I think that is going to be the end of the stream, everyone. That's going to be the end of the stream. I appreciate everyone coming through today. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I really appreciate it, everyone. I really appreciate it. It's been a good day so far. Make sure to follow me here if you haven't already here on TikTok. I would really, really, really appreciate it, everyone. Follow me here if you have not already here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I'm going to be posting all my videos. Or wait. Fuck, I already posted my videos today. It's tomorrow. I'm going to be live at 9 a.m., so I'll post my videos after. So I was thinking about tomorrow. Hawaii, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 because of you. Diabolical is burned in my brain. That's so funny. That's so funny. Seriously, though, that is hilarious. That's hilarious. All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for tonight. I love y'all so much. Everyone, go check out Santana's live. Santana24 Speaks. Everyone look up Santana on YouTube and on TikTok. Santana24 Speaks. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Also see what everyone's going on right now. See what's going on. I don't know if he's doing debates right now, so make sure to know about the space you're going to before you do. They might be having some sort of conversation or dialogue that isn't debates. So also make sure to be knowledgeable about that. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone later. I love every single one of y'all so very much. Make sure to go check out, again, all my YouTube and stuff. I would really appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. Hit that thumbs up, everyone. I would really appreciate it. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Again, I love y'all so much. I will see everyone later. Peace out. Peace out. Peace out. I'm going to stay with YouTube for 30 more or 20 more seconds because I want to hit 5 hours. Isn't that diabolical, chat? Isn't that diabolical that I like feel the need to be so specific that I have to sit to hit the 5 hours. I have to do it. I've got to do it. I've got to do it. I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Good night. Good night.